Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Was Friends with Demons? This fanfic is titled Of Spirits and Demons, written by the author Itslivybear. All the links are in description. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Inko pulled her jacket further over the bundle in her arms, trying to keep the rain off. She squinted to make out the signs around her and really wished she didn't need to do this, but the bundle in her arms let out another cough and she held it tighter. She had to make sure her baby was going to be okay. She wiped her bangs out of her face as the streetlights came on, signaling nightfall. Izuku gurgled and she glanced down with a frown. She glanced back up just in time to see a store sign light up. Kamaji's herb and tea shop. It would have to do. And it was out of the rain anyway, at the very least. She pushed her way inside and breathed a sigh of relief as the door shut behind her, muting the sound of the rain. The shop was warm and homely. There were a few tables and chairs for patrons to drink their tea, a boiler-looking fireplace that was grated so she could only see the orange glow, and then there was the counter. Behind it was a man, presumably Kamaji, and the entire back wall was covered with wooden drawers that weren't labeled and a single sliding door to the back. The man looked taken aback to see her, eyebrows raising. He was completely bald, but had a large bushy mustache that stuck out like broom bristles, stiff and brown, almost hiding his mouth from view. Circular glasses with black lenses covered his eyes, which she found rather odd since it was night. "Hello miss, can I help you?" She ran her fingers through her hair, feeling some water drip down her back. I'm not sure, even if I can just stay here to get out of the rain. That will be enough, but I saw this shop sells herbs. He nodded. It does. Izuku coughed again in her arms and she whimpered slightly. I don't suppose you know anything about traditional medicine. He gestured with his arms and she walked closer. He leaned over the counter to inspect her bundle. Izuku's eyes opened and locked with the man's. How old is he? Oh, a year and a half this month. It doesn't look too serious. I've seen this sort of thing before. I have just the thing, miss. Oh, Inko, Midoriya Inko. I am Kamaji. His arms stretched behind him to open a few of the drawers, grabbing small fistfuls of dried herbs and bringing them back to the counter, where he had a board and wheel, as you might have gathered. Izuku wriggled a hand out of his bundle and made grabby hands at the old man, blowing a snot bubble out of his nose with each breath. Oh, Izuku, I'm so sorry. I don't think he's ever seen facial hair before. Kamaji snorted and continued to grind up the herbs. Not a problem, Kamaji. Inko looked down at her child, surprised. The man in question raised an eyebrow. Yes, that's me. Big green eyes blinked. Kamaji. Inko went beet red, pulling her bundle back to herself. I'm so sorry. He let out a raucous laughter. No, don't be. He quieted down and hummed, contemplative. He reminds me of my granddaughter, Sen. He paused. I haven't seen her in a long time, so it was nice to remember. He straightened, sweeping the herbs into a pouch and tying it up, tying a red-painted wooden token with two broad black stripes on it. He slid it across the counter to her. It can be drunken as a tea, but something tells me he won't like it. I recommend putting them in his bath. The fumes should clear him right up. She hefted Izuku onto her hip, digging in her pockets. How much do I? He held up both hands and Izuku's eyes stared at them. No need. It's rainy. It was easy, and you're a young mother. Sit by the furnace for a while and wait for the rain to stop and we'll consider it even. She blustered. But Mr. Kamaji, I can't take this for free. You run a business. He sighed. My name is on the business. I can make my own decisions. I only have one employee and she's here of her own free will. He raised his voice and turned his head to face the door. And she can leave whenever she wants. Inko barely heard a woman yell something back from the other room. But it was probably something not appropriate for baby learning how to talk ears, so she was glad the sound was muffled. She settled herself into one of the chairs near the furnace and Izuku struggled to get out of his constraints. Hang on, baby. Let me get situated and then I can help. She carefully unwound the damp blanket, laying it out to get warm and held her baby close. He wiggled around until he was looking at Kamaji again, green eyes wide, and he stuck some of his fingers in his mouth. Baby, don't stare. Izuku cocked his head a little bit and checked under his arm. Inko just watched in amusement as he looked back and forth between him and the man behind the counter. The hand not in his mouth patted his cheeks, causing him to sway a little in her grasp. Then he did the most curious thing. He looked hard at his hand and carefully curled in two fingers to make his pudgy hands like a claw, then looked back at Kamaji and waved. The man seemed startled, but waved back, not curling in his own fingers, but it made Izuku giggle. Soon, they were dry and warm, and she stood up. Please, can I at least buy some tea? Kamaji sighed. I suppose. He reached under the counter to pull out a pre-made bag. The red token had a yellow diamond on it. Steep that for 3 minutes. It should make 10 regular kettles worth. That will be 15 yen. Inko smiled, digging out the money and sliding it across the counter to him. Thank you so much, Mr. Kamaji. Kamaji. He sighed fondly. Yes, little rascal, that's me. It looks like the rain has stopped, so be safe getting home. Izuku sneezed. Oh dear, she muttered. We'll need to take that bath before he gets even more sick. Thank you again. Izuku waved his three-fingered wave again as Inko walked out into the night. Kamaji looked down at his hand as the back door slid open. What was a human doing in your shop, old man? He hummed. I don't know, Lin. She raised an eyebrow. Something wrong with your hand. The child, he could see it. I suspect he also saw my other arms. Lin hummed. He was a baby. They see through things a bit better. Give it a few months and he'll forget it and lose the sight. Unless you're suddenly feeling self-conscious about having 3 fingers per hand. Stuff it, Lin. Sweet spirits, why did you have to come with me? She snorted and set down his bowl of ramen. Admit it, old man, you're glad you have someone to talk to other than the spirits that come wandering through here. And you're sure as hell glad to be out of the bathhouse. Speaking of, you gave her an herbal soak? Huh, there was something on him, something spirit-related. That's what was making him sick. Maybe that's why they could find this place. Also might have been timing, though, since it was the witching hour when they showed up. Glad none of the toads were here yet. As if on cue, the door opened and she rolled her eyes. Right, I'm going to the back again, have fun. Insufferable brat. She just laughed sharply and closed the door behind her. He sighed and slid a bag across the counter. Here's your order. Izuku got sick again when he was 2 months from turning 4, and none of the medicine Inko tried seemed to be working. He was sniffing and his eyes were watery. Almost like he was having an allergic reaction, but the doctor had said that he wasn't allergic to anything that they could tell, and even if it was, it would go away in a day or so. It had been a week. She had taken to putting a mask on him and walking him around, hoping some fresh air would do him good. He would send her a watery smile and push on through his draining energy. Maybe it's my quirk coming in, he chirped as they passed the park where other kids were playing. And it's going to be something even cooler than Kaken's explosions. She bit her lip at the longing expression he cast at the other children. They were taking an after-dinner walk when the streetlights came on and Inko blinked. Now there was a sight she hadn't seen in a while. Izuku, I might have a solution for your illness. He blinked up at her. Really? She smiled softly and tugged him into the store. Mr. Kamaji. The girl at the counter blinked. He's in the back, but I can get him. Hey, old man. What? You insufferable. He cut himself off as he opened the sliding door. Oh, Inko shuffled. Hello again. I don't know if you remember me. I was here about 2 years ago. Midoriya. Inko. Yes, that's right. I remember my baby was sick and you gave me some herbs that worked wonders. Her eyes lit up. And some wonderful tea. I only have enough left for a cup and I've been saving it for a special occasion. The woman patted him on the shoulder and went into the back, leaving Kamaji to deal with them alone. Yes, I recall. Is this? Oh, she gestured to her sniffling son. Yes, this is Izuku. He's almost 4. Hello, Kamaji nodded. And it seems he's sick again. Inko sighed. Yes, it's the strangest thing. The doctors don't know what on earth is happening. And no medicine I try seems to work. I was wondering if you maybe had something. He waved the boy forward. Izuku, come here so I can get a better look at you. He obediently moved forward, eyes wide and shining. As soon as he let go of his mother's hand, her eyes seemed to cloud a little, not that either of them noticed. Kamaji tilted his head this way and that before nodding and sitting back, both arms stretching to reach into various drawers to pull out pinches of various herbs. He tossed them onto his board, in the groove, and ground them with the wheel. Izuku watched another arm take the teapot he had nearby and fill it with water, stretching to set it on the hot surface of the furnace. Izuku couldn't help but follow it with his eyes. Kamaji brushed the herbs into a mug he had under the counter and the kettle started to whistle. He grabbed it back, pouring the water into the cup and an herbal smell floated up from the cup. Wait for this to cool and then drink it. Inko smiled. You must always have hot water ready to go, since you're a tea shop. How much will that be? 20 yen. She gave him the coins and gently handed the cup to her son, making sure he had a good grip before letting him walk over and slide it onto one of the tables, hoisting himself up into the chair and hovering over the steam. I don't suppose I could buy more of that tea you sold me last time as well. Do you remember the token? I think it was a yellow square. No, a diamond. Kamaji nodded. He stretched behind him to grab more herbs, full handfuls this time, and ground them together before sliding them into a pouch and tying it off with a red token. 1,000 yen. She frowned. Wasn't it 15-0? 1,000 yen. She furrowed her brow, but handed him the bill anyway, taking the pouch and joining her son at the table. Izuku blew on his tea and took a hesitant sip, mask pulled down to his chin, and he crinkled his nose. Ha! Kamaji laughed. It won't taste good, boy, it's medicine. Still, Izuku drank it, bit by bit, until he got to the dregs. He hopped out of his chair, stumbling over to the counter and stood on his tiptoes to slide the mug back. Thank you, Mr. Kamaji. He flushed at the stutter and mumbled an apology, but his mother just laughed. You called him that last time, too. I suppose that's our fault for not having any grandparents. Kamaji huffed lightly and stretched his arm to ruffle Izuku's hair. Don't worry about it, it's fine. How are you feeling? Izuku blinked and grinned. Way better. Mom, can I go play in the park now? Oh, honey, it's dark out now. We need to go to bed. He pouted, and she amended. But you'll be able to go play again tomorrow, after getting a good night's rest. She stood up, dusting herself off and grabbing the tea pouch. Thank you again, Mr. Kamaji. This is the second time you've helped my baby. I don't know where we'd be without you and your stretchy arms. Izuku peered over the edge of the high counter. Are all of them stretchy? Inko laughed. Yes, Izuku. I saw him use his quirk on both of his arms. Izuku's brow scrunched up, but before he could ask another question, his mother grasped his hand and said, Say goodbye to Mr. Kamaji now. Bye, Mr. Kamaji. She chuckled and they waved as they exited the store, walking back home. Lin, the door slid open. Yep, what was it you said? Give it a few months. She groaned. How was I supposed to know? He's a weirdo. A weirdo who can see into the spirit world. Maybe it's his, what are they called? Quirks, right? Maybe it's his quirk. Humans are so weird nowadays. I wouldn't be surprised if someone has the ability to see us as we are. He scowled. It's dangerous. Lin raised an eyebrow. You sound awfully protective considering you've met the kid twice. The spirit world is no place for a child. You and I both know that. She stilled and rested her chin on her hand, eyes looking at the door. He reminds you of her? Huh. I don't know what you're talking about. It might have been 200 years. But that's nothing to us, Kamaji. She sighed and stood up, cracking her back. We'll just have to hope he meets good ones who can teach him before he gets himself into trouble. Plus, if he manages to come back a third time, you could always offer unsolicited old man advice. He swung an arm back and she ducked, chuckling. Relax, I'm kidding. She straightened up again. His life will be hard, though. Kamaji nodded. A quirk to see spirits, So he has a quirk. The doctor nodded. Yes, all the signs point to him having a quirk, likely an emitter quirk. If you haven't noticed it yet, just keep an eye out and see a quirk counselor once you've found it to fill out the necessary paperwork. Inko nodded. Any idea what it might be? The doctor hummed. Well, I'd recommend trying out any of the quirks in your family, learning those activation requirements, and see if any of them work, but it could also be a mutation and completely different. She turned to look at Izuku, whose eyes were wide. Just don't practice without adult supervision, all right? We don't want anyone getting hurt. He nodded rapidly, clutching his All Might figurine in a vice grip, and Inko smiled worriedly. Thank you, doctor. Of course, just doing my job. You're free to go. You both take care now. Izuku bounced up and down as they walked out of the doctor's office. Mom, what quirk do you think I'll get? Fire. Telekin your quirk. Telekinesis. And who knows, we'll have to try and find out. He grinned, grasping her hand and swinging it back and forth. He'd have something really cool, just like Kaken. Oi, Deku. What's your quirk? He blinked up at the blonde boy, toy limp in his hand. You went to the doctor, right? What's your quirk? Izuku grinned. We dunno. It's an emitter, but it's not mama's or dad's. We tried. It's something new and cool, probably. Bakugo scoffed. If you don't know it, how can you know it's gonna be cool? You can't be a hero without a cool quirk, like mine. He popped off some tiny explosions and Izuku smiled. I know, but it's gonna be really cool. Just you wait, I'll figure it out. Tsubasa sneered a little. Are you sure you have a quirk, Deku? Maybe you're really quirkless and just lying to us. No, I really have a quirk. Bakugo scowled. Whatever, just figure it out fast so we can train together. Izuku grinned. Forward march and here we go. Members of the agency Bakugo. They were walking through the woods, Bakugo, Tsubasa, another boy, and Izuku taking up the rear. Everyone else already knew what their quirks were, it was just Izuku now. More people had started saying the same things Tsubasa did. That maybe he was just quirkless and didn't want anyone to know, but Izuku was stubborn. He'd find his quirk, definitely. And it would be way cooler than having wings or being able to extend your fingers, and maybe, just maybe, it would be as cool as explosions. They climbed onto a broad log crossing the creek and took up the chant again. Then Bakugo slipped. He didn't scream, just yelped as he fell into the water with a splash. And Izuku was immediately sliding down the slope, not caring that his shoes and socks were getting soaked, and waded out to his friend. Are you okay, Kaken? Bakugo looked up with shocked red eyes before his gaze fell on Izuku's outstretched hand, and the shock turned into rage and he smacked it away. You think I need help from a Deku like you? You think I'm weak? He hauled himself to his feet and slammed into him, making him fall. Izuku winced as he felt a sharp creek rock cut the back of his leg a little. Bakugo stomped out of the creek, hauling himself up on the other side and sneered. Don't follow us, useless Deku, or you'll regret it. Izuku just sat in the creek, completely shell-shocked as the voices of the other boys faded into the distance and his eyes filled with tears. He spent a good few minutes crying before rubbing his eyes and preparing to get out of the creek. His mom would probably fuss about his wet clothes. But he should be fine, since it was really warm out. Maybe his clothes would even dry before he got home and his mother would be none the wiser. He was about to get up when he felt like someone was staring at him. There, about 5 feet to his left, was a mostly submerged head. The top had a little divot filled with water, and scraggly green hair was coming down the sides a little, like those old pictures of monks that were bald on top with a ring of hair. The head's eyes were decidedly not human, more resembling a fish than anything else. Hello. The head looked taken aback and it rose just enough to reveal the mouth. You can see me. Izuku frowned. Am I not supposed to? The creature hummed. How interesting. Izuku stood up and shook off some of the water. I'm terribly sorry for disturbing you. I'll leave. He bowed deep, like he had been taught to, and heard the creature curse. He glanced up, alarmed, but saw the creature had stood to his full height and bowed as well, letting all the water fall out of his head. He was really short, only just taller than Izuku was, and Izuku wasn't exactly sure what he was. He was green, for one thing, and his skin looked incredibly moist and a little slimy, but there were also patches of scales on his shoulders, elbows, and knees. Izuku could now see he had a turtle shell, completely covering his front and back. His hands ended in webbed claws, probably ideal for swimming. Why are you still bowing? Because, he growled, I have to until you or some other lunatic fills my head back up with water. Izuku blinked. But if you're still bowing, won't the water just flow out again? He sighed. Yes, it's a little ridiculous, but can you please help me? I don't want to dry out. Izuku nodded, then flushed when he realized the small man wouldn't be able to see him, and wandered forward. He cupped his hands and scooped up some of the creek water and poured it on his head. As soon as water hit the divot, the creature straightened up, letting the rest of the water pool. I can handle the rest. Izuku nodded, backing up, and the man sunk back into the creek, looking at Izuku with distrustful eyes. So what do you want? He blinked. What do I want? Yes, you helped me. Now what do you want from me? Izuku frowned. I just wanted to help you, Mr. Honest. I figured that holding a bow for a long time would get uncomfortable. It sucks that your quirk has a drawback that freezes you in place if you lose the water in your head, though. Maybe you can wear a cap to prevent it from falling out. Fish eyes narrowed. Yes, I have one for when I go on land and don't have easy access to my river. Izuku smiled. That's really clever. Do you spend all your time in this creek, mister? You can call me Gamakichi. Nice to meet you, Mr. Gamakichi. My name is Mai. The creature cursed. Do you not know the first thing about spirits? Don't just give away your name like that. Names of power, boy. Spirits. Izuku blinked. Oh, then what do I say? Gamakichi sighed and sat back. Right, when someone asks for your name, you always reply with you can call me and then a nickname they can call you. Never use your real name if you can help it, and definitely avoid mentioning your full name. Izuku nodded. Okay, then, you can call me. I don't really know what you can call me. Can you make a nickname for me? Sigh. I'll call you Green, since you're just as green as me. And that's weird for a human. Izuku wrinkled his nose. That's the second time you've said something like that. Are you not human? Gamakichi snorted. No, Green, I'm a spirit. A kappa, more specifically. You think regular people just look like this? He gestured to himself and Izuku looked away with a blush. I thought it might just be your quirk. No, thanks, Suzuno. No spirits have a quirk, at least not one they didn't steal. Now, let's try this again. Hello, you can call me Gamakichi. Izuku nodded. Nice to meet you. You can call me Green. The kappa nodded. Good. Always introduce yourself like that and you won't get caught. What happens if I accidentally say my real name? Then they own you. Don't let that happen. Some yokai are particularly nasty and humans happen to be very delicious to most of us. Izuku gulped. Are humans delicious to Kappa? Not often. Gamakichi sighed. Come here so you can stop bleeding in my river. Izuku chose not to mention that this was definitely not a river, but came closer and turned so the kappa could see his scratched leg. Tisk, that boy pushed you when you tried to help him. What a terrible friend. He wiped his slimy hand down the cut and Izuku shivered at the weird sensation, but then watched as the cut healed, leaving only a little bit of slime and a faint pink mark. There, now go away and remember not to give away your name to any spirits, Green. Izuku beamed. Thank you, Gamakichi. Will I see you again? Fish eyes regarded him warily. This whole creek is mine, so I doubt it. Izuku felt his face fall and he looked down at his shoes, distorted by the water passing over them, and heard a loud and disgruntled sigh. He looked up to see Gamakichi working a scale off of his shoulder and then he held it out. Take this. If you throw it into the creek, I'll come find you. Izuku took it with wide eyes, like it was a delicate treasure, and the kappa waggled a finger with a gruff voice. Only in emergencies, you hear, not just for when you want to say hi. Izuku nodded rapidly. Yes, sir, Mr. Gamakichi. Emergencies only. Go, it's getting late. And you don't want to be out when the sun goes down. Izuku nodded again and bobbed his head, not doing a full bow now that he knew the yokai would be forced to return it, and dashed out of the water. He estimated he had maybe half an hour before the sun went down. but that was plenty of time to get home. He had to tell his mom. Mom, I met a kappa. He was really nice and healed my cut. Inko blinked as her son came running into the apartment, clothes damp and socks leaving little wet spots. A kappa? You mean, you saw a turtle? He sighed. No, Mum, he was a kappa. He told me so. He did have a turtle shell, but he was bigger than me, and hands and feet and a head and hair and stuff. Definitely not a turtle. Did Katsuki see this kappa too? Izuku's face dropped and he looked away. No, they accidentally left me behind because I was slow. Inko put a hand to her cheek, brow furrowed. And you said you got cut? Yep, but Gamakichi just slid his hand over it and it healed right up. See, he brandished his leg, and she leaned down to inspect it. There was a light pink scratch that was slowly fading. And your new friend did this. He healed it. It was super cool. I used to be bleeding, but then it was all better. Inko smiled softly. Well, he sounds like a very nice boy, using his quirk to make you all better. He shook his head, curls bouncing. No, he said no spirits have quirks that they didn't steal. I think he can just do that. He lit up and dug around in his pocket. He also gave me this. A scale. Yep. If I ever need his help, I can throw it into the creek and he'll come find me. Inko nodded. Okay. This was fine. Her son was seeing yokai straight out of folklore and had the ability to go and see them again if he wanted to. Sure, it almost looked like a fish scale, but there was something about it that made it fuzzy around the edges, and she seemed to want to look anywhere but at her son's hand. Something was at work here, whether it was the quirk of this Gamakichi or not, but she would be a good mother, and she would help her son figure this out. A week later, she was at the store, Izuku tagging along to pick out the snacks for the week, when he gasped and let go of her hand, running forward to crouch on the ground. No, don't do that, someone will trip. She blinked as a can fell off the shelf, seemingly on its own, and Izuku frowned. Where is your mom or dad? He blinked. Oh, I'm sorry. You can call me Green. If you want to have fun, maybe I could play with you. That way no one gets hurt. After a moment, he broke out into a smile. Mom, I'm going to play with Warifu. We'll be safe and I can meet back up with you when you're done shopping. She nodded, a little dazed, and her son grabbed the air like he was holding someone's hand and dashed off with a giggle. Her eyes fell to the abandoned can, and she knelt to pick it up, sliding it back on the shelf. Wait, but Izuku could see them. Half an hour later, she was checking out when Izuku came up beside her with a grin. Oh, how was it? He rocked back and forth on his feet. It was good. They wanted to prank people, but we settled for playing hide and seek. I had a lot of fun. Oh, that's lovely. Later, she looked up Invisible Child Prankster. At first, it wasn't helpful, since it just brought up a prank parents would play on their children to make them believe they were invisible, which had led many children to tears and sounded horrible. Then, she added Yaokai on a whim, thinking back to the Kappa conversation from a week ago, and found much better results. Zashiki Warashi, or child pranksters. They often picked a storage room of a house and pranked the people who lived there, but apparently they also brought those families good fortune. What was one doing in a grocery store? A better question. Izuku. His head popped around the doorframe. Yes, Mom. Your friend, Warifu, did they tell you what they were? He blinked. Yeah, they were yokai too. Inko nodded. Dear, I think I know your quirk. Really? Deku, that's so lame. Seeing spirits isn't going to help you be a hero. Tsubasa snickered. Plus, how could you even prove that? It's not like anyone else can see them. Ghost boy can see ghosts. Yeah, right. You've just been lying to us all this time. You really are quirkless. Izuku frowned. Am not. I've met a Kappa and a Zashiki Warashi. They were nice. Bakugo scoffed. A Kappa. I hear they drown people, so I know you're lying. I don't even know what the other thing you said was, so I'm pretty sure you made it up. Who's ever heard of a parlor child? That's so stupid. He stomped his foot, trying to hold back the tears that were clouding his vision. It's not. We played hide and seek in the grocery store so they wouldn't prank people and make them trip. And Gamakichi healed my cut. Bakugo scowled. Making up more details isn't going to make you any more believable, Deku. He laughed, looking smug. Deku, it's pretty fitting, considering how useless you really are. Look, now you're crying, you're such a weakling. Can't even come up with a good lie. Izuku ran away from the laughter, wiping furiously at his eyes. Even though the teacher had announced his quirk to the whole class, and even though the quirk counselors had believed him, Bakugo and his goons still didn't, just because Izuku couldn't prove it. Not right now, at least. Maybe he could show them. Izuku sniffed and set his jaw. He wasn't a liar, and he was going to prove it. Izuku sniffed. He was 6 now, and he still hadn't been able to prove that he really could see yokai. Everyone was calling him Deku now, even the teachers, who had his quirk on record. Like he could fake government documents or something. Since it wasn't something anyone else could see, apparently it must not be real. He wanted to play heroes and villains with the others, but Bakugo had pushed him off the playground. Izuku had scraped his knees and palms, but the worst was a sharp snap in his right arm. They had immediately made fun of him for tearing up, so he picked himself up and fled into the woods. He had been wandering for a while, not really knowing where he was going, trying not to trip and jostle his throbbing arm. All the trees looked the same, and he didn't know how long he had been out there. Was it still recess, or had class started again? If class had started, did anyone realize he was gone? Would they come looking for him? He heard the gurgle of water and through blurry eyes, saw the creek spilling by. He sighed and plopped next to it, gingerly settling himself on the shore and letting the calming sounds wash over him. He sat there for a few minutes before remembering Gamakichi. He had only seen the Kappa 2 more times since their first meeting, but other than saying hello and learning his favorite food was cucumbers, nothing much had happened. The yokai always grumbled and healed his burns and scrapes when he showed up. Oh, healing. Izuku dug into his pocket with weak fingers, pulling out the scale he always had with him. Would this count as an emergency? He didn't want his friend to get mad. He shifted and a jolt of pain shot through him and he fumbled with the scale before it slipped out of his grasp and dropped into the water. He scrambled to fish it back out, but it fizzled and disappeared like it had never existed. The sudden movement jostled his arm and he felt more than saw black spots covering his vision. Better be an actual. Green, stay awake, kid, stay. He was lying on something that wasn't quite soft, but it wasn't digging into his back either. Probably not his bed, but where else could he have fallen asleep? He heard the ripple of the creek and some muttered voices. Maori, you know I don't call in favors lightly. Ha, that is certainly the truth. But my days of training are behind me, you know this. Every time I see him, he's injured. He doesn't say anything about it when pressed. But humans are cruel, we both know that. You'll have to do something before he comes with an injury I can't fix. What if he hadn't gotten to my stream? He would have passed out from the pain and then who knows what would have found him. You said it yourself, something is stirring in these woods, and if it found him, it is unlike you to care for a human, Gamakichi. If I recall, you still hold a grudge against their kind for your last master, as it were. He's long since dead, and unlike everyone else, Green is actually nice. He refilled my head because he wanted to help, not to get something out of it. He was young, he might not have known what he had done. That doesn't change the fact that he never comes to me for favors, he comes to me to talk. And aside from you, I have no one else to talk to. I suppose it is the same for us both. So will you help him? I will decide for myself. Izuku blinked and sat up slowly, wincing a little. Oh, Green, you're awake. On the other bank stood a tall person, or what looked to be a person. He stood tall and regal, with bright red skin and a long nose. He had white hair and facial hair, the hair long enough to pull into a top knot. He wore a dark green kimono with a light green haori over top, decorated with white puffballs going down his front. The thing that clued Izuku in that he wasn't quite a person was the dark wings on his back. He blinked. Oh, he knew what this was. He had been doing research on yokai, so he would be ready no matter what he found. Hello Mr. Tengu. You can call me Green, if you'd like. It's nice to meet you. The Tengu raised an eyebrow. You can call me Shikami, protector of the forest, bastion of. Yes, Gamakichi grumbled. That's enough out of you. Shikami sniffed. You seek to call in a favor, and yet you act callous. Remind me again why I should help you. The Kappa ignored him completely. Green, kid, how are you feeling? Izuku blinked and looked down, immediately noticing his arm was splinted and only a little sore. Did you do this? You know how to set bones. Gamakichi snorted, but looked smug and proud. Please, Kappas were the ones who taught humans how to splint bones. Besides, you don't want things to heal wrong. Keep the splint on for another day, at the very least, and you should be fine. Izuku beamed. Thank you, Gama. I'm sorry I summoned you. I didn't mean to. He stiffened. Didn't mean to. Kid, if there ever was an emergency, that was it. You passed out from the pain. Izuku looked away. I'm sure it wasn't that bad. I didn't mean to bother you with something like this. Gamakichi exchanged a glance with the Tengu, whose eyes were narrowing in thought. But I'll bring you 3 whole cucumbers to make up for it. Honest, just meet me back here tomorrow and I'll bring them. Kid, the Kappa sighed. I won't say no, but you don't have to. I'm just glad I got here when I did, before. Is there really something in the woods? Shikami folded his arms across his chest. We suspect, but it eludes me, so we cannot be sure. The boiler man hasn't seen anything in the city, so we presume it is only in the forest. Izuku's brow crinkled. The boiler man, that wasn't a yokai he had heard of. Maybe he'd meet them. The Tengu cast a critical eye over him again, then nodded. Very well, I will train him. Gamakichi grinned. Excellent. You can consider your favor paid, then. Izuku blinked. Train me to do what? Shikami leapt over the creek, wings flaring a little behind him, and stood beside him, looking down his large nose. I am called Shikami, protector of this forest, bastion of this land. And long ago, I was known as the trainer of the ninja. Those days are long behind me and my brethren, with humanity having no need of ninja, but I have not forgotten the art. I will teach you, at the request of the kappa of this creek, so that you will be a formidable warrior. Wait, Izuku sputtered, you want to teach me to fight? But why? The Tengu looked at him, incredulous, then gestured to his arm. You fight with humans, do you not? Or at the very least, humans fight with you. I would be remiss to not teach you how to defend yourself at the very least. Do you not wish to learn? Izuku fidgeted. I mean, why yes, I would love that, but you really don't have to go through the trouble. Shikami laughed, a loud and boisterous sound that shocked Izuku. Fool boy, you are exactly as Gamakichi of the stream had said. If only Nagato and his brood were as humble as you, I wouldn't have had nearly as much trouble. If it still troubles you, think of it this way. You see the spirits that no one else can, and can interact with them. There are many that are not pleasant to humans, much less humans who can see them, and this training will help you against them as well. Izuku stared at his moss bed. Can I also use it to be a hero? Should you wish it? The bird Yaokai rumbled. Then I see no reason you should not. Izuku felt tears well up in his eyes, and heard a splash as Gamakichi rushed forward, but he held up a hand and smiled. Then if you will teach me, I would be grateful. Shikami smiled. Very well, then do come back here tomorrow, once your arm is healed, and we will begin. His mother fussed over him when he got home and his arm was wrapped in moss, sticks, and grass, but he was quick to explain that he had fallen and broken his arm, but Gamakichi had set the bone and healed him. She relaxed after that, but insisted on taking him to the doctor. Well, the doctor said, examining the x-ray, you definitely broke your arm, but you said this happened today. Your friend must have some healing quirk, because you're almost completely healed. You should be in perfect health by tomorrow morning, but be gentle with the arm for a few days, okay? Relieved that her son was okay, Inko celebrated with Katsune for dinner. Wait a moment, she set her chopsticks down. When did this happen? You came home right after school, like normal. He reluctantly told her he had fallen during recess and only made it out of the woods once school was already over, and she fumed. I didn't get a single call from the school that you were missing. I know they had no idea where you were. Why iota? He managed to calm her down and decided not to mention the fact that he was pushed and didn't really fall. Best not to direct her anger at Bakugo, too. As she was tucking him in, he also told her about the Tengu he had met, and she smiled. The protector of the forest. You are very lucky to meet him, Izuku. Mom, I did more than meet him. He said he's going to help me. She smiled and turned off the light, immediately going to the computer with a worried expression to look up everything she knew about Tengu. According to legend, there were good Tengu and bad Tengu, but in general, they were prideful creatures who protected forests and mountains. There were legends of various magic objects that they had, and they had typical spirit powers of bending reality to a certain extent, but from what Izuku had told her, this one was one of the good Tengu, since he was a protector. Of course, she would watch out for her son, to make sure this Tengu really was what he said he was. But at least Gamakichi was also in the woods, and she was certain, at this point, that the kappa had her son's best interests in mind. She had no problem buying extra cucumbers the next day for Izuku to take to his friend. The first thing the ninja learn is stealth, and the second first thing they learn is endurance. Izuku scratched his head. How are there two first things? Shikami huffed, folding his arms. Because endurance is learned by the doing of everything else. It is a concurrent first step that you will never completely master until you can run the entire forest without ceasing. Are you capable of this right now? Izuku shook his head. Then that is your second first thing that you will learn. First, however, is stealth. A ninja is silent on their feet, unable to be detected, so they may get to where they need to go without being noticed. Your lesson will be to hide from me, and every time I find you, you will do 20 jumping jacks to help build your endurance. Izuku blinked. We're playing hide and seek. The Tengu huffed. I suppose, if that is how you wish to say it. I will give you 30 seconds before I will come after you. To make things fair, I will not be using my nose and I will not fly. Begin. Izuku chose not to mention that this was exactly hide and seek, but with exercise if you got found instead, and immediately ran off into the woods. After a few feet, he carefully began to dodge sticks and roots, and came across a tree that he could reach the lowest branches of. He was halfway up when he heard, found you, on the ground. He sighed and dropped to the ground, starting his jumping jacks. Shikami nodded as he huffed and puffed, already winded. Jumping jacks, a wonderful exercise we did not have in the 16th century. Works several muscles and also makes you breathe deeply. There, that was 20. You have another 30 seconds to hide. Izuku was out of breath, but he ran off as the Tengu counted down. He had a feeling he was either going to be very good hiding or very exhausted by the end of this. and he had a good guess as to which one was more likely. He slept like a rock that night, arms and legs aching. He ran on all four paws, breath coming out in puffs. Had to get away, don't get caught. He laughed, knowing how sharp it sounded, but full of glee. It wasn't often he got to pull a prank like that, but this time, the poor mortals had almost seen him. Maybe a flick of a tail, but probably nothing more. Would they give chase, calling out insults, or would they just scratch their heads and wonder how on earth the garden gnome had gotten on the roof? Garden gnomes, an odd thing to have in Japan, but there were all types, he supposed. Things had changed in the last 200 years, apparently. All the elders said so, anyway, even if he didn't really know. He was only 30, nowhere close to being fully grown, but he was having a great time. He was getting way better at illusions, and his pranks were definitely top-notch. He slowed to a walk, flicking a tail in glee. No pursuers, which meant he had gotten away with it. Now, who to prank next? He spotted a little boy with bright red bat wings and grinned. Oh yes, that will be fun. Maybe tie his shoelaces together, see if his wings can stop him from falling. It would probably be funny, either way. Man, this was shaping up to be a really good afternoon. Katsuki heard the winged extra curse and fall to the ground as a small orange blur shot past. Wings took to his feet and ripped his shoelaces apart from where they had been tied together before glaring at the rapidly disappearing shape. I'm gonna destroy that thing. Well, Katsuki, at the ripe age of 7, was always down for destroying things, so when Wings ran after the creature, he darted along as well, popping explosions to give himself a boost. He watched the creature dart around a corner and skidded to catch up before Wings lobbed a rock at it. The fox yelped and stumbled, letting Katsuki catch up and pop an explosion off near its head, making it flinch. He grinned cruelly at the creature as Wings hefted another rock, aiming for its leg. Nothing like showing dominance first thing in the morning. Kakin, what are you doing? Oh great, teary as F Deku. Here to save the effing day. Izuku wasn't sure if he was seeing correctly. Bakugo and Tsubasa were herding a small fox. Its back leg was already broken from a rock that lay nearby, and its ear was singed from where Bakugo had no doubt gotten a little too close. Go away, Deku. This useless thing tripped me, so we're teaching it a lesson. Tsubasa tossed another rock and Izuku darted forward to grab the creature. He almost expected the fox to bite him, but it just whimpered and snuggled closer, trembling in fear. Bakugo clicked his tongue. The F are you gonna do with it? Class is about to start, and the vet is ages away. Not like you can heal the F yourself, quirkless Deku. He flinched, but cradled the fox securely and took off in the other direction, ignoring the jeers. Had they really been throwing rocks at an innocent animal? That was so inhumanly cruel. Don't worry, he muttered to the bundle in his arms. I have a friend who can help. It whimpered more, burying its face in the crook of his arm, and Izuku dashed into the woods. He had been coming there every day after school for a month now, working with Shikami to get better at stealth, but that was slow going. At least he was no longer winded after 20 jumping jacks, or cherry pickers, or lunges, or whatever workout the Tengu had him do when he got caught. He would bring cucumber for Gamakichi and peanut butter crackers for Shikami, who expressed a fond love of the snacks, so his mother always made sure he packed a little extra for them. He knew he would be late to school if he even made it today, but he couldn't just leave the little fox to get beaten up. Not when he could do something about it. Or, well, Gamakichi could do something about it, but Izuku could get it to Gama. Gama, I need your help. He burst into the clearing they usually met at already yelling, carefully coming to a stop. The Kappa looked up from whatever it was he was doing with a curious eye, but immediately soured when he saw the bundle in Izuku's arms. Nope, no way. Get that creature away from my creek. Izuku frowned. But Gama, it's hurt. Probably deserved, knowing his kind. He'll be fine. Just leave him under a tree or something and he'll be right as rain tomorrow. The fox whimpered in his arms and Izuku shushed it lightly. Don't worry, it's going to be okay. The Kappa snorted. Sure, as soon as that thing is gone. What if I give you a whole cucumber? Kid, you can't bribe me into healing it. 2 cucumbers. Do you even know what it is? Izuku frowned, looking down at the curled up bundle of fur. I'm assuming it's not a normal fox. No, it's not. Well, I still want to help it. Gamakichi groaned, dragging a webbed hand down his face. Ugh, whatever, you owe my 5 cucumbers. Set him on the bank. Izuku beamed and carefully set the fox spirit on the bank of the river as Gamakichi swam over, muttering. If it's a yokai, how come other humans could see him? It was the explosion brat. Ugh, should have known. This one is young, not as good at hiding himself, but they probably also were looking for him. A prank gone wrong, is my guess. Can't resist a prank, can you? He prodded the whimpering fox and it snapped sharp needle teeth. Gama tisked, I'm about to heal you, ungrateful brat, against my wishes, I might add. Show some respect. It huffed and laid down, turning amber eyes to look at Izuku who crouched near his head, gently running a finger down his back. See, I told you I knew someone who could help. He's really good, the best healer I've ever seen. And how many healers have you seen, Green? A couple. Mum takes me to the doctor every once in a while for a checkup. But no one is as fast as you, even with quirks. Damn straight. Now, you little sheet, I'm about to set the bone. And it's going to hurt like hell. If you bite me, I will not heal you. Green, you might want to hold him down. Izuku nodded slowly and wrapped his hands around the fox's middle, giving Gamakichi easy access to the broken back leg. His thumb stroked the wiry fur, feeling the softer down beneath, and he hummed lightly. I'm telling you, he's really good. And it's going to be okay, so be brave, okay. The fox huffed and grinned, then its face crumbled as there was a crack. He keened and Izuku pat and hushed him, murmuring platitudes. Gamakichi scoffed, then wrapped his hand around the leg, letting the leg heal a bit. Use her own energy for the rest, trickster. The fox stuck his tongue out as the kappa sunk back into the creek with a baleful glare. Izuku turned back to the lounging fox and noted he seemed much more awake and alert. One of his tails curled protectively around his leg and the other gently swished back and forth on the moss. Wait, oh, you have two tails. I've only ever heard of 1 and 9-tailed foxes, but I guess that makes you a kitsune? Huh, yep. Izuku startled at the voice and the fox laughed. It sounded a little shrill. And it was definitely inhuman, but he knew that foxes were a little shrill and sounded like screaming women, but here was a shrill cackle to further drive that point home. You can call me. Oh, can I pick? Can I give you a name? A new one, obviously. Not one of mine. Izuku blinked. Yeah, I guess. The fox hummed. Well, those meanies who don't get a good prank called you Deku, but I don't like that, so that's off the table. The frog called you Green, which, while true, is boring. What about Yabu? It means bush. Because of your hair, you remind me of a bush. Izuku nodded. I guess. You can call me Yabu, if you'd like. The kitsune nodded. I would. Now you go. Me. Yeah, now you give me a name. Nothing boring or too literal. Izuku really had no ideas. Honest, none. The fox stood up and stretched, gingerly shaking out his previously injured leg. Hey, frog, you're pretty good. Thanks. Whatever, leave. Nope. Not until Yabu gives me a new name. The fox turned amber eyes to him, then decided to test out his leg by jumping all around, leaping through the air and pouncing on things. Now that he wasn't trying to make himself small, Izuku could see he was about the size of a large house cat. Occasionally he would stop and sniff his leg, shaking it out a bit, before nodding to himself and jumping around again. Oh, do you like Tobai? You seem to like jumping. The fox turned the name over in his mouth, flopping his head back and forth, before grinning. Tobai, I like it. Yabu and Tobai, best of friends. Tell me a bit about yourself, my friend. Oh great, Gamakichi grumbled. He's declared you friend. Now we're never going to get rid of him. Izuku ignored the sour kappa. I'm 6, I want to be a hero. You're 6. Wow, you're tiny. I'm 30. And, Gama barked, that makes you a rambunctious teenager at best. How you managed to get 2 tails at your age, I'll never know. Tobai cackled. I mean yeah, I guess I still have a couple years before I'm really old and cool. Try 20. Sweet Susanoo, I hope I'm not around for the day you gain shapeshifting. Tobai snickered, or rather, chuffed. Anyway, you're a little young to be out and about. And what's this hero business? Izuku sat down cross-legged. Well, heroes are people who fight bad villains and stop crime, helping people and keeping them safe. I want to be one so I can help people, and prove someone with a quirk like mine can be a hero. Tobai cocked his head, singed right ear flopping slightly. A quirk? Is that why humans look weird? I think my Todd said something about humans changing, but I've never really known any different. Did people not used to do all of those fun things? Izuku shook his head. No, he said, humans started developing quirks around 200 years ago. Now most people have them. Mine lets me see yokai, like you and Gamakichi, and I guess interact with them where other people haven't and can't. Tobai hummed. Neat. So most other people can't see me if I try really hard? Huh. Gamakichi scoffed from the creek. You've been out and about for 30 years and never thought about this. Tobai chuffed. I spent most of my life on the other side, you know. I've only been out for, 4 years. But people are still fun to prank, just like Ma'am said. She was the best at pranking people. Her stories were legendary. Please tell me you were an only child. Yep. Why? Gamakichi sighed. No reason other than my peace of mind. Green, don't you have? What is it? School? You are much earlier than usual. Izuku nodded slowly. I'm really late, though. Maybe I should just take Tobai and go home. I can come back later, at the usual time, since I'm sure Shikami is busy. Tobai perked up, putting his 2 front paws on Izuku's knee. Who's that? Another kappa. Gamakichi groaned. I liked you better when you were in too much pain to talk. And no, he'll kick your ass for coming into his forest. We don't want a trickster messing things up. Tobai looked mildly offended. Is that all you see me as? A trickster? I'm not a Yako. I'm a Zenko. Honest, Inari is like my best friend other than Yabu. Gamakichi just raised an eyebrow. As if a Zenko would be pulling pranks on kids. Ignoring the kappa, Tobai turned to Izuku, sniffing at his yellow backpack. Yabu, do you happen to have any tofu? All this healing is making me hungry. You didn't even do most of the healing, Fox. Tobai stuck his tongue out and went back to pawing at the bag. Please, I do love tofu, it's very tasty and we can share. That's what friends do, right? Izuku giggled and slid off his backpack, taking out the bento his mom had packed him that morning. It was maybe an hour till lunch would normally be, but Izuku didn't mind opening it. Gama, he called, do you want your cucumber now? The kappa grumbled, but dashed over and held out a webbed hand for the slices. Oh, Izuku murmured, it looks like I did have tofu for lunch today. That was lucky. Tobai sat back on his hind legs and peered up at him, amber eyes glinting. Please, Izuku giggled and took a piece of tofu between his chopsticks and held it out. Tobai's eyes lit up and he snapped up the tofu with a sigh. That's the stuff. Did you make this, Yabu? No, my mom did. Tobai nodded, snapping up the next piece. I have to meet her. If she can make tofu this good, I'll even pay her for it. With leaves and sticks, no doubt, Gama grumbled. Never trust a fox. Tobai bristled. I'm not a bad fox. I really am a Zenko. I think. You think? Tobai shuffled, looking away with a furry scowl. I don't know. I want to be a good fox and hang out with Inari and all that. He's a god so he must be cool, but sometimes I just see the perfect prank set up and I can't help it. It's like the humans want to be pranked. It's usually nothing bad, honest. Rearranging things so they scratch their heads and think they just have really bad memories. Hiding things with illusions, on and on. But most of the time it doesn't actually hurt them, it just confuses them. And I don't know if you've ever seen someone look so genuinely confused, but it's hilarious. Really, I bet even Inari's best messengers pull a prank like that every once in a while. Gamakichi narrowed his eyes, but he didn't look mad. And are you planning on staying with Green? Tobai perked up. Yeah, he's my best friend, and we're going to be heroes together. Izuku started. We are. Yep, I'm older than you, so I have to keep you safe from all those villains you were talking about. Tobai preened, puffing up his small chest. No one will lay a single paw, claw, or finger on my Yabu. Gamakichi sighed. Fine, whatever, but if you pee in my river I will drown you. Tobai cackled. Okay, Kairu. You say my names are boring and then call me Frog. Amber eyes twinkled. Unless you want me to call you what Yabu does. Yes, actually, Kairu it is. Are you listening to me? They bickered back and forth for a minute or two before Izuku perked up at the sound of wings. Shiko. Tobai bristled. Shikamaori is a Tengu. No thanks, Yabu, let's go. Shikamaori frowned down his nose at the kitsune. I see. May I ask what your intentions are in my forest? I'm just here for Yabu. Oh, Izuku spoke up. That's me. He says I look like a bush. Shikamaori blinked owlishly. You do. That is not the point. Do you mean harm to my forest? No, unless you give me a reason to. The Tengu nodded. Very well. Very well. Gamakichi sat up fully. That's it. You aren't suspicious. Bird eyes narrowed. I do not sense he is a malign spirit, but I will admit his aura is muddled. If he says he means no harm, and will be spending time with Green, I see no reason to not admit him. I shall, of course, observe, and should he pose a danger to this forest or any of its inhabitants, I will do my duty and remove him. Good luck, bird brain. Or I could, perhaps, remove him presently. I changed my mind. You're a really swell dude, Washiro. Shikamaori furrowed his brow. I was under the impression you knew my name, based on our earlier conversation. Don't bother, Gamakichi mumbled. He picked a new name for everyone. At least your name isn't Bird. Tobai grinned, showing off all his teeth. Nope, you get to be White Eagle. Shikamaori looked even more confused. But I am not an eagle, nor am I white. Tobai ignored him. Yabu, do you have any tofu left? Izuku mindlessly offered another piece and looked up at the Tengu. Are we still doing training today? I know it's really early, but Tobai needed help. Shikamaori nodded. Since you are unlikely to attend any of your morning classes, we can do a short training. Then you must go home and eat lunch, for I believe your new friend has eaten most of it. Izuku looked down, startled, and saw over 2/3 of his lunch were gone. Tobai looked a little guilty, batting at a leaf on the ground. I'm sorry, he whined. I didn't mean to. I was just so hungry and it was so good. I left all the rice, even though that's Inari's food, for you to have, though. Izuku sighed and boxed the bento back up, handing the Tengu the peanut butter crackers the bird had been eyeing, and put it back in his backpack. Sounds like a plan, Shiko. Tobai, do you want to stay here or watch? Tobai bounced up and down, leaping around. Oh, what are we doing? Are we playing a game? No, of a sorts, Izuku interrupted, since we're running and hiding from Shiko. Every time we get caught, we have to do something pretty hard and then we try again until we're done. Tobai cocked his head. Oh, we're trying to hide, like hide and seek. I'm great at that game. I'm going to win. He immediately bounded off into the underbrush, both tails disappearing behind him, and Izuku giggled and took off as well, knowing the timer had already started. Inko was not often home at lunchtime, but she had an hour lunch today and decided to cook something fresh. Imagine her surprise when her son was not only home, but he had a fox with him that would occasionally yip at him, seemingly in response. And when my mom gets home, oh, Mom, this is Tobai. She blinked, bewildered, but nodded. Nice to meet you, Tobai. Wait, he's already named you. He's calling you Masuno. Ah, is he? He nodded, beaming. Tobai is a kitsune. He was hurt, but I convinced Gama to heal him and now he's my friend. She nodded again and gave a shallow bow to the fox. Nice to meet you, Tobai. I am Masuno. Izuku beamed at her and the fox bounced a little, pouncing in circles before sitting again. He barked. Oh, Mom, he says your tofu is really good. My tofu. Oh, well, thank you. Is that why you two are home for lunch? Izuku nodded sheepishly. He was hungry. She chuckled. I'm home anyway, and I was planning on whipping something up. Is there anything he likes as well as tofu? Tobai yipped again, looking excited. He likes aburage and azukimchi, so lots of soy-based things, it looks like, plus the beans. She hummed, opening the cabinet. Well, I'm sure I have some azuki beans in here somewhere, since you've already eaten tofu today, so let me whip something up. Then you, mister, are going right back to school. Right, he murmured, back to school. She smiled, grabbing the ingredients she would need. Why don't you tell me how you two met? He grinned and started the tale. Izuku woke up with a heavy feeling on his chest, and he couldn't move. He really didn't need sleep paralysis on top of everything going on right now. The weight breathed. His eyes flashed open and he stared down his chest to see the sprawled-out two-tailed fox sound asleep on top of him, and he sighed internally. Oh right, he smiled, Tobai. He poked and prodded the fox spirit in the belly, giggling at the softer fur there and how Tobai would twitch. A few more tickles had him leaping to his feet, digging them into Izuku's stomach. The fox regarded the wheezing boy for a moment before breaking out into excited yips. Yabu, my friend, tell me, how did you dream? I hear humans have fascinating dreams. And as your best friend, I insist that you tell me. Izuku picked up the large house cat-sized fox and settled him on a part of the bed that didn't have him underneath it. Tobai, we don't dream every night, and if we do, sometimes we don't remember it by the time we wake up. But I promise, if I have a dream and remember it, you'll be the first to know. Tobai pouted and his dual tails lashed around for a moment before he sniffed the air. Oh, Masuno is cooking breakfast. He leapt off the bed and bounded out the door and down the hall. Izuku heard his mother exclaim in surprise before chuckling, and he sighed, getting out of bed himself. He wandered into the kitchen, wiping sleep from his eyes to see his mom being watched by an attentive Tobai. Is that for me? It smells really good. What are you cooking? Does it have soy in it? Tobai, Izuku grumbled. You know Mom can't understand you. Then translate. I have many questions that only she can answer. Izuku sighed, but grinned. Mom, what's for breakfast? She chuckled. Miso and rice. Just something simple. I imagine he's smelling your lunch. Mapo tofu and pork, so something I'm sure smells delicious to your friend. Tobai perked up and stood on his hind legs, bracing his front paws against the counter to get a better sniff. Mapo tofu. Oh man, I don't even know what that is, but it sounds great. Izuku sat at the table. Tobai, get down from there. Mapo tofu is a Chinese dish. It's pretty spicy. It uses Sichuan peppercorns and it kinda numbs your tongue. Are you sure you're up for it? Tobai jumped around excitedly, circling Izuku's chair. Of course, a little spice won't get me down. No way. We'll see about that, Izuku thought to himself with a smile. Breakfast was a fun affair of picking out the tofu cubes from his soup and tossing them into the snapping jaws of Tobai when Mum wasn't looking. But soon enough it was time for Izuku to go to school. Tobai, the kitsune leapt around. I wonder if your school is like our school. Do you learn about how to call forth your no wait? Humans don't have those, never mind. Tobai, you can't go to school with me. Tobai stopped. What, why? Izuku shifted guiltily. You look like a fox to everyone else, and pets aren't allowed, let alone wild animals. Tobai looked absolutely crestfallen, but even with both tails drooping, sighed and turned away. Izuku pet him gently before running to grab his last-minute things, slipping on his backpack, giving his mother a kiss, and heading out the door. He wasn't eager to get to school, but he had missed all of yesterday dealing with Tobai, so he definitely wanted to make it to school today. There was a 50/50 chance the teachers wouldn't even mention his absence. Either they wouldn't, or they would, make it a huge deal and take disciplinary action. Izuku was hoping for the first one. He slid into his seat near the back, gently setting his backpack on the ground and nervously watching the clock and his classmates. Class was in only a couple of minutes, so he made good time. Deku. He flinched as Bakugo came sauntering over. Why yes, Kaken. The blonde sneered. You didn't show yesterday. Had a funeral for your friend. Izuku was confused for only a moment before he grimaced. Right, Bakugo had assumed he would take Tobai to the vet, which was a good way away. Tsubasa laughed. Based on your face, I'd say yeah. So useless you can't even save one little creature. Good riddance, though, that's one vermin out of the way. Izuku ducked his head to hide the flash of anger, trying to look meek instead as the teacher walked in and forced them to go back to their seats. There was no point in outwardly showing how much he minded, and he probably wouldn't have even been this angry if he didn't know Tobai and consider him his friend. Sure, if an animal dies, he's sad, but it was hard to get him angry. And Midoriya, so nice of you to join us. He flinched and the other kids erupted into laughter. So they had noticed, but it didn't look like they were going to do anything about it. Probably glad to get the weird kid who sees ghosts out of class. Everyone, get out your notebooks. We're going over history today. Izuku leaned down and unzipped his bag. Amber eyes blinked up at him. He made a face that hopefully conveyed his feeling of what the heck without saying anything. And Tobai stage whispered back, "It's okay. I'm pretty sure I figured out that thing Kairu was talking about, so no one should be able to see me but you, obviously." Izuku spent a few moments grappling with this before sighing and gently pushing Tobai to the side to grab his notebook. Tobai took this as an invitation to leave his backpack and leapt out, immediately going to sniff at things. Izuku tensed, but no one seemed to notice the young fox. He couldn't help but steal glances at Tobai as he poked around the classroom, growling at and avoiding both Tsubasa and Bakugo, making loud comments about various people's outfits and scents. He was near the teacher when Izuku was forcefully jolted to awareness. "Since the floor is so interesting to you, Midoriya, can you tell me how often our region is hit with earthquakes?" Izuku looked up in a panic and swallowed. "Oh," Tobai yipped, "I can read the book. 100 years, try that. Every 100 years or so." The teacher sniffed. 100 to 150, yes. Do try and pay more attention in the future." Izuku cast another glance at Tobai, who was preening and nodded. He caught red eyes sneering at him and flinched. Tobai padded back over to him and jumped up on his lap. Izuku tried his best not to jump at the sudden weight, but soon Tobai arranged himself, head resting on his left arm and looking up at him sorrowfully. "I'm sorry," he whimpered. "I got you in trouble, didn't I?" Izuku pursed his lips and lightly shook his head. "No, I did. I was distracting you. I'm sorry, Yabu, I didn't mean to." Izuku sighed, knowing that without words he wasn't going to be able to convince Tobai that it really was fine. This was completely normal, so he took his other arm and started to pet the kitsune. Like before, he noticed Tobai's fur wasn't really soft. It wasn't coarse or anything, but it wasn't silky smooth either. His top coat was wiry, and it was only when he dug his fingers into the undercoat beneath that he found the downy fur. Tobai let out a sigh of contentment and closed his eyes, curling up. He was almost too large for Izuku's lap, but he was laying on and supported by his left arm, finger threaded into the red fur. He would gently pet him while he focused on school, not letting anything distract him. Having something to fiddle with, occasionally twiddling Tobai's soft ears, did wonders for his concentration, and he felt more grounded with the solid weight on his lap. It was strange to think that no one could see or feel or even sense Tobai right now. He was so tangible to Izuku, so real, that the idea that no one else could see him seemed so out of place. It was different with Shikami and Gamakichi, because as far as Izuku was aware, neither of them left the forest much, if ever, so people never really had the chance to see them. Sure, there was the odd spirit around that no one could see, but people also treated the homeless like they were invisible, and no one really paid attention to each other anyway, so that was easier to not notice. But with Tobai, people would notice a fox in general, a completely wild animal just sitting in a classroom, and no one gave him a second glance. It was downright odd. He looked around as class wrapped up for lunch and caught Bakugo staring at him, confused. No, staring at his lap. Izuku started a little and glanced back down at Tobai, who was blinking tiredly and yawning. To someone who couldn't see the fox, this must look super odd. He carefully rearranged his hands as Tobai hopped down, stretching like a cat, tails flaring behind him, and avoided eye contact with Bakugo. He stood and grabbed his backpack, stuffing in his notebooks. He was not going to deal with this today. He wanted to eat his lunch. Mapo tofu, Tobai sang, prancing along after him. How I longed to eat mapo tofu. They were allowed to eat outside, since it was so nice out, and Izuku took the time to sit under a far tree, hopefully out of range from any people. He sat on the side facing away from where most of the kids were eating and talking and playing. Tobai sat on his haunches, eyes locked onto Izuku's hands as he pulled out the bento box his mom had prepared that morning. Tobai fidgeted anxiously. Izuku slowly slid the lid off, trying to hold back a smile as Tobai's pupils turned into slits and he took his chopsticks and delicately put some of the pork and tofu-covered rice in his mouth. It probably would have burned if it didn't immediately numb his tongue. Tobai whined. Izuku snorted and offered him the next bite. He immediately snapped it up and noisily chewed, considering. This is very good, but also very funny feeling in my mouth. May I have more? Yeah, he laughed, already offering another bite. Here. They took turns getting bites of the spicy meal, Tobai shuddering and contemplating each bite like he wasn't sure what to make of it. By the end, he was sticking his tongue in and out of his mouth, trying to figure it out. That was very spicy. I think I liked the other tofu better, but this was still good. Izuku smiled around his drink and put the bento away, leaving only the cucumber and peanut butter crackers left for their afternoon adventures. Tobai was already back to leaping around, pouncing on leaves blown by the wind, and Izuku was content to watch him play. For someone who was apparently 30, he really didn't act like it. He acted more like a kid. Tobai stopped and looked up sharply, bristling. "It's them," he hissed, dashing back to stand in front of Izuku. Izuku hugged his backpack to his chest as Bakugo and Tsubasa came around the tree, sneering. "The F were you doing in class today, Deku?" Izuku frowned. I don't know what you mean. I took notes, like normal." Bakugo clicked his tongue and curled his lip. "No, the thing with your hands." "Yes, I generally take notes with my hands." He slammed his hand onto the trunk above Izuku's head and Tobai let out a growl, snapping his teeth. Suddenly Izuku wished he hadn't picked the side of the tree no one from the school could see. Maybe the teachers wouldn't have done anything anyway, but now they wouldn't even know. "Stop effing around. What was the weird thing you were doing with your hands all class? It was like you were touching something that wasn't even there." Tobai lunged forward and violently attacked Bakugo's ankles, only to pass right through them. He stopped in his confusion before snarling. "I forgot I was invisible. Gimme a sec to figure out how to turn it off." Izuku glanced away, desperately hoping lunch was going to end soon and they would all be called back in. "Kakin." He flinched as the explosion went off above his ear and Tobai gave another growl before leaping onto Bakugo's back, solid once more. The boy instantly recoiled and started yelling, trying to get at the creature that was digging its claws into him, but Tobai was stuck fast, holding on with claws and teeth. Tsubasa made a grab at the fox, but Tobai bit solidly into his hand, causing him to recoil. "Go," he growled, "I'll catch up." Izuku knew the last time they had gotten a hold of Tabu, the kitsune had needed serious medical attention, but he had initiated this fight, and he seemed confident. Izuku tightened his grip on his bag and slid out, breaking into a sprint when he knew the attention wasn't on him. He prayed Tobai would be okay and get out of this unscathed. The bell rang as he took his seat, both boys still outside. But soon enough the door slammed open and Bakugo stomped over. "What the F was that?" "Bakugo," the teacher warned, "please don't use that kind of language in the classroom." "Right." No comment on how he's grabbing him by the collar and hauling him out of his chair to loom over him. "Not important." Swearing, on the other hand. Man, Izuku was a jaded 6-year-old. "Did you think you could set your wild effing animal on us and people wouldn't know?" Now the teacher just looked equal parts confused and alarmed. "A wild animal? Are you hurt?" He released Izuku, letting the smaller boy fall back into his chair and whirled on the teacher. "We got effing mauled. Are you blind?" The whole class looked at the two of them. Tsubasa looked down at his hand and his eyes widened. "No way, it totally bit me on the hand." His hand was completely mark-free. Bakugo whirled around, trying to look at his back. But his uniform wasn't even ripped, claw and teeth marks nowhere to be found. Izuku murmured, glancing at the red shape darting into the room through the still open door. "If a wild animal attacked you, I couldn't possibly have anything to do with it. My quirk doesn't let me control animals or even talk to them." "Bakugo," the teacher sighed, "please sit down so we can begin class. If you find an injury, let me know and I'll send you to the nurse, okay?" Bakugo stared at Izuku, who just blinked back, then sat down. As soon as he turned to face the front, Izuku risked a glance down at Tobai, yawning at his side. "All good, Yabu," he murmured, "no match for me. I'm a master at pranks. Still, little tired. Can I chill on your lap until it's time to go home?" With the barest of nods, Tobai leapt up and curled tight, almost instantly asleep. Whatever he had done to convince them they were really getting hurt really tired him out, it seemed. Izuku avoided touching Tobai when he could help it, and the rest of the day passed without incident. Tobai stretched like a cat as they went to leave. "Man, Yabu, I feel great. Say, did you do anything to help me back there? Because I could do way more than usual." "Sure, it tired me out, but wow. Double pranking power." Izuku glanced down in confusion. "Help you? Not that I know of. I was just hoping you'd be okay. And they wouldn't hurt you again." Tobai pranced ahead, pouncing on a leaf. "Maybe I'm just getting stronger, then." Maybe." Tobai walked with a pep in his step, occasionally dashing forward and walking backwards to face Izuku. "If I am getting stronger, I can probably help you get stronger. We gotta work together, so we can be the best heroes together." "Well," Izuku smiled, "maybe we can practice in the woods and Shikami and Gamakichi can help us." Tobai chuffed lightly. "Kairu won't like it, no doubt, but he doesn't like most things that have to do with me." Gamakichi did not like it. "Green," he groaned, "I know your fox friend, but honestly, his methods of making you stronger are suspect at best." "You don't even know what I was going to suggest," Tobai griped. "And I know I wouldn't have liked it, but go on." Humor me, prove me right. Tobai huffed and sat on his haunches. We could work together and combine strengths. Gamakichi smacked his forehead. Drops of water flying out of his head. Possession, you wanted to possess him. I wouldn't put it that way. Shikamaori stroked his forked white beard. With the right arrangements, it could significantly boost both of their natural strengths by combining them. See, Washiro thinks it's a good idea. Shikamaori, Gama growled. You cannot be entertaining this. Contracts and wards would protect him, and he is called friend. Izuku passed over the cucumber for the day in an attempt to placate the kappa, and turned to Shikamaori. I thought possession was always bad. Tobai snorted. No way. Of course, don't go getting possessed by any yokai. Some of them won't give your body back, but I'd be super nice. You're my best friend. I'm not going to let you get hurt. The Tengu nodded. Exacting promises between the involved parties would ensure nothing would befoul the possession. We should, however, look into getting you wards. I am not adept in making preventative wards, so I'll have to ask around before we can attempt it, but it should be reasonably safe. Gamakichi grumbled, making bubbles break the creek's surface before he sighed and raised his head to talk. The boiler man could probably help. I could go visit tonight, when his shop is open, and arrange it. Green, you should come with. It would be good for you to meet him in case you need help and can't get to the forest in time. He's a good yokai, a Tsuchigumo, or spider spirit. Okay. Shikamaori hummed deeply and circled Izuku. We will need to do some preparation work, however. Despite being able to see yokai, your energy is not quite aligned with ours. To make the possession painless and seamless, you must learn energy conversion. It will open the avenue for many spiritual endeavors. He nodded, red nose bobbing. Very well. We shall spend this afternoon teaching you energy conversion in lieu of stealth. Gamakichi of the Creek, will you assist us in this attempt? Better me than the fox. Kairu, I thought we had something. The Tengu gestured to the bank. Sit, Green. Best to be closer to the ground in case something goes wrong. Izuku frowned worriedly. See, could something go wrong? Unlikely, but anything is possible. He sat gingerly on the moss and Gamakichi swam over. Tobai yipped in amusement. Welp, I'm going to go exploring. Don't get my best friend killed or you will regret it. Gamakichi rolled his fishy eyes. Don't get lost, Kit. Couldn't if I tried. With a flick of his tails, Tobai ducked behind a tree and went giggling off into the woods, leaving the three of them behind. With distractions out of the way, Shikamaori rumbled, we can begin. See if you can sense Gamakichi's energy. Perhaps close your eyes so you can focus more. Izuku obliged, shutting his eyes and taking a deep breath. He hadn't tried meditation before, but he imagined it would be something like this. You know Gamakichi is in front of you. Now you must sense him. Use your sight to see without seeing. Cryptic. His breathing slowed and the sound of the stream became muted. It was pleasant, and if he were tired, he could likely nap right here, sitting up. The world fell away, and all of a sudden, he could see Gamakichi. Everything about him spoke of water. From the well on the top of his head to the webs of his feet, it flowed from his heart to his extremities, coalescing in his heart, his head, and his gut. It reminded him completely of the stream the Kappa lived in. Quiet, but speaking of fierceness if you weren't careful. Pools that were deceptively deep, runs that were swift and hiding jagged rocks, but also gentle waters that soothed. I see you. The deep voice of the Tengu was more quiet than usual. Ah, very good. See if you can emulate that energy within yourself, converting your own energy to match. It was easy to imagine the stream. He had been visiting it for almost 4 years now, in the past 2.5 almost every single day. And he knew it as well as he knew his room. Finding his own energy was different. He could try and look inside, but it seemed empty. Oh, no, wait. There was a little glow. It was a dark glow, like the glow of the night when there was a new moon and the only light was the light of the stars. Enough to see, especially out in nature, but still dark, still quiet. It felt like it had just rained and the ground was still wet, the world suspended in perfect quiet. It was easy to take the fresh rain and enhance that, letting the water spread to the trees, the ground, the sky, until all was like a stream. Ah, I see. That seemed rather easy. It must have been a more compatible energy type. Izuku opened his eyes, feeling the water rushing through him like it was the blood in his veins. When your energies match, Shiko rumbled. Energy transfer is easier and more efficient, with far less backlash. Can I? Izuku murmured, marveling at the feeling. Can I do other things with this energy? Gamakichi grunted. You can. Energy transfer, like the bird said. It can go either way. That's why letting spirits know your name or getting possessed is bad. They can drain your energy for themselves, should they wish it. It makes them stronger, able to do more things, possibly even interact with humans outside of you. Energy exists in everything, but only cognizant creatures can change it. Or sorcerers. Sorcerers break a lot of rules. Izuku blinked. Sorcerers. Shikamaori rumbled in agreement. Humans who bind spirits or take their power through promises and favors and use yokai energy for themselves. Some found ways to draw energy from nature. It is technically possible for all. but the kodama don't like it, and I certainly don't either, not in my woods. What's a kodama? Gamakichi laughed, slapping the water. Well, he chuckled. They're creepy little sheets that live in trees, typically older trees. They are incredible minor spirits that are echoes of wind through trees, but generally they are a sign of a healthy forest. But why haven't I seen them yet? There are loads of trees in the forest, and I'm here all the time. You likely scare them, Shiko chuckled. They are rather shy. Unless you aligned your energy with nature, they likely wouldn't show themselves to you. Izuku looked back inside to find he was back with the moon dark energy. This time, instead of focusing on the dew on the ground, he focused on the trees around, the grass, and the earth beneath his feet. He frowned. The earth was different than the plants, but without it, would he be able to figure out how to align? He tentatively let the earth go, breathing deep. He could smell the pine and beech and maple of the forest, and his dark energy slowly turned the color of pine, then the color of emeralds, then the color of grass, and he breathed deep, smelling cut grass on a summer's day. He slowly opened his eyes and broke out into a smile. Across the stream, sitting on a root, was a small humanoid-shaped creature. Its face was 3 dots, like a bowling ball, and it was misshapen, like it tried to mimic a human head but didn't quite get it. Noticing him looking, it turned away and its head peeked over its shoulder. Another one, with a vastly smaller head, peeked out around the tree. Shikamaori was completely taken aback. You are quite good at changing your energy. You did not even have a reference. My energy is... Izuku fidgeted a moment, smiling softly at the kodama that were fading in and out of existence to look at him. It's dark, but not a scary dark. It feels like camping in the woods and waking up and looking at the stars. It's a little cold, a little wet, but it's really calm and peaceful. I just focus on the parts of that scene I want to be like. Gamakichi raised his brows. They were hairless, but they conveyed the meaning anyway. How interesting. A yin nature. I suppose it makes sense, being a human that can see spirits, that you would be far more in tune with spirit energy. Even without matching natures, you will have far less backlash than most. Yabu. Tobai came bursting into the clearing and everyone startled. Tobai, what's wrong? There's a weird bird. Izuku felt his face scrunch up. Weird how? Tobai bounded over, putting his paws on Izuku's legs, tails lashing furiously. He's like a hef. He feels really weird. Part in the spirit world, part out but not like you. He's split and it's weird. Also, he's a bird. I got that part. Izuku glanced at Shikamaori. Do you know anything about this? The Tengu shook his head. If it is as odd as the kitsune implies, it is new, for I have not seen it, nor have I sensed its presence. Tobai, will you lead me to this strange bird? Tobai nodded, determined. Yeah, Yabu, come on. Sure, Gamakichi muttered. Leave the kappa behind. Don't be skimping on news and don't get yourselves hurt. Izuku waved as the kappa sank back into the creek and set off at a run to follow Tobai and Shikamaori through the forest. He burst into a clearing and stopped. Oh, hello. The boy bowed. Raven had clearly why Tobai had considered the boy a weird bird. Greetings. I did not expect to find another in these woods. Oh boy, Tobai muttered. Another formal bird like Washiro. Izuku shushed the fox and turned back to the boy. What brings you to these woods? A bird-shaped shadow sprang out of the boy and the 2 yokai recoiled, Tobai hissing at the sudden appearance. I felt something cool, the spirit chirped, so Fumi decided to check it out. The bird is possessed by another bird. Izuku bit his lip at Tobai's mutter. Hello to you too. The boy sighed. This is Dark Shadow. I am Tokoyami Fumi. Wait, Izuku waved his hands. Don't. Full names are bad. The boy blinked. Forgive me. How may I introduce myself, then? Well, Izuku fidgeted. Some call me Green, one calls me Abu. No one else can call you that, just me. And you apparently can't. He doesn't want anyone else to use it, but you can call me Midori if you want. And then you give me a nickname to call you, so I don't have your name. Tokoyami nodded. Very well. Fumi. I call him Fumi, so you should too. Tokoyami's feathers ruffled up and he folded his arms. Dark Shadow, cease. Dark Shadow giggled. You feel like me, Midori. Izuku blinked. Like you. He closed his eyes briefly and reached out, realizing with a start that Dark Shadow had the same energy type as him. Oh, his eyes shot open. I do. Dark Shadow pulled at the boy, dragging him over to where Izuku was standing, and nuzzled into him. Fumi, this guy is great. Can he be our best friend? Hey, Tobai leaped up. Back off. Yabu is my best friend. Dark Shadow squinted and got really close to the bristling fox. You're fuzzy around the edges. Fumi, check it out. He feels funny. Tokoyami leaned down. I don't. How odd. I know something is there, but I cannot quite see it. On a whim, Izuku grabbed the bird boy's surprisingly human hand and let a little bit of energy leave him and enter the other 6-year-old. His russet eyes flashed a little and he blinked. Oh, a fox. Izuku smiled. This is Tobai, and over there is Shikamaori. The Tengu nodded. Greetings, birdkin. Tokoyami took in the appearance of the Tengu and nodded to himself. Greetings to you as well. May I ask, what is going on? the Tengu hummed. Before that, can you tell me the nature of your relationship with Dark Shadow as you know it? They are my quirk, nothing more. They dwell in my body and can assist me in things. We have been bonded for 3 years now, an early quirk manifestation. Shikami nodded. That is quite interesting. To create a bond with a spirit so young, and to enter into a symbiotic relationship is practically unheard of for most humans. Truly, quirks are quite bizarre. Tokoyami shifted. Spirit, I am afraid I do not understand. Tobai sniffed at Dark Shadow, who was still leaning down and cooing at the fox. It's pretty simple, you're kind of possessed, but something about your quirk or whatever makes that not a bad thing. Maybe you knew whoever your spirit buddy was before they became a spirit. Have any dead siblings? Tobai, Izuku scolded. Stop it. You can't just ask people that. Dark Shadow sat back. I like you guys. We definitely have to be friends. Fumi, can we be friends with them? Izuku smiled. I'd love to be friends with you guys, if you don't mind. He blushed and looked away. I don't have many, being the ghost kid. Tokoyami considered for a moment, before nodding slightly. I would like that. It is nice to meet you, Midori. You may call me Fumi. He looked away, feathers standing up a bit as Dark Shadow cackled. Yes, kid, we're going to be best of friends. Tabu stuck out his tongue. Doubt it. Birds are lame. Dark Shadow just laughed. Izuku blinked. Oh, it's almost dinner time. Shiko, can you tell Gama I'll be back later? The Tengu pursed his lips. I have a bad feeling. I will escort you home. Tobai leapt to his feet. I'll beat you back. I'm sure Masuno has something totally delicious for dinner, and I want to get first dibs. See you there. Izuku smiled as the kitsune disappeared back into the undergrowth. It was nice meeting you. Fumi, Izuku smiled shyly at the other boy. It'd be nice to see you again. Tokoyami nodded. And you. This forest has indeed proved interesting. Izuku waved at Dark Shadow, who was vigorously waving back, and Shiko followed him out of the woods. I thought you couldn't leave the forest, he commented mindlessly. I am the protector of the forest, it is true. Izuku didn't notice Shikami glancing at his bushy green hair as the Tengu deftly avoided the question. Oi, Deku. Izuku tensed and stopped. Oh, Kakin. Bakugo sneered. Coming out of the woods, are you? Does Auntie know where you go? Man, she must be worried sick. Her worthless son off all by himself, playing make-believe in the forest. Izuku clenched his fists as Shikami, but a hand on his shoulder. It's not make-believe. Just because you can't see them doesn't mean they aren't real. Tsubasa doubled over laughing. Oh my god, just admit you're quirkless already. Yaokai are myths. Maybe you just saw someone's laundry and thought it was a ghost? Real, are they? Bakugo snickered. Prove it, Deku. The hand on his shoulder tightened and Izuku set his jaw. He had been having a pretty good day. Before this, he had made a new friend, and a mostly human one at that, with a cool spirit, quirk attached, and he had learned about energy and energy transfer so he could get stronger and make other people and Yaokai stronger. Yaokai did things with their power, things that affected reality to a certain extent. Gamakichi used his water energy to heal people. Tobai had been using his energy, whatever it was, to cast illusions and trick people. Could Izuku do something similar? Without taking his eyes off the two bullies, he reached inside himself. He didn't know any spells or anything, but forcing it out should do something. Green, do not. Too late. Izuku felt the energy drain out of him, but it didn't go out into the air. Shikami, who had recoiled as soon as he felt the welling of power within the small boy, had absorbed it all. Izuku blinked away black spots as Bakugo and Tsubasa scrambled backwards away from a suddenly very real Tengu that was looming over them with a furious expression on his face. Begone, he thundered. And take your disbelief with you. They wasted no time in scrambling backwards and out of the park, leaving Izuku swaying on his feet. Shikami grabbed the boy. Green, you must take the energy back. You forced out too much at once, and it is costing you. You will not last if you do not. His voice faded and Izuku briefly heard him curse as darkness overtook his vision. Izuku felt bad. Like, really bad. Are you sure I'm not dead bad? He remembered being mad and reaching inside to try some magic and how it had gone horribly wrong. But he was clearly not laying in the park right now, so he had no idea what had happened between expelling most or all of his energy and passing out. It was warm, though, and something about it was familiar. It reminded of his mom's favorite tea, that she only brought out after really long days. It smelled nice, like herbs that would usually go to make aromatic scents in the kitchen, and every time he had been able to wheedle a sip out of her, it had tasted warm, settling through him and making all the aches and pains go away. That was what everything around him felt like, coupled with the soft futon he was in, but he could only blearily open his eyes and all he saw was brown with an orange glow. Oh shit, Greenie's awake. Old man. He blinked away the fog to see a woman in a pink worker's outfit, but from like 300 years ago. She grinned at him, blowing her bangs out of her eyes. Hey, Squirt, it's been a while. Lin, oh hey, was the old man talking about me? The scoundrel. We've never been formally introduced, have we? She looked him up and down. But yeah, nice to officially meet you, Izuku. I'm Lin. Where am I? The back door slammed open and Kamaji himself bundled in, using his arms to push himself forward, small legs not even touching the ground. Izuku, thank goodness. The bird looked incredibly worried, but if you've woken up and it's not morning yet, you should be fine. Here, Lin, help him sit up. Drink this, slowly. Izuku blinked in confusion as Lin helped him up, and Kamaji's hands were a flurry of movement. Some tucked him in, patting the purple comforter and smoothing it out, others fretting and fiddling, and one coming behind his head to help him drink. It tasted almost exactly like his mother's tea. Kamaji, hush, questions can come later. How are you feeling? He considered. Tired. Lin snorted. Duh, you basically almost died. That's enough to tire anyone out. Kamaji bopped her on the head. Quiet, you. Make yourself useful and tell our guest he's awake. She grumbled, but left for the front of the store. Oh, Izuku blinked, looking around. I'm in the back room. There was a great big boiler, opening every once in a while that filled the room with heat. On top, beside the chimney, was a great tank of water that would let off steam every so often. More pipes led into the ground, going completely out of sight. Carrying coal to the boiler were little black puffballs that didn't give Izuku a second glance, simply tossing in their burdens and fleeing back to the little mouse holes carved into a wall, coming out with more coal. Soot sprites, Kamaji explained. Terrible workers, but they get the job done and I don't have to pay them in anything other than sprinkles. Normally, soot sprites live in abandoned places, leaving when someone takes up residence and floating away on the wind to find new places to live. Of course, that's only when humans take up residence. Spirits or spirits or spirits. You and Lin, you aren't human, are you? He chuckled, bushy mustache twitching. No, my boy, we are not. You can imagine my surprise when two humans found my shop not once, but twice, and one could see me for what I really am. Izuku slowly started connecting the dots. Oh, are you the boiler man? The Tsuchigumo. Gamakichi almost broke the door down at that moment. Green, you idiot. What were you thinking? He was wearing a metal cap to protect his water divet, but he wasted no time in coming over and fretting. Honestly, we never should have taught you energy conversion in the first place. We should have known you would be reckless with it and do something foolish. What if Shikami hadn't been able to take you to the boiler man? What if some foul yokai preyed on your innocent nature to get stronger? Good grief, boy. Izuku smiled tiredly. Sorry, Gama. I was just so mad at Kakin for calling me a liar again. But it's okay, see. Kamaji and Lin helped me. Gamakichi paused before sighing in exasperation. Of course you would already have met the boiler man. Great Susanoo, you gave me a heart attack. What were you even trying to do? Izuku shifted and looked away, guilty. I know you and Tobai use her energy to do magic things, so I wanted to see if I could do something to prove it too. Kamaji clicked his tongue. Dangerous, when you don't know what you're doing. Without focus, the energy would have just scattered to the wind, and every yokai in the area would have known where you were. What energy type is he? Gama frowned. Yin. Shikami had strong yin energy. Yin. Izuku's brow furrowed. Like yin and yang. Kamaji hummed. I suppose it makes sense. A boy who can see spirits, having the spirit energy. It certainly makes recovery easier, and is extremely easy to match other energy types. Gama nodded. Yin is the energy of the moon, spirits, darkness, and also technically femininity, but that's something only humans care about. Yang, on the other hand, is all body, the sun, and light. Some energies are closer to yin, some to yang, but regardless, your power lies in yin, or literally in spirits. You might be able to do things like me and Tobai, but only with a lot of practice. Still, if you still want to work with your fox on the possession aspect, you'll have plenty of natural safeguards and it will be pretty easy and painless. Izuku smiled, then startled, looking around in panic. Oh no, how late is it? Does my mom know where I am? And is Shiko okay? Izuku, Kamaji muttered, calm down. Your Tengu is fine, and found the kitsune and your mother before the energy ran out and was able to explain. She cannot find this place without you, but if we need to keep you past the dawn, we'll send Lin to let her know. Izuku blinked and relaxed. Wait, you know my name. Isn't that bad? He snorted. Typically, yes, but I've dealt with names for a long time, and have no desire to get into the name business. I'll leave that to the hag. In addition, you did not give me your name. Your mother only ever called you by your given name. Of course, I know your last name, again because of your mother, but neither Lin nor I plan to do anything with this knowledge, and we cannot give away what has not been given, so even if I say it out loud, Gamakichi here, for example, will be unable to do anything with it. But good of you to be cautious, you've been taught well. Izuku giggled as Gamakichi puffed up in pride, muttering about how would have given his name away a long time ago if not for me, and Lin popped back in. It's almost dawn, customers are heading out and we're closing up soon. Am I making a stop? Gamakichi immediately darted over and put a clammy hand on his forehead. He murmured. If we can get some food in him, he'll be fine, but no spirit stuff for a whole day. Go home after school. Do not come see us or we will send you back. Izuku wrapped the kappa in a hug, then hugged the Tsuchigumo as well, who looked rather startled. Thank you so much. I promise I will never do that again and I'll stay super safe. Lin snorted. Yeah, right, Greenie. With your luck we'll see you before the year's out. The old man would miss you too much otherwise. Speaking of, she pressed on, ignoring Kamaji's protests. Give the kid his talisman already. You spent all night fretting over it to forget it now. He grumbled, but stretched an arm to a little cubby and brought out a necklace with a very tiny vial on it. Izuku held it up to the light and saw green and brown dust. Herbs prevent any uninvited guests, but won't protect you if you let them in. Should also ward off those with ill intent. In a pinch, can be used as a tea, but it's nasty and also poison unless you are literal seconds away from death. Try not to need it. Izuku slipped the cord over his neck, tucking the tiny vial into his shirt where it rested by his sternum. It was long, maybe so he could grow into it without needing to replace the cord. Thanks Kamaji, Lin, Gama. I'm going home now. They all said goodbye as he dashed out the door. Jiji, huh? Lin burst out laughing. For a frog, you're pretty funny. For a toad, you're pretty alright. She shrugged. I'll take it. But yeah, he's called the old man that since the kid was like a year old when he first came in, sick as a radish. Don't tell the old man, but I'm certain he likes it. The old man is still right here. What are you gonna do? Fire me? I wish. Go to bed, you useless woman. Lin snorted again and patted Gamakichi on the arm. Take care of the kid for us, eh? Gamakichi sighed. A difficult job, but I do try my hardest. Tobai was crying in shame when he got home, claiming it was his fault Izuku had gotten so hurt. If I had been with Yabu, he wailed, and not been desperate for food, I could have fought off those bullies just like last time. I'm a failure. I don't deserve to be Yabu's best friend. No consoling words made him feel better, but Izuku just got him to promise to be his bodyguard at school, and that seemed to lift his spirits somewhat. Could he still use that phrase? His mom fretted over him a lot too, but after the arm-breaking debacle, she had learned that spirit medicine was arguably better than human medicine, plus, this had been a spirit problem. She did make him promise to never do that again and give her a heart attack, but she was grateful she had been able to meet Shikamaru, however briefly, and the Tengu had been quick to explain before fading from view. Breakfast was good, light and filling, and then he was off to school, Tobai prowling purposefully at his side. He wasn't late, but he was one of the last people in the classroom, and conversation died as soon as he entered the room. He could feel his classmates staring and whispering as he gingerly sat down in his seat. He briefly looked up and met Tsubasa's eyes. The boy flinched and looked away. Tobai's ears flicked. Why are they calling you the demon kid? You're perfectly human. Oh, Bakugo and Tsubasa must have already told everyone what had happened. On one hand, no one was calling him the ghost kid, and no one was calling him quirkless. On the other hand, there didn't look to be much improvement in people willing to talk to him. The day was quiet until lunch, when he sat down at the tree again. Someone 2 grades above him came up to him. He had never seen them before in his life. I hear you can summon demons. Is that true? I don't summon them. I can just see them and sometimes I can make other people see them too. They sneered. Great, can you summon me an Oni? My mom's being a real bitch and I want to teach her a lesson. They walked away laughing, but Izuku just curled in on himself. This was definitely worse. Occasionally, kids would come up and ask to see the Tengu, but when he said he wasn't here right now, they accused him of lying. At one point, Tobai had had enough and showed himself to them, snapping at them and making them run away screaming and laughing, calling him a demon boy. It stung, even if it was true. He was a demon boy. He could see them and talk to them and touch them when no one else could. And he even had spirit energy. He was the weird 6-year-old none of the aunties in the neighborhood would give him candies like the other children. And he had heard them say Porinko more than once when they thought he couldn't hear them. His only friends were creatures of myth and legend that no one else could see unless he almost killed himself to make them visible. Yabu, you look gloomy. How can I chase away your sadness as a good bodyguard? Izuku smiled down at the fox. Sorry, Tobai, I don't think you can chase this away. Just thinking. Tobai huffed. Then stop. That one hero you like, all night, or whatever, he always saves people with a smile, right? Well, we gotta do that too, so we can be cool heroes too. A hero. Would Demon Boy follow him there, too? Could he even do anything? If his only ability was to give power to a spirit and then pass out, would he have to rely on Tobai's possession and illusions, Gama's healing, and Shiko's stealth training? Well, yes, Tobai, he said carefully. Do you want to try out that possession after school? Tobai, he wheedled, I'm all good. Plus, you wanted to try this just as much as I did. Tobai was sitting on his hunches on the couch, back facing Izuku. No, he yipped. Kairu said no spirit stuff. I'm not letting you get hurt. And what better way to keep me safe than by possessing me and sharing power? Tobai glared over his shoulder. No, Yabu, I'm guarding you. not possessing you. But imagine, Izuku tried, if tomorrow we haven't practiced at all and I'm getting attacked and I don't have time to match energies, so we can't do it. We should at least work out the contract or whatever, right? Nope. Inko popped her head in the room and he withered under the raised eyebrow of his mom. Izuku, she said sweetly, are you trying to convince Tobai to help you break the doctor's orders? Mom, Gama isn't a real doctor. He was the provider of your medical care, dear, he counts. Izuku groaned and slouched on the couch. I don't understand why I couldn't do hide and seek with Shiko like normal. There is no spirit stuff in that at all. Actually, Tobai chuffed, Washiro has a fever. Too much of a good thing and he was not ready for it. Oh no, I hurt Shiko. Nah, he'll be fine, he's just grouchy. Tobai circled back around and curled up on Izuku's lap, belly up and paws waving in the air. Now, I think it's time for us to watch a movie and ignore your pitiful attempts to coerce me into making Kairu mad. You can pick. Izuku sighed. Fine, let's watch Robin Hood, the animated one. Mom chuckled. Oh, I wonder why you picked that one. Tobai rolled over to face the TV as his Masuno set it up, and his ears pricked as the rooster walked on screen, paying careful and rapt attention. Yeah, anyone who had seen this movie knew why Izuku had picked it. Psst, Tobai. The kitsune groaned and stretched, angrily flicking his tails. Yabu, go back to bed. Tobai, it's past midnight. So, that means we should be asleep. It also means it is technically the next day. Amber eyes narrowed, glowing in the darkness. Yabu, Tobai, in the morning. Technically it is. No, actual morning, when the sun is out. Go to bed. But Tobai. Izuku raised an eyebrow and smiled, murmuring around the pause. You do that anyway, since you gravitate to my neck when you sleep. I will lay on your face. Sleep. Don't make me wake up Masuno. Izuku paused, then sighed in defeat, curling back up under the covers. Tomorrow, he yawned, we're doing this. Tobai was rudely awakened by being shoved off the bed. No, he did not scream. And if he did, it's because that's a normal sound foxes make. Tobai, Izuku whisper yelled, the sun is shining. Come on, let's go. Tobai just looked at him. Izuku rolled his eyes. You're awake. Now let's do this. We have to do a contract or make promises, right? Tobai grumbled and picked himself up off the floor, tails flicking in irritation. Yabu, I am not a bad fox, but right now you are trying my patience. Did you even sleep? Yes, it's the best way to pass the time. Tobai jumped back on the bed, sitting primly across from his best friend and adopted little brother. You're like 6, which is like 16 in kitsune years. How are you wide awake right now? Izuku completely ignored him. So, promises. I guess you have to promise to leave when I want you to, and not try to possess me without permission. Tobai sighed. Yeah, and we both have to promise to share power. It has to be mutual. But yeah, I, Tobai, swear on my Hoshi no Tama that I will not possess Yabu with malicious intent, will relinquish control when asked, and will share my power with him. Now you go. I, Izuku, or Yabu, swear on my given name that I will not use Tobai and his power for ill intent. I will allow him to possess me, and I will share my power with him. Is that good? Tobai nodded. You bound it to your given name when you said it, Yabu, so now neither of us can break this promise, or bad things happen. Tobai chuffed in amusement. No, I mean we can't break it. The promise won't let us. Izuku nodded slowly. Okay, that's good. Your Hoshi no Tama. What is that? Tobai blinked and snickered. Oh, that's right, I never told you, huh? All kitsune have one, it's our marble. It contains all our power and we keep it super safe because if someone has it they can make us do anything. It's like our name, and if someone steals it we really want it back. Oh, Izuku muttered, isn't that dangerous? What's that human saying? With great power comes great responsibility. Something like that. All strong yokai have a failsafe like that, to stop them from being too overpowered, I guess, but we hide it well. Izuku nodded then straightened. Okay, so now I just have to match your energy, right? Tobai huffed, tails swinging lazily. My Todd and Mam always called it chakra, but if Kairu wants to call it energy, sure. Izuku closed his eyes and reached out for Tobai. His energy, or chakra, was bright orange and bubbling, reminding him of fire. He changed his own to match. Uo, fast. Now don't freak out. In another instant, the world got small and large at the same time, and Izuku sucked in a breath. Suddenly, everything was so much clearer, smells were sharper, and he could hear the birds tweeting outside. He clenched his fingers and winced when he felt sharp pricks. He looked down to see he had grown claws. Whoa, man, Yabu, your well of chakra feels bottomless. He startled. Tobai, yeah, I can see why Washiro got sick. You have a lot of stuff to give. It's like comparing a pond to a lake. The water will overflow. Now let's walk around. I want to check us out in the mirror. Izuku gently set clawed and padded feet on the ground, marveling. What would he see looking in the mirror? He stood up and almost tipped over, bracing himself on his dresser. Oh, tails. Right, those will help you balance, but you aren't used to them. Just stand and move them around and you should get used to them pretty fast. Izuku blinked and craned his neck to see 2 long foxtails coming out of his tailbone, pushing his pajama pants down just a little bit. They were the same orange-red as Tobai, ending in white tips. He experimentally willed them to move and was delighted when they did, swishing back and forth. He patted them with his free hand and giggled. He took a tentative step forward and the extra weight on his back became background noise. And he did feel far more balanced already. Man, I feel like this will make me good at yoga for some reason. Tobai snorted. If that's what you want, sure. Being flexible will probably help with hero stuff, and you can move around a lot better. We're gonna be the best, Yabu. Now hurry up and go to the bathroom. Izuku obliged, stepping silently on his padded feet. He stopped briefly to look at the bottom of them and found the pads of his toes and the front of his foot had darkened to a dark brown, thickening. Tobai, I have toe beans. I know, isn't it awesome? He giggled and kept creeping to the bathroom. Combined with the stealth training he had been getting for months now, there was no way anyone who didn't have super hearing could hear him. Wait, Tobai, do I have super hearing now? I don't know if I would call it super hearing, but it will definitely be enhanced, because you got fox senses now, baby. You're welcome. I know, I'm the coolest and bestest friend you've ever had. That was true even before the possession. Whatever reply Tobai could have given was cut off by their entrance into the bathroom, and Izuku sucked in a breath. On top of his head were 2 fox ears, starting a dark green, almost black at the base and turning into the fiery orange of Tobai's fur. He could flick them and rotate them to pick up sounds from different angles better. His eyes were still green, but the pupils had straightened a little and were ringed with amber. His eyes were far less round than they had been, looking more like a fox's, and they turned up just slightly, lined a little in black. His mouth curved into a smile as he watched. But it wasn't just bright and sunny as it usually was, it also had a mischievous tilt to it. He opened his mouth to speak and froze, opening his mouth wider to ogle the canines he now had, both top and bottom, sharp like fangs. Yabu, we look great. Izuku grinned, admiring his elongated canines in the mirror. Everything was so sharp, and he had no doubt it was his modified eyes. He flicked his ear and caught the sound of his mother in the kitchen and he grinned, bounding out on quiet feet. Mesuno. She startled and he blinked. Oh, Tobai's influence was strong. Izuku, what are you doing awake this early? Does it have something to do with your new... Oh goodness, you did that thing you were telling me about, didn't you? Yep, he yipped, and it felt weird, but he pressed on. And it's so cool. Look at my teeth. He stretched his mouth wide and she leaned in obligingly, blinking. Oh my, she murmured, those look rather sharp. Don't go biting anyone, now. She pat him on the head, in between his ears, and he preened, reveling in the sensation. Oh yeah, that's the spot. Now you will know the joys of a good pet, Yabu. Izuku chuffed with delight. Tobai's right, that feels nice. His mom chuckled lightly. Well, since you're up, let me make breakfast. School isn't for another hour and a half. Speaking of, will you both be like this for school? Izuku blinked. I dunno. We should probably see how long we can last. And it would be nice to get used to this more, and it would probably. Right, she laughed. Then I will send you with a note, in case anyone wonders what's going on. She set the rice on and Izuku took a deep sniff, sighing. Mom, can we have tofu for breakfast? She snorted. Of course, dear. Something tells me that between the two of you, you'll hardly eat anything but, oh yeah, tofu. This is gonna be great. Izuku stood on tiptoes, just on the pads on his feet, and watched her make breakfast. It smelled even better than usual. It was halfway through last period when Izuku blinked sluggishly, sneezed, and everything dulled. Tobai yawned on his desk. That was what, 8 hours? At least. Izuku blinked, ignoring the class that was staring, and muttered back. Closer to 9, but yes, chakra is still matching yours. And we're just tired. Let's eat the snacks I saved and see if that does anything to help. Tobai nodded. After school snacks for the win. We saved the tofu crisps, didn't we? Izuku nodded and pulled the baggie out, offering some to Tobai and eating the rest himself. Wanna try that for the next time we play hide and seek with Shiko? Duh, Washiro won't be able to find us working together. They spent the rest of the class in silence, Izuku pointedly ignoring his classmates. They had been shocked to see him that morning, with Bakugo and Tsubasa flinching away upon seeing him. But by now the novelty of Kitsune Izuku had worn off, plus he was back to normal now and talking to himself like usual. It had been a good day. So you've done nothing since yesterday? Yes, and you're fully rested? Yep. Tobai, is he telling the truth? The Kitsune in question stretched, yawning. Yeah, sure. Gamakichi narrowed his eyes. If you start feeling tired, we're canceling this immediately. Izuku grinned. Okay, Gama. Now, Shiko, hide and seek. The Tengu huffed. It is not hide and seek. It is an exercise in stealth, but yes. Tobai snickered. Great, let's play. He bounded off into the underbrush and Izuku hurried to follow, immediately quieting his steps. They looked at each other, then Tobai jumped inside of him. Immediately, everything was sharper, including the mutterings of the numbers from Shiko, and Izuku bounded off, having discarded his shoes a while ago to put his feet in the creek. The pads of his feet thumped softly against the tree branches as he bolted away. Yabu, that tree looks like something we can jump, but not normally climb. Izuku grinned and crouched, leaping daintily onto a branch, almost stumbling but letting his tail stop him from overcorrecting. Tobai giggled in his head. Washiro will never find us now. Here, let me make an illusion real quick. Feeling his hands move and his energy change a little was weird, but soon there was the image of human footprints leading in the opposite direction from where they were. Can I do that too? He thought, like when we're working together. Probably. Just another thing you'd have to get used to. But I bet eventually you could do it without my help if you get good enough. Of course, you'll never be as good an illusion master as me, but you'll have an excellent teacher. Izuku had to suppress a snort as his ears picked up the light click of Shikamaware's shoes on a tree root, and he stood perfectly still. The sound faded. Eventually, Izuku and Tobai both got bored, and Tobai decided to teach him some illusions. So, one illusion's pretty much everybody is good at is a spirit orb, which just looks like blue fire, honestly. Most of the time it can only burn spirit stuff, but otherwise it's just used as spooky lights. Super fun to prank people with. Here, watch me do it the first time. Tobai briefly took over, forming a cold blue fire in between their clawed hands, and Izuku did his best to memorize the sensation. Right, I'm gonna pass control over to you, try and maintain it. The flame instantly sputtered and Izuku lightly bit his lip, mindful of the sharp teeth, and focused hard, feeding it a little energy to maintain it. Heck yeah, Yabu, first try. As your fabulous teacher, you are most welcome. Now let it go out and try to make your own. Izuku reluctantly let it go, hands instantly warming a little, and he hummed lightly. Why is it cold, if it's fire? Because it's spirit fire. I dunno, it just is. Maybe because it's blue. He stuck his tongue out a little and tried to remember the feeling of when Tobai had molded the chakra into the ball of fire, and managed to get a tiny blue spark. He frowned and tried again, pouring in a little more energy into the startup. His hands exploded and he fell backwards out of the tree, managing to land on his feet barely, and he looked up, shocked. The whole tree was slowly being consumed by blue, and Kodama were looking at the tree sadly, popping up from all around. What on earth green? Izuku blinked as Shikamawari landed. Goodness, Tobai, what were you teaching him? Spirit fire is dangerous. Izuku huffed. No, he didn't do anything bad. I just put too much chakra into it and it exploded. How do I put it out before it kills the tree? Shiko narrowed his eyes in displeasure. You should have informed us. You both went ahead with the possession. You can call the energy back into yourself, but be careful or you will get burned. Tobai, I expect you to help him, instead of teaching him something reckless. Izuku pushed down the indignation they were both feeling and turned to the tree with a glare. Careful, Yabu, it really can burn you. Just try and bring it close, like we're holding it in our hands. It's just bigger now. He closed his eyes and felt the world light up around him, the spiritual energy clear as day. It still had traces of his and Tobai's chakra in it, so he could use that to draw it in. Carefully, he pulled it from the slowly withering nature energy of the tree and drew it to the air in front of him. He could feel it get colder around him as it approached. He hesitantly opened his eyes to see an incredibly dense swirl of blue fire in front of him, the tree only looking mildly singed. Now what? I've got this part. Tobai made them take a deep breath in and the fire dimmed slowly, energy leaving as he sucked it in. After 2 more breaths, the fire was small enough to just let wink out. He felt something smack his head and he rubbed it, irritated, before turning to the irate Tengu. That was incredibly reckless, on both of your accounts. Not only did you try things without supervision, but you lied to us about your activities of the day. You were both incredibly irresponsible. And I am sure Gamakichi will also scold you when we return. Izuku could feel his tail swishing. Aren't you happy we figured it out? All on our own. We're stronger and faster and better. You couldn't even find us. So we accidentally lit a tree on fire, but we fixed it, so it's fine. I have to learn more or I'm never going to be strong enough to take care of myself and others. I want to be a hero, one who helps people. And I can't do that if every time I learn something new, you get mad. Shikamaori stopped, taken aback. You think I am angry? Izuku folded his arms. What else would you be? Green. I was terrified. He stilled, but the Tengu continued. I was the one to teach you energy conversion, and it almost killed you. If we had not gotten to the boiler man in time, I shudder to think what would have happened to you. We were worried and concerned for you, and we didn't want you to get hurt again. That's why we didn't want you to try any spirit things without us. When I saw the plume of fire, I had assumed something was attacking you or the forest. He shifted, frowning and looking away. I was never angry with you, only fearful. Izuku stared before he could feel tears welling up in his eyes. He was certain they were a combination of both his and Tobai's, but he lunged forward and hugged Shikamaru, clutching him tightly with a sob. I'm sorry. We didn't mean to worry you. A hand patted him gently on the head. I know, Green, Tobai. Please, if you are attempting something in the future, have some form of supervision, preferably from an older yokai who is well versed in what you are attempting. It does not have to be me or Gamakichi, but please stay safe. He nodded, burying his face further in the warm and real spirit. Tobai agreed as well. They would stay safe. He would keep Nabu safe. Hide and seek got cut short, Shiko dragging them back to the creek where Gama did indeed tear them a new one for being reckless and giving him a heart attack. But he also begrudgingly told them both good job on figuring out the possession and getting good at it to the point neither of them noticed. Washiro then said that if they wanted to do the stealth training together, they could, but he would be increasing the difficulty by actually flying around. They would also not be allowed to hole up in one place, but would have to move around constantly. It sounded both terrible and fun, which meant it was sure to increase their stealth. Gama also agreed to start teaching Izuku about water chakra, which wasn't just used to heal, but also dealt with poisons and other fun things like that. Izuku was going to stick to the healing for now, and Fumi came back. Izuku, through Tobai, recognized his scent and immediately ran to the boy, all grins. The bird boy flustered, you are now part fox. Izuku giggled. Tobai and I figured out possession. Dark Shadow chirped. Like me. Wow, Fumi, I love these guys. They're like us. The combination of the long test run that day and the fire soon had them splitting apart. But Tobai was content to curl up on Izuku's shoulders while they walked through the forest, talking about yokai and spirits. You have seen ghosts. He hummed. Only a couple, and not often. Most of them are pretty calm and non-threatening. But you do have to be careful. Still, it's been fun to help them with what they need. There's one in the grocery store that I play games with sometimes, so they don't cause trouble. He bit his lip. I have seen an Onryo once. They're vengeful spirits, and you generally want to steer clear, but I didn't realize until I got close. I was fine, but it was scary. Fumi nodded. Still, you faced a force of darkness and came out unscathed. It is a feat not many can claim, and there is still time to grow and learn. Perhaps one day, you will have the knowledge to cleanse them from this plane. Izuku nodded, smiling. Yeah, maybe. They talked more, Dark Shadow rambling about energy and stuff they had felt, until the sun was starting to go down, and it was time to leave. It was nice to see you again. Izuku called as he waved. I'm in the forest most days after school if you are ever in the area. Fumi bowed, Dark Shadow waving gleefully behind him, and they went their separate ways. For a moment, he was worried that a 6-year-old was out at dark. Then remembered that one, he was also 6 and out this late, and 2, Fumi had Dark Shadow, just like Izuku had Tobai. They would be fine, and he'd see them again, hopefully soon. It was Saturday, a day that everyone took off. Kamakichi insisted he spend the weekend resting and thinking about what he had learned that week, and it had been that way for months. Izuku was 7 1/4, Tobai gleefully pointing out that at 31, he was still the older one, even if you translated him into human years. Izuku didn't really get it, but Tobai insisted he was the big brother of the group, and it made him happy, so Izuku was more than happy to just shrug and nod. Today, they were going to the aquarium with Fumi and Dark Shadow, plus both of their moms. The two had gone along wonderfully, and were so glad their boys had found someone to call a friend. The Tokoyamis didn't live too far away, but it was enough to be 2 schools away, and they took a train to get to the aquarium. And Ko had been seeing spirits more and more recently, even without Izuku holding on to her and sharing his sight. Shikamaru thought it was because he was putting out a little energy all the time, and she was absorbing it since they lived in the same house. Izuku was just glad she could see his friends. The aquarium was pretty big, especially to the 2 7-year-olds. Actually, it was Fumi's birthday soon, which is why they were going to the aquarium in the first place. Izuku's eyes lit up as he saw Gang Orca was there giving tours today. He immediately turned to his feathered friends with imploring eyes. Fumi blinked, then looked back to see the pro hero inside, nodding. Mother, may we go see Gang Orca? She snorted. Sure, Fumi, it's your birthday. Let's go. Izuku was practically bouncing, Tobai prancing ahead of him to sniff the hero for any traps or something. But of course, found none. With so many people around, there were unlikely to be spirits about, especially at this bright time of day. Your Gang Orca. The killer whale glanced down in surprise at Izuku's no doubt glowing smile and nodded, rumbling. I am indeed. And what is your name, young one? You can call me Izuku. I am called Fumikage, and this is Dark Shadow. Dark Shadow came out briefly to curl around Fumi's neck and wave. Gang Orca nodded. It is wonderful to meet you both. Now, how can I help you? Izuku thrust out a small notebook that was mostly for detailing spirit sightings so he could get better at spotting and identifying them, but he flipped to the back. Can I have your autograph, Mr. Gang Orca, sir? He chuckled, which produced a curious clicking sound, and gently took the offered pad and pen. Of course, it is not often one so small does not see me and run. You don't find me scary looking. Izuku snorted. Nope, I've seen way worse. Gang Orca looked a little taken aback at that, but quick and doting smiles from both mothers and the rolling of eyes from the other child quickly quelled any worries he had, and he returned the sign pad with a smile. Are you fine folk interested in a tour of the aquarium, or do you just want to wander? Izuku looked at Fumi and shrugged. He didn't really mind either way, but it was Fumi's birthday. Fumi bowed slightly to the pro. Perhaps another time. The hero nodded. Have fun, then. They walked off, Izuku slipping his pad back into his pocket and slipping the pen behind his ear. Okay, what are we gonna see first? Tobai pronounced around. Oh, can we see the orange ones from the movie about finding the lost one? Clownfish from Finding Nemo. Yeah, that one. Dark Shadow nodded eagerly. Let's find all the fish from Nemo. Izuku giggled and grabbed Fumi's hand. The other boy let him drag him to the saltwater section of the aquarium. And there were indeed some sea anemones and clownfish, but Tobai was sorely disappointed that they weren't as vibrantly orange as he had been expecting. They look more yellow, he huffed. Not orange or red like me. No fun, shark time. The shark tunnel was indeed next, thankfully, so they didn't have to go far, and all four boys looked up in wonder as sharks of all different kinds passed around them. There was a diver down in the tank with them, a guild employee who was cleaning the teeth of the nurse sharks, inspecting them for any bad things, and she waved at them as they stared. The both startled and waved back, making her laugh, sending bubbles to the surface. Izuku really liked the pair of blacktip sharks that would sometimes pass overhead. They always swam together, only deviating occasionally before circling back around. Sometimes one would bump their nose into the other one, almost like a reassurance they were there. It made him happy. When it came time to feed the sharks, the blacktips hung back, letting the bigger and meaner sharks eat first. They were almost timid, but soon they saw a window and managed to get their share, after the large great white and others had already gone. Izuku could understand them. They visited the turtles next, Tobai consistently making comments about Gama, or Kairu, and how these must be his brethren. Both Fumi and Izuku pointed out how he called the kappa a frog, not a turtle, but Tobai waved them off, gleefully eyeing the shelled creatures that came in all shapes and sizes in the large tank. Next, they went into a small off-room with a small shin-height pool that curved around and had children of all ages inspecting the water and reaching their hands in. The two of them bounded over, Tobai choosing to not get too close to the water. Inside the pool were small stingrays, starfish, horseshoe crabs, and small sharks. According to the signs, the sharks were both bamboo and epaulette sharks. The bamboo sharks had broad stripes, while the epaulettes were spotted, and they could touch them. Eventually, after a few seconds of gushing over the smooth skin of the rays, Tobai couldn't help himself and came over, putting his paws on the side of the touch pool and leaning in to delicately sniff the water. Whoa, he muttered. These are like weird. Those sharks are like the foxes of the sea. They have the long face. We're practically twins. Izuku snorted. Does that mean you want to stay here and hang out with your brethren? Should we send you into the touch pool and leave you here? Tobai bristled, even as Fumi and Dark Shadow snickered. No way, Yabu. You know I don't like water. I just think the sharks are cool. Well, maybe if one comes close enough to the surface you can pet it. A bamboo shark was tempted over and let Tobai nose it a little before swimming off to get pet more by other children. Izuku felt something weird and looked up, frowning. Nothing really looked out of the ordinary, but his eyes kept being drawn back to a woman in a red skirt. She looked rather pale, and was sadly inspecting the faces of everyone in the room before she sighed and ducked out, walking away. Next, there was a dolphin show going on, and they got good seats. Despite Dark Shadow trying to volunteer Fumi for the show, neither of them were picked. They did, however, get splashed by a mischievous dolphin, much to the annoyance of Tobai and Fumi. Neither Dark Shadow nor Izuku minded the water all that much. As they were leaving, Izuku looked up to see the red-skirted woman squinting at the dolphin trainer before frowning sadly and walking away again. Finally, they began to check out the freshwater exhibit, but there was the woman again, and Izuku was concerned. Fumi, he muttered, can you see that woman over there, in the red skirt? The bird boy blinked and squinted. Not well. Ah, does that mean she is a yokai? Izuku pursed his lips. She looks so sad. Without another word and ignoring the hissing from his friend, he walked up to her. Excuse me, ma'am. She blinked in confusion, then looked down at him. She didn't say anything at first, just inspecting his face, before she sighed. You are not her. Izuku cocked his head. Are you looking for someone? She nodded, looking around at the various people. It's so hard to see, but they were not at home. They must have moved. When I can't remember, but I have to talk to her again. He hummed. Do you remember what she looks like? Even if you can't see, I like to think I have pretty good eyes. She looked at him again, peering into his eyes with her empty, faded blue ones. Yes, you can see me. Not many can. Can you help me find her? I mean, if you tell me what she looks like, I can try. She might not be in the aquarium, though. She would, the spirit hummed. She always said she would work here. It was her dream. If I cannot find her here, I don't know where she could be. Her voice broke and she swallowed a sob. I don't know how long it's been. I don't know how she's changed. But she has gills, like her father. Midori, Fumi hissed, coming up beside him. What on earth are you doing? Helping her, he whispered. She just wants to find someone. And what will she do if she finds this person? Tobai snorted. Nah, she's harmless, can't you tell? She's a nubium, almost. Izuku blinked. A nubium. But don't they usually carry around fake babies to try to give to people? All she's doing is looking for. Oh, they are usually looking for their children, ma'am. He spoke a little louder. Are you looking for your daughter? The woman nodded. My little girl. I have been gone for so long. She is certainly grown up now. I haven't been able to find her all this time. Izuku nodded. Do you remember her name? Or something she was called? Dago. So, we're looking for a woman with gills named Dago. Okay, shouldn't be too hard. Fumi sighed. Let me inform our parents of our new quest. Being adults, perhaps they can assist us in our search further than we would be able to on our own. He walked off, leaving Izuku and Tobai with the spirit woman. Izuku glanced back as he spoke to their parents and gave them a wave before walking to one of the staff. Excuse me. The man smiled. What can I help you with, kiddo? Do you know if a woman named Dago works here? She has gills. He blinked. Die. Oh, Semoji. Yeah, why? Are you a family member? He waved his head back and forth. No, but a family member was looking for her and I volunteered to help. Can you please let her know she's being looked for? He scratched his head, sighing. I mean, I can tell her, but this sounds a little shady. Sorry, kid. I wouldn't get your hopes up. The woman sighed beside him. Semoji. That was our name. It's been so long. They wandered the freshwater hall for a bit longer, before the man came back and pointed at Izuku, just looking at the schools of pond loach that were digging around at the bottom of the tank. The lady walked over, and with a start, Izuku realized she was the one who had been cleaning the teeth of the nurse sharks earlier. Hey, kid, she smiled. I saw you earlier, didn't I? You wanted to see me. Izuku glanced at the yokai, seeing her eyes wide and tears silently falling, then extended his hand to Dago. Curiously, she took it, only to blink like a fog had been lifted. She took in the sight of the ghost and gasped, grip tightening on Izuku's hand. Mom. Dago, the woman muttered, you have gotten so big. Why, yeah. The girl choked, stepping hesitantly forward and tentatively raising a hand. It's been 5 years since I died. The woman wrapped her daughter in a hug with a sigh. I remember it now. I didn't want to move on because I hadn't been able to fix it. Mom, she murmured. Fix what? We argued. You said you wanted to work in the aquarium. I said you should dream bigger. She looked around, eyes wet. It felt plenty big, searching for you all those years, and never finding you. Mom, I never blamed you for it. I never resented you. You wanted what was best for me. No, I wanted what was best for me. You were a vessel to continue my own path, and that wasn't fair to you. But now I can finally rest. I'm sorry, go. Please, forgive your mother. Dago sniffed. Of course I forgive you. It's really hard to stay mad at a dead person. Her mother faded with a sigh, completely winking out of existence, and Izuku gave Dago's hand a small squeeze. Was that, she sniffed, looking at him, was that real? Was that really my mom? He shrugged. As far as everyone here is aware. Wait, that probably doesn't help, sorry. Yeah, that was your mom. She looked sad, but I was the only one who could see her, so I had to help. I'm glad I could find you so easily. She nodded. Is that your quirk, then? You can see ghosts, and let other people see them too. He nodded. Something like that. He crouched down and smiled big. That's amazing, kid. You're a really good person. Thank you. She gave him a light hug, then walked back into the staff-only area she had come from, waving off the questioning look from the man, and Izuku just blinked. She thought I'm amazing. Tobai snorted beside him as Fumi sighed, drawing near now that she was gone. You are capable of something no one else is. You were able to put a soul at rest and to ease a burden for a family. I do not know a world in which that is not amazing and awesome. Izuku giggled. Are you in awe that I can see spirits, Fumi? The bird boy huffed and his feather ruffled a little. I am merely pointing out objective facts. Dark shadow curled around the boy's shoulders. He thinks you're really cool. Cease. Izuku giggled. Come on, we still have to check out the gift shop and then go home so you can open my present. And cake, Tobai crowed. Yeah, he giggled, and cake. Fumi merely sighed. Very well, to the gift shop. Izuku felt glowy that whole day. He had helped. They were both 9 now. Well, not Tobai. Tobai was 33, but Tobai also didn't count. Izuku and Fumi were both 9 now. It was the 6th of February, and it was a very special day. Yabu, Tobai whined. We gotta go to the festival. We didn't go last year or the year before because it was out of the way, but you promised. It's a festival for Inari, the kami of Kitsune. We practically have to go, even if it's just to pay our respects. Yeah, Dark Shadow piped up. Plus there's bound to be loads of good food and games. What's not to like? Izuku sighed and called back into the house. Mom, can we go to the festival today? Inko popped her head in. I heard everything. It would be good for Tobai to reconnect to his roots, as it were. Of course, Fumi, you don't have to go with us. Fumi stood stiffly. I would like to, but I cannot stay out very late. My parents would get rather worried, even with festival night. Inko smiled. I'll ring up your mother and see what she says. If nothing else, we can drop you off at home. Lately, Inko, or Misuno, had been able to fully see and hear Tobai. Shikamaori said it was likely she was absorbing excess energy from Izuku, letting her see spirits. She couldn't see all of them, like the Zashiki Warashi in the grocery store, but she brought cucumbers to Gamakichi the other day, having an amicable conversation and thanking the Kappa for taking care of her little boy. Fumi's mother said he should just stay the night with them, since it wasn't a school night anyway, and they all got ready to go to the festival. They didn't have any of the fancy clothes, but they still dressed a little nicer than usual before all piling onto the train, heading for the festival. Throughout the entire train ride, Tobai yammered about Inari, and Izuku was rather interested. If a fox is white or black, it's one of Inari's messengers. White and black kitsunes are seen as really good luck. Also, no one knows what Inari really looks like. I'm pretty sure the humans have depicted them as like a lot of different things. Some actually say Inari is 3 beings, a man, a woman, and a yabu. What was the word for the one that's neither? An androgynous person. Or did you mean non-binary? Yes, both of those. I have no idea what Inari is like, but they're the kami of foxes and grain and metalworking and probably tools and weapons in general. Pretty sure they were the patron deity of blacksmiths or something. Fumi hummed. You seem rather knowledgeable. Where did you learn this information? Tobai puffed up with pride from Izuku's lap. Some things you just know, you know. Inko giggled. I did help him use the computer. He has a hard time with his paws, but he is very vocal with directions. Dark Shadow and Izuku cackled, Tobai muttering about betrayals and Fumi just nodding solemnly. But Izuku could see his mouth curling into a smile. Finally, they arrived at the shrine. There were festival goers all around, including a lot of families. It was a festival of luck as well. Inari was associated with the southwest, the good direction. People were coming to wish the new year in and pray to Inari for good luck, so the rest of the year would be good too. Of course, the religious aspect wasn't the only, or even the main reason people came. Most people paid their respects and participated in the main festival, but then played games and ate delicious food. To be fair, they were also going to do that, but knowing the spirits and kami were actually real did mean Izuku and Fumi would be paying a bit more attention to the religious part as well, since it was going to be a while before the main ceremony thing. They wandered around, Izuku's mom trailing behind and making sure they didn't get trampled, short as they were. They played so many games. There was the scooper game, where you had a weak rice paper net and tried to scoop things out of the water, but both of them broke their paddles and didn't win anything. They played the string pull game, where you pulled on a string and something fell down as your prize. Fumi got a small bag of kettle corn Dark Shadow gleefully claimed, and Izuku got a fabric ball that Tobai immediately snatched. There were also festival games, where they could win prizes, but they were both laughing too hard to do well, thanks to the antics of their spirit companions, so they didn't win anything. They ate dango, yakisoba, crepes, and they also got some shaved ice, despite it being February. Finally, it was time for the festival. Everyone piled near the shrine and began to chant, Oni wa soto, fuku wa achai. Oni go out, blessings come in. Izuku got a tickling feeling and pushed through the crowd to the surrounding forest. Catching a flash of tiger stripes, he exchanged a glance with Tobai, but the unsettling feeling didn't go away. He crept through the forest, using every single stealth technique Shiko had taught him. He heard a stick snap and he tensed. Hello? He glanced around, just seeing trees, including one that had a poorly hidden bright blue ogre behind it. Wait, what? He blinked. Are you okay? The Oni peeked a single baleful eye out. As soon as it made eye contact, it flinched back behind the tree. You can't see me, because you're hiding. The Oni scoffed. You're human. At least, I think you are. He peeked out again. You're human, aren't you? Izuku nodded. Most of the time. But, I can see you. Most other people can't, but it's something I've just always been able to do. He peeked out from behind the tree again. Humans are nothing but vermin. I was living peacefully, guarding my shrine, but then they kicked me out. Tobai bristled. That's not your shrine. The Oni seemed to see the kitsune for the first time. Hello, Oniko. I can assure you, the shrine is otherwise empty and ripe for the taking. My name isn't Oniko. And what do you mean the shrine is empty? Isn't Inari in there? The Oni raised an eyebrow, coming more out from the tree, letting Izuku get a good look at him. He was towering, a strong and vibrant blue, and had a single horn coming out of his head. He wore a tiger print loincloth and hefted a large iron club. His face was definitely the picture of an Oni, with a muzzle of sorts and protruding teeth. Inari has gone from this place, Oniko. It has been many moons since the god has graced their shrines with their presence. I have long laid claim to this abandoned shrine, despite humans kicking me out every year. Izuku shuffled. Why? Why do you keep calling him Oniko? The Oni regarded him. If you have not realized his nature, I will not share. Now, human, are you going to cast me out, like all the others of your kind? His eyes widened and he shook his head. Oh, no, I mean, you live here. It's not right to just kick you out of your home. I just wanted to follow you, I guess. I had a bad feeling. What's your name, boy? Izuku blinked. You can call me Midori if you want. Is there something I can call you? The Oni snorted. You have done this before, little human. Very well, you may call me Ashio. What brings you to my home with the rest of the humans, if not to cast me out? Izuku shifted. We were actually looking for Inari, but since they aren't here, I guess just to enjoy the festival. And to meet you. Ashio seemed to consider him before chuckling. You are very strange, human Midori. You travel with an Oniko, reek of frog and bird, and do not fear me. And yet, I cannot help you. Inari, opposing Kami, is not here, is not in any of his shrines. He is gone. Where did he go? Then, Tobai barked, still flicking his tails in agitation. Ashio shrugged. Who's to say? It has been a long time since anyone has seen him, in this plane or the other. How? Izuku swallowed. How long? At least a century. Perhaps more. Time is difficult at my age. The Oni took a large step forward, bringing him far closer to the pair, and sat heavily on the ground. You, Midori, what are your ambitions? Izuku blinked. Well, I want to be a hero. A hero, slaying monsters. Izuku giggled. No, a hero is someone who fights villains and keeps everyone safe. Ashio hummed. Everyone? What is a villain? Izuku sat down as well, gently smoothing at Tobai's raised hackles. Well, a villain is someone who hurts people for their own gain, and I want to help everyone feel safe. Even if they think they don't deserve it, if I can do something about it, I will. Would you try to save a terrible Oni? Izuku blinked. Yeah, unless you were trying to hurt people. But you don't seem that bad, no matter what the legends say about Oni. Ashio just looked at him, picking him apart with his eyes, before he burst out laughing, a loud and rumbling laugh. You, he chuckled, are an odd human. If you find yourself facing a villain you cannot fight, call, and I will come. With that, he stood up and disappeared into the trees. Izuku muttered. What? Tobai chuffed. I don't like that guy, but if he likes you he must be at least a little decent. But why did he keep calling me Oniko? What a weirdo. Izuku. He glanced up to see Fumi and his mom come around a tree. Dear, she sighed, if you didn't want to join in the festival, you should have told us, not just run off. Oh, no, he beamed. I made a new friend. Tobai snorted. You used your Yabu charm to befriend a demon. Good for you, Yabu. Inko blinked. A demon? Oh dear, are you all right? Goodness, that was incredibly dangerous. Yep. Tobai pranced over, completely ready to throw Izuku under the bus. Yabu followed and talked to an Oni. Inko looked like she was about to pass out. Izuku, Fumi interjected. Are we still visiting the shrine? Both boy and fox wilted. No, Izuku muttered. Inari is missing, and has been for a while, by the sound of it. How can a god be missing? Dark Shadow chirped. Izuku looked in the direction the Oni had gone, the uneasy feeling creeping back, but suddenly he realized what it was. The area was empty. It felt so horribly empty. I don't know, he murmured, but I'm going to try and find out. Inari was in a haze of pain. They were being used like some bound spirit, forced to help the creation of abominations, spinning chakra for their captor, making them more powerful than before. Why had they answered the prayer? Why had they thought it was sincere when it was just a trick? Why had they gotten chained to this mortal? How long had it been? How long would it be? They were a kami, used to being prayed to, but for once they were doing the one praying. Please, they begged, please, find me. You are ready. Izuku blinked up at the Tengu. 4. He snorted, long nose bobbing slightly. You have forgotten. I am called Shikami, protector of this forest, bastion of this land. And long ago, I was known as the trainer of the ninja. You have sufficiently mastered both stealth and endurance, and it is now time for the next step of your training, weapons. Izuku blinked. Oh, that's right. You trained ninja and offered to teach me to fight. Wow, it's been so long. Wasn't I? 6. Susanoo, it's been 5 years. The Tengu chuckled. I see you have been spending plenty of time with Gamakichi of the creek to take his expletives. But yes, it has been a few years. To you, it seems long, but I do believe you are now ready. You move silently through the woods and can run from one end to the other without stopping. Perhaps it is most often when you and Tobai are working together, but it is sufficient. I am still willing to teach you to fight, should you wish it. Izuku nodded rapidly. Oh, yes, please. Very well. There are a multitude of weapons that a ninja will have in their repertoire, and you will be attempting all of them to determine what will work best. He led Izuku into the woods, to a grove where there was a large stump set up with a few different weapons. There were knives that Izuku recognized as kunai, shurikens, a sword leaning against the stump, a set of small and sharp metal needles, sai, nunchucks, a shorter sword, and a pair of eskrima sticks. Instantly, his eyes were drawn to the katana, because holy shit, that was cool, but he was small and it was big. We shall try them all, so do not fear failure. I shall give you basic instructions, but choose your first weapon. Well, he couldn't help but pick up the katana leaning against the stump, slowly unsheathing it and letting the metal catch the light. Despite its length, it wasn't nearly as heavy as he thought it would be, but it was still long and a little awkward. He swung it experimentally, feeling like he was overbalanced. Already, it seems that perhaps you are not fit for the katana, but still, I will improve what I can. This is by far the most common weapon used by your predecessors, so I will admit I have the most experience with this. Shikamaori stalked up to him and gently corrected his stance, making him sit wider and lower on the balls of his feet. He felt much more stable, and with a demonstrative mime from the Tengu, he swung. It was still a little awkward, but it was far better than before. Maybe in a few more years, he would be able to fully wield a katana, but he was only 11 right now and it was a little big. Another time. Next, setting the katana aside, he drew next to the second most common weapon of the ninja, the shuriken. After instructing on his form and indicating a tree for a target, Izuku mimicked the throwing motion, following what the Tengu had demonstrated, and hurled the throwing star with a flick of his wrist. It thunked against the tree, bouncing off entirely, but this felt much better, so he just tried a few more times. After his 7th try, a shuriken got launched into the bark, and Shikamaori nodded approvingly. We shall train more with these later. Next, nunchucks were too annoying, and no amount of practice could make them less annoying, so I felt largely unnecessary with the extra prongs, and while the eskrima sticks were cool, they felt rather lackluster when merging with Tobai would give him claws. What was the point of small staffs when you could just lunge at someone? The senbon he actually liked more than the shuriken, thin and pointy on both ends. They couldn't be spun like the shuriken, but they were far more precise. If he learned more about the human body, like from Gamakichi, then he might be able to hit pressure points. It would be a lot of practice, but they were smaller, compact, and all around fun. The kunai knives were also fun, and a nice dagger in case someone got close and he wasn't with Tobai. They could be thrown, used to make handholds, used for stabbing. They were pretty good, and he knew he would enjoy them. Finally, he took the very small sword. It was only about 8 inches long, including the handle, but the blade was flat and sharp. This is a tanto blade. It can be thrown, used for slashing, digging, and so on. It is perhaps less versatile than the kunai, but it can be used for more combat scenarios. It is not a mainstream weapon, but all ninja carried at least one. Izuku nodded, looking down at the straight blade, eyes wide. This would be interesting. 4 months later, and he had picked out his weapons, the ones he would focus on. There would of course be days where, for a break, Shikamaori would have him work with one of the weapons he didn't pick, but he generally worked on the 3 weapons he chose. For his favorite, the tanto blade. Small, compact, and silent when slipping out of its case. Easy to conceal, light and barely noticeable. It was his favorite, by far. Next, the senbon, working at accuracy more than anything else. The thin needles were easy to carry, slipping a few into his sleeves, tucking them under a watch band, and he was doing research on pressure points, studying the best places to immobilize people. He also got the kunai, just to round out and have options, since all 3 were throwing weapons. And not spinning throwing weapons, he got better with all of them as he practiced, despite their diverse weights and shapes. He had also encountered a few more wayward spirits, including Funayure at the old trash beach. With no boats out for them to sink, they had come to the beach to sink trash into the sand. Scattering rice off the end of the breaking pier dispelled them easily enough, and he could breathe easy knowing they were gone and couldn't hurt anyone. Other than that, the spirits had been mostly harmless. The humans, on the other hand, were slightly less so. Holding Tobai back was probably the hardest part, and with Bakugo being, well, Bakugo, it was only a matter of time before something happened. Bakugo couldn't see Tobai, since Tobai usually spent the day in full spirit mode to avoid people, but the same way that Fumi and his mom could see a little. So could he, and Izuku could tell it irritated him to see something out of the corner of his eye, but looking directly at it made it disappear. Even more than that, Izuku couldn't help but talk to Tobai. When they weren't sharing a body, they both had to talk out loud, but it wasn't like anyone else could hear or understand Tobai, so all they heard was Izuku muttering to seemingly himself. Sure, they knew he was talking to one of his invisible friends, but that didn't stop people from making fun of him for having imaginary friends. Technically, only Bakugo and Tsubasa had seen evidence of his friends, but everyone saw him get fox characteristics every once in a while, so they couldn't make fun of him too much. He still got called the demon boy, though. In fact, as time went on, that became more frequent, not even just at school. Walking past the neighbors and overhearing them talking about the strange possessed demon child. Well, there was only one of those he had checked. He could get away most of the time, since he had gotten exceptionally good at sneaking, but that was contingent on getting out of sight, which is where his endurance came in. Between his runs with Tobai and his runs through the forest, he was excellent at pathing and getting far from his original location. If he managed to leave line of sight, he could then slip into the shadows, never to be seen until the next time he was legally obligated to show his face. School was such good training. It was mostly Bakugo, but upperclassmen also tried to corner him and beat him up for something. Sometimes it was his fault that anything bad had happened. Apparently being able to see and talk to yokai meant you could give someone bad luck. So yeah, convincing Tobai to not maul people, even a little, was an adventure in patience. Honestly, Tobai muttered, picking at the tofu he had snuck out of his snack bag, I don't see why we bother. I'm sure you already know everything they could teach you. And then there's no reason to keep coming back. What could you possibly need to learn from these scrubs that a nice spirit couldn't teach you? Unless you can teach me math. Izuku snorted lightly, I have to stay in school. All hero schools have an academic requirement too, unless you've given up on being a hero with me. The kitsune puffed up in indignation. No way, Yabu, you aren't getting rid of me that easily. Plus, I'd miss Masuno and her cooking. You only love us for Mum's cooking. Midoriya, his teacher, interrupted his thoughts and made his head shoot up. You're also planning on applying to UA, aren't you? He carefully schooled his face so he didn't pale considerably as Bakugo started growling and snapping. He carefully fingered the senbon tucked into the holder on his wrist, and purposefully pricked his finger, letting the pain shock him out of his spiral so he could listen. Might be able to talk to shitty demons, but you're still effing useless. You can't be a hero, Deku, so don't even try, or I'll kill you. He pursed his lips and looked away, lunging under his desk to grab the snarling Tobai. Bakugo noticed and sneered. Let me guess, your shitty power-up is trying to maul me again. Can't even do anything by yourself, need to rely on your only friend. Pathetic. And of course, the teacher did nothing but tell the class to settle down, as if it was the entire class, and not just Bakugo. Sure, the others had laughed, but they weren't nearly as loud as the volatile blonde. He spent the rest of the day writing in his notebook, looking over his different yokai he had encountered. He had a pretty good system, where he'd write an entry, and if and when he encountered them, he'd draw their picture to be as accurate as possible. Of course, his first entries were Tengu, Kappa, Kitsune, and Tsuchigumo. Of course, the end of the day had him slipping out of the classroom, already completely packed and ready to go before they were dismissed to avoid the inevitable sheetstorm that was going to be Bakugo. And this whole UA thing. Honestly, their teacher calling him out like that was so uncalled for. Izuku had so much going on, with weapons training and spirit interaction. He had been hearing rumors from Kamaji that there was a Nukakubai in the area that he definitely wanted to take care of before it got too bloodthirsty and started eating people. With barely a glance, Tobai leapt into him and they took off, speed enhanced by far. He was anxious to get home so he could start looking up how to get rid of Nukakubus and get out before the sun set, when spirits became most active. The faster they got a handle on this, the better. In another part of the city, a sewer grate slid with a gurgle and a slime villain slunk out, trying to avoid the #1 hero. He was caught within the next half hour, not having found a victim in time to hide from his pursuer. Izuku let out a breath, looking up at the imposing building. Izuku, Fumi sighed. We must go inside to take the test, or we will not attend. We were looking forward to sharing class with you and Tobai, but if it is not to be. Izuku shoved him lightly, but he smiled with the bird-headed boy. Geez, we must be rubbing off on you. You're making jokes. Dark Shadow peeked his head out, sparing a moment to nuzzle Tobai, who gleefully nuzzled back and giggled. Fumi is nervous and this is his way of coping. Tobai snorted. No reason to be nervous. You have Cage, and Cage is you. And I have Yabu, and Yabu has me. We're guaranteed to win, Kuro. Fumi huffed. I have provided you with a name, and yet you insist on using a different one. And calling me Black is a little on the nose, not to mention just calling Shadow, well, Shadow. Honestly, Izuku, how on earth do you put up with him? I dunno, I kinda like being called Bush. Fumi groaned as the other three laughed, finding themselves already in the testing location. Izuku flashed the two of them a grin, waving as Tobai leapt onto his shoulders. Good luck, you two. Time to kick some exam ass. Robots. Izuku wasn't quite sure how Fumi was taking the news, since they were in different testing grounds, but Shadow could tear through metal no problem, so he wasn't too worried. They were another story. Tobai was looking actually interested, and had shot off past the doors to scope out the testing grounds, leaving Izuku to check over his weapons. Weapons for the entrance exam could get approved, thankfully, but there was a good deal of paperwork involved, and a limit on what you could bring. Still, he had been allowed to bring his Tanto, his Senbin, and 5 kunai. Not a lot, but it was something. Present Mike was explaining the different robots when a loud blue-haired boy interrupted, raising his hand and not waiting to be called on to start speaking. The brochure says there's a 4th robot, unless it is a misprint, which is not befitting of a high-class institution such as UA. Also, you there, with the green hair, are you allowed to have those weapons? Izuku blinked up at the boy, but Present Mike saved him from having to answer by chuckling. Thanks for the question, Examine 7111. There is indeed a 4th robot, worth 0 points, more of an obstacle than anything, so we recommend you avoid it. As for the weapons, if he has them, he filled out the paperwork and they are totally within regulations. Moving on, Izuku breathed a sigh of relief. He still wasn't amazing at talking to humans. Spirits were just so much easier to talk to in general, aside from Fumi, but he had been around Fumi for years. Meeting new people was completely different and also a little terrible. This kid seemed nice, if a bit stuck up, really focused on rules and making sure everything was correct. He zoned back in as Mike told them to go. After hesitating a mere moment, he took off, used to short start times and making the most of his time to move, courtesy of not hide and seek with Shiko. He ducked through people like they were trees, hearing Mike telling everyone else to go. And he caught a flash of range, able to brace for the change as Tobin joined him. Instantly, his senses heightened. Okay, Yabu, just follow my directions and I'll guide you to the fodder. Tobai, he thought, how are we tearing through robots? Asia, put some power into our claws and we'll tear right through. We're super strong. Izuku shrugged as they came up on the first robot. Whatever worked. In the observation room, Present Mike swirled in, having officially called for the start about a minute ago. Any cool cats so far? Nedzu hummed. We have a series of interesting applicants this year. Hazashi couldn't help but try to find the green kid. It wasn't often someone ran out immediately, and he wanted to see what the kid could do. He really wasn't expecting him to be ripping robots to pieces. He wasn't even using his registered weapons, just tearing with claws. Whoa, since when had he had claws? Nedzu, what's that examinee's quirk? Nedzu grinned. Spirit sighed. That made no sense. Why did he have claws? Oh, Snipe muttered. He's the one who filled out the weapon forms for the knives. Hazashi watched Shouter raise an eyebrow and inspect the screen for that testing ground a little closer. What does Spirit Sense have to do with his Vulpine features? Nedzu chuckled. He has help from an outside friend. Fully approved, of course, and perfectly in line with his quirk, as I can tell. He only has the tails and ears sometimes, after all. Majima whistled, looking at another screen. Look at this applicant. That quirk sure is powerful. Hazashi found himself casting another glance back at the green-haired kid, noticing Shouto watching him as well. This would be an interesting year. Yabu, on your left. He whirled to his left, seeing someone about to get brained by a one-pointer, and quickly threw a senbin in the delicate joint, stopping it temporarily. His senbin were strong, but he knew it wouldn't last. So he gently but quickly tugged the person out of the way, just as the arm came crashing down where they had been standing. They yelped in surprise, but he was already running again. Tobai had run out of directions, so Izuku shot up a building, claws on hands and feet giving him solid grips until he was on the roof of the building. He looked out over the city. He already had 32 villain points, making quick work of the ones Tobai had already scouted, but there were only a couple of minutes left in the exam. Suddenly, his tails flared out to help him keep his balance as everything rumbled, displacing the floor and causing him to crouch low, ears and eyes trying to pick out the source of the major earthquake. A few blocks away, a towering robot marked with a 0 emerged from the ground. Both of them bristled, tail swishing in agitation. It was big, mean, and a massive machine, one they weren't about to go after. That's the obstacle. Good God, Amaterasu. That's a hell of an obstacle. They were about to turn away, leaving the giant robot behind, when a shrill scream hit the shell of his ears, from the direction of the robot. With a running leap, he went to the next roof, sprinting in the direction of the yell, trying to get a better vantage point to see. It was a girl, trapped under rubble and looking sick, directly in the path of the lumbering 0-pointer. Okay, Tobai, what are our options? I don't think we can get down there and get her out of there in time, so we have to stop it somehow. Tobai made a noise in his head before groaning. High-intensity spirit fire might do it, but you'll be drained and we won't be able to stay together after you do it. You'll be left with your training, no spirit powers. Izuku sighed. Doable. Let's get down first so I don't have to find a different way down later. Using the windowsills as stopping points, he quickly made his way to the ground, the girl a middle distance of a block between both him and the 0-pointer. He took a deep breath and let TBI start the fire before slowly filling it with chakra, letting it grow larger. Throw it now. Wheeling his arm back, he tossed it in an overhand throw, like he was hurling a kunai a particularly far distance. And the blue fire soared through the air, spreading out once it hit the 0-pointer like a bird unfurling its wings, engulfing the robot. After a few tense seconds, the fire began to spread, and Izuku knew it had really taken hold. He took the opportunity to dart forward to the girl. "Can you move?" She shook her head. I'm stuck. I used my quirk too much and I can't move." Izuku shuddered as Tobai was forcefully expelled from his body and resisted the urge to fall to his knee. He blinked away black spots and braced himself against the concrete on top of her. As he began to push at it, weaker than he would usually be, she also pushed up, the zero-pointer slowing and creaking, but still moving forward. Izuku gulped, trying to avoid the hot air that was slowly getting hotter as the robot crept closer. But Tobai helped give it one final push and the girl was able to crawl out. As soon as she was clear, Izuku released the concrete and it fell to the ground with a crash. He took a deep breath, feeling a little bit of chakra come back to him, and straightened a little, offering a hand to the brown-haired girl. "Let's go." She was wobbly, and they weren't that fast, but the zero-pointer was a raging inferno, blue and red fire devastating its frame, and it wasn't making much lateral progress. A loud buzzer sounded, signaling the end of the exam, and they both breathed a sigh of relief before Izuku practically collapsed against a wall, trying to steady his breathing. It wasn't physical exhaustion, of course, it was the fact that he had drained most of his energy. He struggled to clear his mind and mimic water chakra, knowing that recovered a bit faster than most others did, and the girl sat down beside him. "Thanks for saving me." He nodded. "My name is..." Izuku choked a little. Sure, he knew it was different for humans, but long-ingrained habits. No, can you sorry, I know this is weird, quirk thing, but can you instead introduce yourself by giving me something I can call you, instead of just giving me your full name?" She blinked, but nodded. "Yeah, no problem. You can call me Uraraka, then, I guess. Is it still okay if that's one of my names?" Izuku nodded. "As long as it's not your full name. And you start your introduction with 'you can call me,' then it's fine." "Sorry, again. It's nice to meet you, though. You can call me Midori if you want." She grinned. "Sure, nice to meet you too, Midori. I don't think I've ever heard of a quirk thing like that. Must be interesting." Izuku snorted. "One way to put it. It's mostly just a safety measure for certain circumstances. But I find it's good to get into the habit." Recovery girl rounded a corner and tutted. "Goodness, could you not make it back to the entrance?" They both winced as she looked them over. Uraraka got a kiss and she was ready to go, ankle fixed and nausea down, and Izuku was given some gummy bears and told to rest since he wasn't actually injured. "Izu," he giggled. "Hi, Shadow. How did you guys do?" The shadow spirit set him down again and picked up the sleepy Tobai, curling around him and purring, letting Fumi do the talking. "It was interesting." The bird boy nodded. "I met an interesting person I think you would be rather interested in meeting, and I'm confident in my scores to pass." "And you?" Izuku chuckled softly. "Had to use a lot of energy to take out the zero-pointer. But I saved a girl from getting turned into a Yurei, so that's always good." Dark Shadow cackled a little. "The Yurei. Maybe there's already one for you to meet." Tobai yawned and whined pitifully. "Can we go home? I'm hungry and tired." The other three barely concealed laughter, but they all walked out of UA, pep in their step, to head home. The letters came the next week, and of course they opened them together. Both got into 1A, the hero course, but their messages were a little different. Fumi got All Might announcing his acceptance, as well as his new teaching position at UA, and explained rescue points, of which Fumi had managed to get a few. Izuku, on the other hand, got Netsu. It seemed pretty straightforward at first, explaining rescue points and his final score, and congratulating him on getting into UAS hero course. But then it deviated. "I'm looking forward to seeing you and your friend next year. If either of you need special accommodations, do let me know. I'm always happy to help out a fellow oddity." Everyone froze. Fumi was the first to recover. That seems to imply he could see Tobai. Tobai cocked his head to the side. "But only spirits and special humans can see me. I was invisible the whole time, so that takes animals off the table." "Yabu, didn't you say Netsu was an animal? There's no way he should have seen me." Izuku blinked. "Of course," he said slowly, "unless he isn't an animal at all." Inko sent them off with reminders of what to bring, making sure they were both fully prepared, and some packed fried adzuki beans for a snack later. They met up with Fumi and Shadow at the train station closest to UA, and walked together in companionable silence, with Shadow and Tobai chatting about everything and nothing. But they were a nice background noise. The four-sided HQ building rose above them as they crossed the gate, other students trickling in, and they both stopped for a moment to take the sight in. "Come on, Yabu, we gotta get to class." Izuku snorted. "Class doesn't start for another 10 minutes, and we already looked at the map so we know where to go." "Calm down, Tobai." Shadow giggled. "Yeah, Tobai. We'll get there when we get there." The fox stuck out his tongue, making annoyed chattering noises, but only bounded a little bit ahead. They found the door to the classroom with 5 minutes to spare, and Izuku quickly opened the door. I must ask that you remove your feet from the desk. F off, glasses. Izuku sighed. Great, the interrupter and Katsuki. The taller boy stiffened and straightened. I see. We have gotten off on the wrong foot. I am. No names. Izuku didn't realize he had leapt forward until the boy jumped back a little bit, but he pressed on. Sorry, it's just, if you're going to introduce yourself, yes, you can call me or I am called, and then do not say your full name. Get into the habit. Trust me. The boy blinked and slowly nodded. Very well. Then, you can call me Ida. May I ask why you insist on this manner of introduction? Izuku bit his lip, suddenly realizing he was talking to a human person that wasn't Fumi. So, it's a precaution thing. It might take a while to explain. Oh, but you can call me Midori. Deku. Izuku sighed. Or that, if you're Katsuki. Good to see you also got into 1A. The blonde sneered. How the F did a demon boy like you get in? Tobai leapt onto Katsuki's desk and flared his chakra, definitely now visible, since both boys recoiled. I dunno, Tofu boy, how did someone as shitty as you get in? Katsuki was the first to recover. Tofu boy, what the F? Ida pushed up his glasses. Midori, did you let this wild animal into the classroom? Izuku sighed and grabbed a bristling Tobai around the waist, hugging him to his side and ignoring the 40-pound squirming bundle to look at. I can assure you, he is not a wild animal, no matter how much he acts like it sometimes. You just can't understand him because you haven't been around long enough. Katsuki, F off. Katsuki has been around me since Tobai has, so he has a slight advantage. Also, he turned to the other boy. Pretty sure it's your coloration that made him call you Tofu boy. There was an insinuation that he would eat you, but, you know. Katsuki looked both startled and furious at this realization. Izuku, I would like you to meet someone. He looked up from the other two to smile at Fumi, trailed by a tall, silver-haired boy with multiple arms. Hi there, he chirped. You can call me Midori. It's nice to meet you. The boy nodded behind his mask, and one of his hands shifted to form a mouth. You can call me Shaoji likewise. Fumi bowed slightly. I met Shaoji at the entrance exam. He is, like us, a child of the night. Izuku blinked, then took in the boy's arms again, as well as his quiet nature, and nodded. Tsuchigumo, maybe, further back in the line. Not a direct descendant, but still. Midori. He whirled around to get jumped at by someone, and caught them and spun them around to skid across the floor. She shrieked a bit and flailed to keep her balance, and Izuku stood up out of his stance, eyes widening. Oh my goodness, I'm so sorry, you just startled me. She flailed for another second before finding her balance and giggling. That was really cool. I'm glad to see you got in, Midori. He nodded sheepishly, still embarrassed, and Tobai huffed, rubbing against his leg from where he had been hastily dropped. You too. If you're just here to socialize, you can leave now. Izuku whirled to the door and his first thought was Tsuchinoko because it looked like a fat yellow snake. Then Nirana because of the face, and then, oh no, that's a human in a sleeping bag. The tired-looking man unzipped himself from the sleeping bag and stood, folding it carefully and hiding it behind the podium at the front of the class. With black hair hanging around his face, bags deep enough to bury a body around his eyes, and wearing what looked to be black sweats and a gray scarf, the man cast a critical eye over the class, hands in his pockets. It took you 6 seconds to quiet down, which is enough to get you killed in a fight. You can call me Aizawa, I'm your homeroom teacher. You should find a gym uniform under your desk. Put it on and meet me outside. Without another word, he swept out of the room, and Izuku was jolted back into awareness. With his manner of introduction, he had either heard Izuku and decided to humor him, or he was trained. Either way, they had a uniform to change into and a teacher to meet. Tobai was yipping at a tall, quiet boy who looked a little flustered, and Izuku couldn't help but sigh and tug on one of the kitsune's tails, making him yelp in irritation. Sorry, he muttered to the boy. Tobai, please stop bothering my classmates before I even have the chance to introduce myself. Tobai sat back, tails flicking. I was just catching up on gossip. It's not every day you meet someone who can speak fox. Izuku blinked and turned to face the boy. You can understand him. They hesitated for a moment, then shook their hand back and forth, indicating sometimes. Yeah, Tobai didn't hesitate to interject. When I'm speaking fox, he can understand. Not when I'm just talking, like now. But kitsune have to be able to speak to the locals, you know. Oh, that made sense. Hadn't Tobai mentioned something like that before? Izuku bowed lightly to the other boy. Thank you for humoring him, if nothing else. You can call me Midori. You can call me Kei Kuda. The voice was barely a whisper, but Izuku smiled all the same, nodding. It seemed like Kuda wasn't one for speaking, at least not loudly or frequently like some, so Izuku was content to simply stand by the boy in silence. The two of them were soon joined by Fumi and Shaoji, and once the rest of the class was out, Aizawa began. We're going to be doing a series of tests. Similar to the fitness tests you've done before. He cast a critical eye over the crowd, but Izuku had a feeling it was mostly for effect, and called Katsuki to the front, tossing him a ball. What was your score on the ball throw? 67 meters. Try it with your quirk. Katsuki grinned and Izuku leaned over to Shoji. Switch out the ears, he murmured, or this will be too loud. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Katsuki reared back and yelled die, explosions popping out of his palms and hurling the ball through the air. Aizawa looked at the tracker he had and raised an eyebrow. 705.2 meters. The class aside from their four erupted into excited muttering, and Izuku overheard one of the girls say, "This will be fun." Apparently, that was the wrong thing to say. Aizawa's eyes flashed red briefly. Hair seemingly ruffled by the wind and glared at all of them, quieted them instantly. Fun? You think this will be fun? I have 3 years to ensure that you don't go out into the field and get yourself or others killed. And you want to use that time to have fun? No, this is not fun. Perhaps this will make you take things more seriously. Whoever comes in last place will be expelled. What? But that's not fair. He turned to the person who had spoken, someone Izuku couldn't see through the crowd. Since when has anything in life been fair? Is a villain fair? Is a hurricane? Is a landslide? No, nothing in the hero world is fair. And that's something you'll need to get through your heads, and fast. Since UA is the top hero school, we teachers have license to do whatever we feel is necessary, including those we deem unfit. Now, let's start with the sprint. Izuku felt like he should be nervous, but he wasn't. He already knew all of this, Shikamaori having enforced the concept often enough. In a world full of dangerous spirits and dangerous villains, you had to do everything in your power to keep yourself and others alive. Playing around with that sort of danger was what got people killed. Tobai leapt into him, and they got to work. He wasn't last by any stretch of the imagination. He wasn't first, of course, but with Tobai and no need for chakra usage, he knew going into the final test that he was doing just fine, if not great. While he didn't have the chance to show off his stealth, a core part of his skill set, and didn't have anything he could really use his weapons for, he was left with the physical endurance and strength that he and Tobai had worked to build for the past 6 years, almost, and that served him remarkably well. Now, it was time for the final test, the ball throw, attended to in class order with the exception of Katsuki, who had, of course, already gone. This was something he was good at. Of course, throwing a ball was quite different from throwing a kunai, or Izanagi forbid a senbon, but he had an excellent throwing arm and pretty great aim, if he did say so himself. It wasn't difficult to coil the muscles in his arm and throw. He immediately noticed something was wrong as soon as the ball left his hand and everything burned. He whirled around, trying to figure out why the hell his senses had gotten duller, why his power had gone down, why the ball hadn't flown nearly as far, and why it felt like he had been stabbed. And met Aizawa's raised eyebrow and burning red eyes. Not a bad throw, considering you lost your main advantage. I guess you aren't all your friend. Izuku paled and whirled around, but Tobai was nowhere to be seen. Like regaining his balance, the world seemed to right itself, along with a cry of Yabu. Izuku swept the kitsune up in his arms and took a moment to steady his breath, then turned to his teacher, eyes now dark. Eraserhead. Why? Aizawa seemed more surprised to be recognized than the obvious lack of a question. But Izuku lived and breathed underground heroes, and the emotion was quickly dulled. Why did I erase your quirk? I wanted to ensure you actually had a good base and weren't just riding on the power of your companion. Izuku could feel Tobai bristle in his arms, but just hugged the fox a little tighter and kept his voice low. You could have asked. This isn't something I can turn off, so you can imagine how. He rolled the words around in his mouth, trying to find the right ones. Disconcerting it was, to be without an entire sense. It would be like if you suddenly lost the ability to hear, sensei. If you wanted to see my abilities while quirkless, you should have asked. It's only polite. Most of the class looked a little tense with how quiet and dangerous Izuku's voice had gotten, but he couldn't bring himself to care. For a moment, his connection to the spirit world was just gone, and the disconnect physically felt like something was being torn from him. Perhaps it was the forcible removal of Tobai, since his chakra connections that allowed for a seamless bond had been all but gone, or maybe it was the yin energy itself being shoved away. Regardless, Aizawa considered him for a moment and inclined his head. Forgive me, you're right. Unless the situation is dire, I will ask before I do that again. Is that acceptable? Izuku pet Tobai a little, looking into the kit's amber eyes, and the fox chuffed. Taking that for approval, he nodded. If you'd like to throw the ball again, you can. Izuku shook his head. Everything is messed up now. I need to recover before Tobai can possess me again. Wait, the fox is possessing you? Izuku blinked at the small grape-headed boy and nodded slowly. We made a deal to become heroes together. It's not like he's controlling me. Minda just kept staring, a little horrified. You let the weird fox thing in your head. What the F? Fumi bristled as Shadow came to the forefront, but didn't try to haul the bird spirit back. Hey, don't be mean. Tobai isn't a weird fox. He's Spirit Ken, and he's really cool. Izuku took the opportunity to slip back into the crowd, ducking behind Shoji and Kuta, both plenty tall for cover, and Aizawa sighed. Minta, come over here and throw the ball. His tone was dangerous, and Minta was quick to obey, giving a mediocre toss at best. But even when Yaoyorozu went next, he kept casting bewildered and almost disgusted glances at Izuku, blocked in on all sides by his new friends. And here are the final scores. I'm not going to give you the breakdowns. Izuku found his name at a nice 9th place, but was stopped from checking the position of the others by a harsh cry. What do you mean I'm last? There's no way. Aizawa looked at the smaller boy without a hint of regret. Because, now, go pack your things and head to the office. Yaoyorozu sputtered and paled. I thought it was just a ruse. Aizawa shrugged and turned away, but not before looking Izuku in the eye. You thought wrong. Aizawa Shouta was really trying not to fidget, but Jesus Christ, Nedzu was terrifying when he wanted to be, and it seemed he really wanted to be right now. Would you like to explain yourself? The tone was sweet, but it dripped like venom regardless. Shouta swallowed. I didn't know. I fully intend on apologizing further, and I have already assured him it won't happen again unless the situation is dire, but I don't think it will be. Nedzu cocked his head. Explain to me your thought process that led to your decision. When you informed me that his spirit friend was helping, I wanted to make sure he had abilities of his own and wasn't just relying on Tobai, the kitsune. If there was a situation where he didn't have the fox, I wanted to ensure he wouldn't be a liability. And like he said, you could have asked. Shouta nodded slowly. Yes, I could have. I should have. I didn't realize it would have that adverse an effect on him. Nedzu hummed lightly. Tell me, Eraserhead. Oh no, he was pissed. What do you know of energy? Kai, chakra, power, whatever you want to call it. He shifted uncomfortably. Only as much as you've told me. So, not much. Everyone has it, in varying amounts, and has different affinities, I think was the word you used. Correct. What you do not know is that most quirks are directly or indirectly tied to, at the very least, the nature of your energy, if not the system itself. In the case of our new friend, it is so directly tied to his system that when you disabled his quirk, it completely disrupted everything. I'm sure you noticed, as he wasn't able to do anything afterwards. He nodded. Imagine fracturing a bone. I'm sure it's happened before. You are underground. Now imagine fracturing a bone 8 different times, all over your body at once. I do imagine that is what our friend experienced, to some degree. His system was likely in complete disarray, slowly putting itself back together because of your recklessness. Do you understand what I'm getting at here? He swallowed around the lump in his throat, but nodded. Good. I will be speaking to him tomorrow, during homeroom. I trust you have no problems with that. He really didn't. Shadow fussed over him and Tobai all the way to school, making sure they were both okay. But after a full night's sleep, all his chakra was back in order, and Tobai had never been hurt in the first place, just scared. Fumi was also slightly overbearing, guarding Izuku the entire way and glaring at anyone who tried to come close, save for Shaoji and Kuda once they were on school grounds. They were trusted. Aizawa was in the classroom when they got there, and he cast a tired glance at Izuku. Nedzu wants to see you during homeroom, but I know you're here if you want to go now. With a last pat for Shadow, both Tobai and Izuku went right back through the hallways towards the principal's office. In another world, Izuku would be worried about going to see the principal on day 2, but he had a feeling based on his acceptance letter that it wasn't going to be anything bad, and he would finally get some answers. Maybe. Nedzu was super smart, after all. The door opened before he could knock, but Izuku shrugged and walked in anyway. Ah, hello there. What would you like me to call you? You can call me Nedzu, of course. Izuku blinked. You can call me Midori if you'd like. It's nice to meet you, Nedzu. Tobai leapt onto the chair in front of the desk so he could put his paws on the edge of said desk and stare the principal down. And I'm called Tobai, and you shouldn't be able to see me. Nedzu chuckled. It is good to meet you both. Tobai, would you mind terribly if Midori sat in that chair? Tobai huffed and scooted over, quickly climbing on Izuku's lap and curling up with a huff, eyes never leaving the white mammal. Would you like some tea? Izuku startled, but nodded. Thank you. Oh no, thank you. It is truly a pain to have to expend energy on being seen. Izuku blinked, then his eyes widened. Both Tobai and Izuku yelled, realizing it at the same time. You're a yaokai. Indeed, he chuckled, but do you have an idea of which kind? No matter, that is not what I called you in here for. But let me know if you have a guess before you leave. I am curious to hear your thought process. Izuku sipped at the gentle tea, and he blinked. I recognize this tea. Nedzu smiled around his own teacup. The boiler man does make wonderful blends. I am rather fond of this one in particular. Well now, Midori, tell me, what is the scope of your experience with the supernatural world? Izuku absent-mindedly ran a hand through Tobai's fur, stroking an ear, and hummed. I think, according to Kamaji, I saw his true nature as a baby, but my first major encounter was with a kappa. He's pretty nice. He's healed me a few times. I still carry his scale, since he gave a replacement that one time, but luckily I haven't needed to use it. There's obviously Tobai, but I also know a Tengu and have met an Oni, plus various types of Yurei. The Tengu taught me a lot, and without him I doubt I'd be here. Nedzu smiled. This Tengu, what forest does he reside in, if you do not mind me asking? Oh, just the one in Mustafa. He likes peanut butter crackers. Another chuckle. Ah, to think he would take another student after all this time. You are in very good hands, Midori. Izuku blinked. You know him. Nedzu raised a paw. Of him. We have never really crossed paths more than twice, but I did stop in when I decided to settle here to inform him. We did not cross paths, of course, but he took the offering for what it was. Why? Why wouldn't he have taken another student? Nedzu slouched slightly, more of a loss of mirthful energy than actual slouching, but his eyes were sad despite the soft smile. As you may know, Tengu were the trainers of the ninja, those they deemed worthy. Do you know when ninja stopped being trained? His brow furrowed in thought. It was definitely a while ago. Maybe the 1,700 seconds. Ah, late by 2 centuries, but a solid guess. Do you know why they stopped being trained? I'm guessing it's not because they didn't need ninja anymore. It is not. Nedzu set his teacup down. Nin were systematically hunted and killed, simply for the burden of being ninja. Most Tengu swore to never train again. The loss of their students was too great. Nedzu picked up his tea again, giving a sip in the silence before continuing. I would like to say that UA has fostered this with their own teachers, but hopefully it will never come to the death of students. Regardless, teachers bear a certain responsibility of care towards those they teach, and you are no exception. Izuku blinked. If this is about Aizawa, I don't think he realized what he was doing, and he promised it wouldn't happen again. And yet, Nedzu sighed. It should not have happened in the first place. On behalf of UA, I would like to formally apologize for the carelessness of one of our staff. As it is, we, or I at the very least, owe you. Tobai jumped up. You owe us. I mean, you owe him. Yabu, this is great. You can make him do basically anything. Izuku smiled weakly. Is it all right if I keep that favor in my back pocket? I'm really quite content with things right now. I won't turn it down, because that would be horribly rude. And also Tobai and Gama and Shiko would hang me up by my ankles, so, yeah. But I accept your favor and your apology. It is in the past. Nedzu nodded. Excellent. Before I send you away, I will admit I am a little curious. Would you indulge me? It depends on what you would like me to indulge you in, but in general, probably. Nedzu steepled his fingers with a pleased grin. I am under the impression that to possess someone with no ill effects, you need not only a contract of promise, but the same nature. Either you have the same nature as your friend here, or you have managed a nature transformation. Bah, no, I have yin chakra. He has fire. I changed to suit him. Yin, he hummed. I suppose I should have expected it due to your quirk, but that is very intriguing news. To indulge me, could you tell me my nature and change to it? Izuku blinked, but nodded. Easy enough. He hadn't practiced the meditation part in a long time, just knowing the natures and how to switch to them. But to discover someone else's nature required a bit more conscious thought. He closed his eyes, feeling Tobai still on his lap to help him concentrate, and felt himself settle into the quiet calm and still of what was essentially his mindscape. Directly in front of him, as expected, was a ball of fire, so familiar it was easy to push past it. Nedzu wasn't sitting any farther than Gamakichi had been when he had first tried this, so finding him in the otherwise neutral environment was easy. Where Nedzu was sitting behind his desk was something cold and warm and wild. And all at once, Izuku was reminded of Fumi and Shiko. Wind was not altogether different from water, but it was far more energetic, and convincing the quiet yin chakra to become the flowing breeze was not his easiest transformation. Still, he knew the wind intimately, and it filled him like taking a deep breath. He opened his eyes, feeling jittery and ready to run around, to leave the confines of this kahir, this room, this school, to run, and Nedzu was grinning gleefully. Well done. An excellent change of nature, no easy feat. Thank you for indulging my curiosity, Midori. Homeroom will be over in 5 minutes, if you would like to get back to class. Izuku grinned back and bowed lightly, dipping his head. Ah, and I do have a guess, but I'm not sure. Please. Izuku scratched his head. Even as he stood up, Tobai nimbly jumping to drape himself across Izuku's shoulders, and hummed. Well, there aren't many animal yokai. Though I know you could be shapeshifting, it seems unlikely, since this is your common and default form. You aren't a kitsune, nor are you a snake, spider, or cat. I'm tempted to say Inumaki, because you often ask if you're a dog, mouse, or bear, but it seems unlikely. You aren't shy enough to be a Mujina. And you certainly aren't a Kappa, which only leaves one option. Nedzu's eyes sparkled and Izuku grinned wryly. Principal Nedzu, are you a tanuki? He clapped his paws together joyfully. Not quite. Your reasoning is sound and well thought out, but look into more yokai some other time. We will have to chat more in the future, but for now, go with my blessing. Izuku bowed lightly again and scrambled back to class, giddy. Nezu was a yokai, and Izuku had been close to guessing what type. If nothing else, he had certainly narrowed it down. He'd have to do more research on animal yokai later to really figure it out and maybe cross-reference skills. Looking up skills will help him maybe figure out that favor if he doesn't want something from the principal of UA instead. Maybe not, but it'll be cool. Tobai chuffed from his shoulders. Don't get too excited, Yabu, I still think he's dumb. Izuku frowned. But Nezu is literally Mr. Principal. He's one of the smartest heroes out there, if not the smartest. He stopped in the middle of the hallway. Wait, do you know what type of yokai? Tobai stuck his nose in Izuku's ear and the boy yelped, much to the pleased chattering yips from the fox. But before he could scold him, Tobai spoke. Don't think too hard, Yabu, you'll hurt your head. Izuku rolled his eyes and tugged lightly on one of Tobai's tails, making the kitsune yelp in indignation. He ducked into the classroom and took his seat just as Present Mike walked in the room. Hey there, little listeners. You can call me Yamada, and we're gonna learn English. Yeah, I am here, coming through the door like a normal person. Tobai geckered in laughter from Izuku's lap, clearly amused with the number one hero, for all that he was far too loud and also definitely not coming through the door like a normal person. Izuku had always been a fan, of course, of the American-styled hero, but he knew better than to assume he'd be a hero like All Might with his power set, and he was more than happy to accept that. Shikamaru and heroes like Edshot or Eraserhead were much more up Izuku's alley for inspiration. All Might was cool, though, and being in his actual presence pulled at something in Izuku. Before he could get the chance to analyze the pull, All Might flipped up a card labeled Battle. We will be having battle trials. Of a sorts, he stuttered a little. My original idea was shot down in favor of a different one, but fear not. There shall be fighting, and for that, you will need to look the part of a hero. He pressed a button and cases sprang out of the wall, numbered 1 to 20, based on seat number. Number 19 was missing. Put these on, and meet me in ground beta. Izuku tenderly gathered box 18 and grinned down at it. He felt fairly proud of the design he had come up with, and had gotten approval for his Tanto along with some Senbin and Kunai. Not as much as he'd like to have, since they were still dangerous weapons. Hell, the fact that he was allowed them at all was probably Nezu meddling, which Izuku couldn't help but be grateful for. Sure, Tabu, Yabai, or whatever they were called while together, had sharp claws, but come on, throwing weapons. His penchant for sharp, pointy objects should be considered worrying, shouldn't it? Izuku strapped on his costume gleefully, feeling the soft fabric covering the sturdy protections, the magnet closed cross slit in the back for tails, and he could feel the cold tile. Since he would often be fighting with Tobai and not without, the bottoms of his feet past the bridge were completely bare, toes that would often have claws bared for the whole world to see. He was basically wearing a compression sock, hooking from his ankle to around the arch of his foot, but leaving all the parts that actually touched the ground bare. He was super used to walking around barefoot anyway, especially in the forest, so it wasn't like he'd hurt his feet or anything. The socks were tucked into the slightly baggy leggings, white bandages binding his shins and tightening the fabric of the leggings. At his waist was a belt, weapon pouch securely fastened. His Tanto was in a sheath on his back, above where the tails would come out, and his long-sleeved shirt had a mask attached to cover his neck and mouth, leaving his human ears uncovered. He could pull it down, of course, but it was dual purpose. His sense of smell got vastly enhanced when he and Tobai were one. In the forest, it wasn't a problem, but anywhere where people frequented was asking for him to get sick, so he had added it to his costume. He had wanted a full ninja mask, covering his hair as well, but it would have gotten in the way of his fox ears, so instead he opted for a headband made of the same dark blue, almost black fabric as the rest of his outfit. Underneath everything was a metal mesh, or in the case of the headband, a metal plate, as a means of protection. His costume might look like just fabric, but Shikamaru had made damn sure he was protected. He patted the small vial on a string, tucked under his shirt even now, and smiled softly. It seemed like a lot of spirits were making sure he was protected these days. Well, Midori, you look like a ninja. He grinned at Uraraka, looking like a rather pink astronaut. Thanks, you look really good too. All Might boomed in laughter in front of the cityscape grounds, standing next to Ectoplasm, as he looked out at the class and drew everyone's attention. You all look like little heroes. They say the outfit makes the hero, and they are correct. Now, we are prepared to fight. Well, not fighting, per se, but pretty close. Ecto, would you like to explain this one? The ghost hero turned to look at All Might, a little incredulous. This is your lesson, is it not? All Might chuckled nervously. Well, yes, but... Right, okay, so, as you can see, my fellow staff member has a bell. Ectoplasm held up a small golden bell. I will be dividing the class into 5 groups of 4. Sensei, Ida called out. There are an odd number of us. How will we divide the groups evenly? All Might's sweat dropped a little. Ah, well, there will be a group of 3 instead of 4, but they will go last, so they have the most time to strategize. May I continue? Yes, excuse me for interrupting. All Might nodded, smiling broadly. Not at all, young Ada. Now, where was I? Yes, there will be groups of mostly 4 with one group of 3. Your task will be to get in, retrieve the bell from ectoplasm, and then escape successfully without getting the bell retaken. Are there any questions? How are we going to determine teams? All Might nodded. An excellent question, young Ashido. It will be by random lottery. What? Ada blinked. But that is not efficient. What purpose does that serve? Well, Yaoyorozu hummed. We will not always be able to pick the heroes who show up to the scene. It would be good to learn to work with multiple people. I see. Pardon my question. All Might chuckled. No worries. Now, please come forward and pick a number from this box to determine your teams. Izuku pulled out the number 4, as did Fumi. Shaoji got a 5, and Kuda got a 1. Izuku hissed lightly. Bad luck, if these are the order. The other 2 members of the team were Asui and Uraraka, the girl from the entrance exam, and Izuku was largely pleased with this random selection. First up, Team 1. Come forth. So it was in order. Joy. Kuda nervously walked up as ectoplasm disappeared into the cityscape, aiming for a specific large building, followed by 3 other boys. Aoyama of Seat 1, decked out in a sparkly blue cape and flamboyant glasses on top of shiny armor. Kaminari of Seat 7, in a mostly black outfit, with what looked to be a headset on his head. And Kirishima of Seat 8, who was wearing barely anything, honestly, going fully shirtless. You will have half an hour to get the bell and escape. To increase your chances, we have limited the search area to a single building. A large building, of course, but still an enclosed area. Perhaps the size of an American football field. Anyway, your time starts now. The 4 of them ran into the city, heading for the same building ectoplasm went to, and All Might started herding the rest of them to a viewing room. Please take the time to observe your classmates so you are more prepared when it is your turn. Izuku still stood by his team, but he couldn't help but be drawn to the screens. After a quick conference, Kuda sent off animals to scout the building, the other 3 sticking around and trying to listen, it looked like. On the villain side of things, ectoplasm already had several clones out. He squinted and gave a gentle tug on one of Tobai's tails from where he was perched on his shoulders. You want a boost? Yes, please. Tobai melted into him, and he took a closer look with enhanced vision. Every single ectoplasm clone had a bell. Izuku couldn't help but suck in a breath. How would they know which one was the real one, even if they found one of the clones? Several animals reported back, no doubt giving conflicting reports, and the group of 4 had no choice but to set out to search on their own. 6 clones later, they were no closer to figuring out the real one, and definitely no closer to the bell. Time ran out, and the 4 of them came back, leaving Ecto in the building, and All Might clapped Kirishima on the back. No need to worry, you all worked well together and tried to use your strengths. Next group, Group 2, Todoroki, Ashido, Ada, and Satu stepped forward, going into the building. They had a much better strategy, to a certain point. Todoroki would freeze any clone they found in place, and either one of the other 2 boys would kick or punch, or Ashido would spray them with acid to check if it was the real deal. In most cases, they were finding clones, but they made good progress, and soon, the method paid off. With a little under 10 minutes left on the clock, they found the real ectoplasm, and Todoroki quickly locked him down, letting Ada swipe the bell and start booking it for the exit, followed closely behind by Ashido to cover their tracks. Satu and Todoroki stayed behind to keep ectoplasm occupied. Izuku bit his lip gently, mindful of sharp fangs, as the other clones seemed to narrow in on the fleeing bell keepers, cutting them off before they could even get close to the exit. They ran out of time before they could escape with the bell. A mighty fine showing, and excellent teamwork and strategy. Group 3, go forth. Bakugo, Shiro, Hagakure, and Ajaru ran for the building. They seemed to be trying a similar strategy to the group before, with Shiro winding the hero in tape, and Bakugo exploding them violently or Ajaru smacking them with a tail, making them turn into white goo splatters. They, however, weren't as fast at distinguishing, and had just found the real ectoplasm when the timer ran out. Bad luck, but an excellent showing, good use of previous experience. It was now their turn. As they ran into the city, making for the building and waiting for the buzzer to sound, Asui spoke. Do we have a plan? Uraraka tapped her fingers together thoughtfully. We seem geared towards mobility, but unless we have a way to figure out the real one, we're kind of toast. This place is a huge maze. Hey, Tobai. Yeah, Tobai, can we smell the one that isn't a clone? Do they smell different? No, I don't think so. Same substance, even if they're like low-grade copies. Izuku stopped short. That's it. They all stopped, just outside the building, and they all exchanged glances. Shadow crowed. What do you figure out? The clones are just low-grade copies, meaning if I use my sensing, I can find the real one. The girls looked perplexed, but Fumi just nodded. Discover the true enemy, Izuku, and we shall follow. Izuku closed his eyes with a breath, looking for the singular strong chakra signature in the building. The clones had signatures, but they were flickering candles as opposed to the shining beacon that was the original, and Izuku had a location and a feeling. His eyes shot open, pupils slitting at the sudden light, and he grinned coyly. All right, I have a lock. I should be able to tell the difference on sight, but even if not, I have a general direction. Asui nodded. Then we should go. Our time has long since started. They just completely ignored and avoided clones, beelining for the real one, the pulse of heavy earth chakra drawing Izuku like a moth to the flame until they rounded the corner. Izuku's ears flicked forward and he immediately hauled them all back, hissing in discontent. He caught on, Fumi muttered, and has coalesced the forces of darkness against us. The room was filled with clones, no doubt from all over the building. Of course, a pro hero would have caught on to their plan by now. Maybe they hadn't been as sneaky as they had thought, and Izuku couldn't really blame them for being a little louder. I mean, Uraraka was technically wearing heels. Izuku bit his lip, extending his senses to get a read on the room. It was tall, with high ceilings, and almost a perfect square. There were a few doors, and they were from what looked to be one of the smaller entrances. Anyone have a read on the time? Shadow leaned in close in an exaggerated whisper. You have 8 minutes and 34 seconds left. Izuku had long since stopped questioning spirits and their odd knowledge. Asui, Uraraka, team up to go for the bell. Fumi and I can tear through the clones to get you a clean shot. Then you need to run. Pretty sure most of the clones are in there. The frog girl inclined her head. Call me Tsu. And what do you propose we do? Uraraka can float you. You can use your tongue to grab it. I think. I don't actually know. As Tsu nodded. I can. Please clear a path. Uraraka nodded as well, eyes alight. Can you do that fire trick again? The one from the entrance exam. Izuku grimaced. Not as large, but yeah, I can get a good portion of the room like that. Shadow, is that fine? Spirit fire is totally cool. Izuku snorted. That it is. Right, on me, then. Uraraka floated herself and Tsu to the other side of the door, around and out of sight, as Izuku gathered fire in his palms. It was still just as blue, and just as cold, and it grew with each exhale until it was just thinner than the door. He locked eyes with everyone else and nodded, hurling it inside. The effect was immediate. Outcry and hissing as a good third of the clones turned to goo, and both boys rushed in, claws bared to start shredding. Izuku kept his eyes locked on the real ectoplasm, carving a path to the hero and letting his reflexes keep him and Tobai safe. Fumi and Shadow had no problems on their own, tearing through clones as well. A pink tongue shot through the air, latching onto the little golden bell, muting the chime before it retracted. Release. Ectoplasm growled slightly. Oh no you don't. Fumi was there in an instant, Shadow wrapping around the head of the hero to prevent him from spitting out more clones. And Izuku whirled around to the girls, eyes wide. Go. He tore through clone after clone, Fumi taking on the main hero for the most part, even getting flung off, and he could only hope that his theory was right and most of the clones were here, giving them a straight shot for the entrance. Group 4 wins. Please return to the viewing station. They both immediately slumped and Izuku blinked. He sucked the residual fire back in, feeling a little more energy return, and smiled at the ghost-like hero. Thanks. The hero looked confused, but the two boys had already turned to leave before he could ask what the thanks was for. Congratulations, All Might boomed. You successfully acquired the bell. Izuku spared a glance at the seething Bakugo, before smiling lightly at the hero. He turned to the girls and offered them both high fives. Glad to see you made it. Sue nodded, and Ashido pushed her way forward. Oh my gosh, you made a beeline right for him. How did you know which one was the real one? Izuku blinked. I can sense people's energy if I concentrate, and his clones didn't have the same signature. They were way weaker. The pink girl grinned. You can. That's super neat. Izuku nodded slowly. Yeah, I guess so. Like, you're. He closed his eyes, reaching for the space directly in front of him. He blinked, surprised. Oh, you're a water type, but there's some fire too. I guess that makes sense, with the acid and all. Her eyes glittered, but Bakugo scoffed, rolling his eyes. Shut the F up, nerd. Just because you got the shitty bell doesn't mean you're suddenly hot sheet. All Might coughed. Speaking of the bell, we still have one more group. Group 5. Yae Arazu, Shaoji, and Jiru headed for the building. Uraraka was bouncing on her feet, only sort of watching the monitors. You can see elemental energy types of people. That's so crazy. Izuku scratched his head. Just a quirk thing, I guess. Her eyes sparkled and she leaned in more. I gotta say, I'm super curious. He obligingly closed his eyes, feeling her energy signature before opening his eyes. Earth with a bit of wind. She hummed, rocking back on her feet. Earth because of the gravity thing. That's so weird. Is it just the 4 main elements? Izuku noticed the group of 3 was actually in the building, so he smiled apologetically. I can tell you at lunch, if you'd like. She nodded eagerly, catching on and turning to face the screens herself. With 3 people, they had a disadvantage, but on the other hand, ectoplasm could only make so many clones, and Izuku and Fumi had gotten a lot of them. Plus, they had the most time to prepare and strategize, making up for the lost member. Jiru and Shaoji were apparently the scouts, and Yaoyorozu made a gun. Any clones they came across were summarily shot with what looked to be airsoft pellets, until all 3 found themselves with the original ectoplasm, who by this point was looking a little worse for wear. In a blur of movement, Shaoji grabbed the bell and tossed it back to Yaoyorozu, who made an electric scooter just like she had during the quirk apprehension test, leaving the other 2 to hold off the pro. Shaoji was just strong, and Jiru would send pulses of beats through the ground to disrupt the hero's footing, letting Yaoyorozu escape before any clone could catch her. The battle trials, the bell test, was over. Normally, lunch was a rather quiet affair, with Fumi, Shadow, Kuda, Shaoji, and of course, Tobai. Today, it was not quiet in the slightest. Multiple people had overheard the conversation with Uraraka, so they had new additions to the table, Sue and Uraraka, of course, but also Ashido, Kaminari, Yaoyorozu, Kirishima, and Ada. The table felt rather small, all things considered. Kaminari immediately demanded his chakra nature to be read. But everyone did look a little curious, so Izuku just went ahead and looked at everyone. No surprises, Kaminari is lightning-natured. Well, what? I didn't think lightning was an element. Izuku scratched his head. If you're thinking of the cardinal elements, then yes, but chakra doesn't. There are technically 7 types. There's the cardinal 4, water, wind, earth, and fire, then lightning, yin, and yang. Yin is considered spirit chakra. Yang is considered body chakra. Most people have elemental types, but everyone can use yin and yang to an extent. Yaoyorozu cocked her head. What is your chakra nature, Midori? Well, yin. I can change my nature to match anything, probably because of my quirk. But yin, or spirit energy. Shaoji, you're actually mostly yin and yang, more than most. Also a little bit of water. Ashido was way too excited about this. You said I'm water and fire, right? But aren't those 2 opposites? Izuku bit his lip. Chakra is weird. While yes, fire is weak to water, water to electricity, electricity to earth, earth to wind, and wind to fire, despite being technically opposing natures, they can work together. In your case, it has to do with the fact that your quirk is literally a liquid that burns. It fits the best. For Kaminari, he's pure lightning because his quirk is strictly electricity. Kuda is strictly earth, but I'm not sure why. Kirishima is too, but his makes more sense since he hardens into a rock-like form. Uraraka put her chin on her hand. I get why I have earth, but why wind? Oh, is it because I make things float? I guess that would make sense. He nodded. I don't know for sure. Sue, you're mostly water with a little earth. Yaoyorozu, you're the same but with more earth. If I had to guess, you're dual-natured, more so than anyone with a minor affinity. Your quirk is creation, is it not? Can you make living things? She shook her head. I can only make inorganic things with my quirk. That's a little odd. If you break down the natural chakra of plants, it's a combination of earth and water in equal parts, like your chakra. I would have thought you could make plants and such, but you know your quirk better than I do. Ada nodded. I must say, I am curious about my own nature, if you do not mind. Izuku smiled. No, not at all. You're purely wind-natured, kinda like Fumi, but he has some yin from Shadow that bleeds over. Uraraka cocked her head. I wonder what the rest of the class is. Like, Bakugo has to be fire, right? Because of the explosions. Izuku snickered a little. You'd think, wouldn't you? But nope, he's earth-lighting, dual-natured. No way, Ashido boomed. Not even a little fire. None at all. That's crazy. Kaminari flopped his head on the table. Man, are there any fire people in our class at all? Or are we down warmth and raging infernos? Ashido shoved him. Might be minor, but it'll still burn you. Izuku looked around the cafeteria at some of his other classmates, then shrugged. Too many people around for me to get an accurate reading on anyone else at this distance. But I'm sure we have someone. Earth, water, and wind are definitely the most common for people, but nothing is uncommon from what I've seen. Haven't practiced my sensing a lot before this, but I did when I first figured it out. And there were 3 fire-natured people in my middle school class. Tobai poked his head over the table, swallowing the bean bun he had. And I, he declared, am the best fire user ever. Shadow giggled and patted the other spirit on the head. Yes, you are, the great and mighty Tobai. The whole table laughed and Tobai just puffed up in pride, then went back to his lunch. It was a good day. You all have to pick a class president. Tobai immediately leapt to the front of the room, exerting just a little bit of power and chakra to make sure everyone could see and understand him. Pick me. I will be an excellent president. Aizawa didn't even look at Tobai. The class president needs to be a member of the class. Tobai squawked in indignation as Izuku wearily got up and picked up the sulking kitsune, placing him back on his lap as the class giggled. Well, Yaoyorozu said primly, if we cannot elect the great and mighty Tobai, may I propose we vote democratically for who we think is the best candidate. Ida stood up sharply. nodding. The democratic process is tried and true. But won't everyone just vote for themselves? Izuku sheepishly waved a hand. I don't, actually want to be class president, so please no one vote for me. Kuda nodded emphatically, followed by a much more subdued Fumi and Shoji. Well, Kaminari sighed. I think I've realized I'm not cut out for the job, so me neither, I guess. The general agreement around the room left them with only 5 candidates. Ida, Yaoyorozu, Tsu, Aoyama, and surprisingly, Bakugo. What? He snarled. I'll be the best goddamn class president. Not even fire-natured, Kaminari wailed under his breath. They passed out papers and everyone officially casted their votes. In last place, Aoyama with 1 vote, then Bakugo with 3, then Ada with 4, and Tsu and Yaoyorozu both with 6 each. Aizawa frowned at the number. There are only 19 of you, why are there 20 votes? Me and Tobai count as 1 person for sure, Shadow chirped. No you don't. Who did you 2 vote for? Without hesitation, both spirits called out, Tsu. Then Yaoyorozu is president with 6 votes and Asui is vice with 5. They both immediately started complaining, but Tsu just shrugged and patted them both as she made her way to the front. Thank you for your vote, Kiro, she croaked. It means a lot to me. They were fully mollified. Both girls accepted the presidency with grace and poise, promising to be worthy of the 11 total votes between them. At lunch, the table had quieted down a lot from the day before, having just Fumi, Shoji, Kuda, and Tsu. Iraraka was off with Ashido and the rest of the girls, so the table was much quieter than it had been the day before. Well, Tobai and Shadow were bickering, but Izuku could tune them out for the most part, and they were under the table. Lunch was nice, until halfway through everything became loud. Tobai leapt into his arms with a scream, burying his head and ears into Izuku's body, and part of him really wished he had his arms free so he could cover his own ears. But he knew Tobai had it way worse, so he just wrapped up the kitsune and did his best to muffle the sound for the yokai. What's going on? Shoji had an arm around Kuda and Tsu, Shadow vanished inside, and Izuku was looking around sharply, trying to figure it out while clutching Tobai tight. It's the intruder alarm. An upperclassman passed them, yelling, it means there's someone unauthorized on campus. The 5 of them looked at each other, alarmed, before Tsu tugged on Shoji's arm. Get me higher, she shouted, so I can see. He obliged, boosting her to be kneeling on his shoulders and putting her far above the crowd. Her sharp eyes swept over the crowd as they went with the flow until they locked on the windows. She sucked in a breath before nodding and leaning down to mutter to him. With a nod, Shoji turned every arm end into a mouth and yelled over the crowd. Please calm down, it's just the press. Everyone quieted slightly, those closest to the floor-to-ceiling windows looking out, until there were cries of confirmation and everyone slowed and stopped the stampede. As they filed out, Tsu continued to perch on Shoji's shoulders, neither of them looking uncomfortable with the situation, until they all got in the classroom and Tobai fully relaxed. He leapt from Izuku to the web of arms, caught by both Shoji and Tsu, and butted his head into them. Kashi, Tsu, you are good. Thank you for making the noise go away. Tsu just nodded, but Shoji blinked. Kashi, Tobai just nodded. Kashi, Shoji looked at Izuku, but he just shrugged. Who knew what Tobai meant? It could be any of the possible kanji meanings. Are you calling me sweet? Tobai looked mildly offended. No, I just don't like long nicknames. Kakashi, Scarecrow. Shoji looked so confused, but eventually they just shrugged and let it go. Shoji was Kashi. That's just how it was, apparently. Wait, Kiro. Tsu put a finger to her chin. Do I not get a nickname from Tobai-chan? The fox huffed and settled into her arms, balancing slightly on Shoji and supported by them both. You already have a nickname, Tsu. Izuku suddenly snorted. Is that because Gama is already Kairu? No, it was totally because Gama had already taken Frog. Tsu scratched Tobai behind the ears and looked around the room, slowly filling with classmates. Does everyone else have a nickname already? The fox preened a little at her ministrations, but kept sharp amber eyes trained on the people who were entering. I don't know all of them, but those 2 are Hain and Sasu. Why is Uraraka feather? And Sasu has so many different meanings you're going to have to be specific. Tobai stretched slightly, chuffing under the scritches, and sighed. Hain is Hain because she floats like a feather, and Sasu is Sasu because she stings. Very clear to me. The 2 girls came up to coo at Tobai, not hearing the nicknames, but he was more than happy to be pet, completely unperturbed by Tsu on top of Shoji. She had shifted at some point on the way back to class until she was sitting, making her less tall but giving her more stability, and Shoji didn't seem to mind, talking quietly with Kuda and Fumi. Izuku eyed the door and watched more people walk in. What about them? Tobai lit up. That's Nami and Yuri. Yuri is really nice like the flower, and Nami is Nami. Izuku paled slightly. Wait, Nami is in. Yep. Tsu tilted her head. Is it not Wave? Izuku shook his head and grinned sheepishly. Izanami, goddess of creation. That's really. Wow, Tobai. Yaoyorozu blinked, coming up beside them. Izanami, how did she come up? Tobai's ear twitched. Ew, Nami and Yuri. Jiru's head shot up and red crept up her cheeks. Why Yuri? What? Tobai bobbed his head soundly. You're nice, like a lily. Oh, that's what you meant. Tobai chirped lightly and grinned coyly. The other way works too. Oh, there's Haku. Haku, catch me. The empty-looking uniform emitted a slight shriek before the kitsune lunged into her arms, rubbing his face against her. Good catch, Haku. He was definitely laughing a little. Tobai, Hagakure scolded. I already told you not to do that. What if I don't catch you? He snuffed. As if. You're 3 for 3 right now, Haku. Just because I can feel you doesn't mean my reflexes are the best. Izuku blinked. Hagakure, has he done this before? She huffed and he watched Tobai's ears get pet back. Yeah, he doesn't leave me alone. Don't get me wrong, he's cute, but he always expects me to catch him, the little rat. The last bit seemed directed at Tobai, how just geckered and nosed at her chin. Izuku closed his eyes on a whim, feeling out Hagakure. In front of him was the little bundle of fire that was Tobai. And just beyond that, in the shape of a person, was almost pure yin chakra with a hint of wind. Hagakure was extremely aligned with spirits and the spirit world. He opened his eyes and breathed out, smiling softly at the rambunctious pair. Midori, take your overgrown rat back. Haku, that's so mean. She made a noise like she was sticking out her tongue and Tobai got tossed in Izuku's direction with a sharp yelp. Tobai narrowed his eyes and his ears fell back as their small group laughed at his expense and he stuck out his own tongue. Cage, avenge me. Shadow peeked out of Fumi and grinned. Nah, Haku is my friend. What? I was your friend first. Huh, take that, Tobai. The 3 of them chittered back and forth while the rest of the class trickled in, and Izuku sighed in contentment. He had friends, and Tobai did too. Life was good. Izuku couldn't help but fiddle with his weapon pouch on the bus. He honestly had no idea where they were going for this field trip, but Shikamaori had unnerved him. He always visited the forest to see at least one of his friends, depending on how busy they were, but he had only seen the Tengu, and he had, apparently, had a bad feeling about today. I would travel with you, he grumbled, but I have to stay in the forest today. Keep your tools close and remember your training. Izuku fingered the small scale in his weapon pouch. It probably wouldn't work since he wasn't anywhere near the stream, but between that and the vial from Kamaji, he felt better. Just, hopefully nothing would happen. Midori, Tsu said, I am very blunt. Your quirk seems overpowered. Tobai geckered. Nah, he was a weakling before I came along. Izuku mindlessly flicked Tobai on the snout before smiling softly. Before, I could only see yokai. It's only because I found some willing to teach me that I got as far as I did. I owe a lot to them, but luckily I can pay them off in cucumbers and peanut butter crackers. Tobai nipped his fingers none too gently and Izuku recoiled, hissing lightly. And Tobai helped too, of course. Shiko might have taught me how to use my tools, but Tobai comes with a lot built in, which is nice. Tsu cocked her head. I do not believe you have told me about your spirit friends. Shikamaori is a Tengu, or a bird yokai. He was the one who taught me how to fight and sneak. Uraraka lit up, like a ninja. Izuku bit his lip, but nodded. There's also Gamakichi, a kappa, who taught me about chakra and spirit customs. The first yokai I ever met. Well, I didn't know he was a yokai at the time, but he has a tea house. Most people just know him as the Boiler Man, but I've always called him Kamaji. Shadow cackled. He always makes a disgruntled face when you call him that. His mustache bristles a little and he looks like a bottle brush. Fumi rolled his eyes. He likes it and we don't need Lin to tell us that. Izuku smiled. You can only get into his shop at sunset if you're fully human, but I don't think anyone would be able to see it if I wasn't there. Maybe if you spend enough time around me, since for some reason that lets people see spirits. I dunno, Bakugo and Mum can. The boy in question just clicked his tongue and continued staring out the window. But wait, Ashido muttered, we can totally hear and see Tobai. Tobai yawned, exposing sharp teeth, and looked at them smugly, but said nothing, letting Izuku explain. When you see him, do you see one tail or two? Yaoyorozu cocked her head. One, I had assumed you only had 2 tails when, together. Does he have more than 1 tail? Kitsune get tails as they age. The number they have symbolizes their power. Tobai is pretty much constantly using a little energy to appear as a regular fox. So you can see him, and uses more when he talks if he wants everyone to hear it and not just me. It doesn't take a lot, but if he spends too much energy on that or other things, the only people who will actually be able to hear and understand him will be me and maybe Kuda if he can remember how to speak fox. But Bakugo has been around you for long enough that he doesn't need that help. Kaminari looked at the boy with a grin. Is that why he understood Tobai on that first day? He'd have thought Tobai was a wild animal. Tobai cackled. Tofu boy got mad, and Chongaru had no idea why. Everyone blinked, and then burst out laughing. Ashido struggled to breathe. Chongaru. Ada, your name is to chop, to cut off. That's so good. Tobai, oh my god. Tobai preened and Ida lived up to his name, chopping a hand through the air. You never did explain why you do not deal with names. Please elaborate. Izuku scratched the back of his head. In the spirit world, names have power. If you give your name to someone, they own that name and your power. Yokai don't naturally have quirks, but if you give them your name, they can steal yours. Of course, I would never take someone's name, and as long as someone doesn't give theirs out, even if someone says your name, you'll be fine. Of course, not all spirits will take your name, but it's good practice to just use a nickname. Wait, is that why Aizawa-sensei never calls us by our full names? And we don't know his? Ah, well, you can know it. I actually, do. But a lot of heroes can use hero names instead as nicknames. For some people, that name is a lot more of their personality. But again, as long as you personally don't give out your name, no one else can give it out either. Just as 5 separate people cried out for Aizawa's hero name, the bus rolled to a stop and said hero stood up. Aizawa looked over the class and sighed. This is already a pain. Everyone off the bus. Sensei, what's your hero name? Too integral to who I am to give away. The class groaned and Izuku smiled sheepishly. He hadn't meant to throw his teacher, Eraserhead, under the bus, but it was fine. They were off the bus now, so there was no chance of that happening. Izuku ducked his head to hide himself, smiling at his own damn joke. WOAH, Sensei, did you take us to Universal Studios Japan? The teacher sighed in exasperation. No, despite the shared acronym. This is not that USJ. Get inside. Uraraka gasped as they passed the doors and sounded like a deflating balloon. That's 13, the space hero. They're a rescue hero, that's so cool. Oh my gosh, this is so neat. The hero in question chuckled, the eyes on their helmet becoming happy crescents. Nice to see a fan. Welcome to my facility, the Unforeseen Simulation Joint, or the USJ. I designed and built this to teach rescue training, our goal for today. You've already seen all the damage your quirks can cause. Tell me, does anyone know my quirk? Uraraka was instantly bouncing up and down. It's black hole. You've used it to clear rubble, making you a super effective rescue hero. Correct. But it could also be used to kill, very easily. That's why we're here. Everyone's quirks could be used to kill, but UA is also going to teach you control so that doesn't happen. Tobai bristled and dug his claws into Izuku's shoulders, eyes focused past the rescue hero and pupils pinpricks. Wrong. People followed his eyes, and Kirishima chuckled nervously. Sensei, is that part of the exercise? Aizawa flared, scarf unfurling. No, those are villains. Everyone stay back. 13, get the students out of here. Yabu, Tobai hissed, it's wrong, it's so wrong, make it stop. Izuku swallowed and winced. Tobai, please calm down, your claws are sharp. Show me what's wrong. Tobai fell into him and tails unfurled and ears perked up, senses heightened, and Izuku crinkled his brow. Sure, it felt uncomfortable, but wrong. Izuku choked a bit and his eyes widened as the source of the wrongness fully revealed itself. Taller than anyone in the class, black skin, bulging muscles, a beak, and an exposed brain, eyes bulging and human teeth showing through the open beak, drool dripping on the ground. It was wrong, and it made every hair on Izuku's body stand on end. The purple mist that had deposited the thing that drew Izuku and Tobai in, as well as a plethora of minor criminals that couldn't keep their attention turned into a person shape. And Izuku barely even noticed when it appeared beside them, speaking words and then spreading out. He did notice when Sue grabbed his arm and they tumbled towards water. He pushed the sense of wrongness out of his mind and focused on the present. They were pretty close to a boat, and he and Sue had no problem working together to swing onto it, avoiding the water completely. Which was good, because it was full of small-time villains who looked right at home. Midori, are you all right? He shook his head to clear it. Not really. That creature isn't human, nor is it spirit, and it feels like an affront to nature. I think I can block out the feeling enough, but we have to get back there. We've been separated. We were distracted. What happened? The Mist Man proclaimed they were from the League of Villains, that they wanted All Might, and it was his job to scatter and torture us. So, in all likelihood, the rest of the class is throughout the USJ. He could feel his pupils narrowing in fear. That's not good. We have to get out and help people. We have to. Ode Tsukuyomi. Midori, please calm down. We will be all right, as will everyone else. He was turned to look into her large and calm eyes. They do not know us and our quirks, or I would not be here, where I am most at home. We are both good at jumping. Can we make for the shore? Izuku took a breath and nodded. Probably. But then the villains can just follow us to the shore. We have to incapacitate them somehow. Yabu, spirit fire can't be put out by water. Just make a barrier between them and wherever you land. Izuku blinked. Oh, good point. Okay, I can stop them from following us. Whenever you want to. The boat lurched. Come on, kiddies. Just jump into the drink so we can tear you limb from limb already. You're so boring. They exchanged a glance before balancing themselves carefully on the rail. Oh, that was a joke, but if you really want to, then sure. They ignored the taunting. Tobai, help me out with the flames. Of course, Yabu. Sue counted down her fingers and they leapt at the same time, animal traits enhancing and sending them shooting for the shore. They would be short by about 10 feet. Izuku clawed the air in an arc, sending blue fire out to light upon the water and below, making a barrier, and he could feel the power leave him, about a fourth of his total. Man, we really need to deepen our reserves. I'm sure Washiro has some way to train that. We can ask later. At the mention of the Tengu, Izuku was suddenly reminded of the warning this morning. Yeah, this definitely accounted for the bad feeling. There was a sharp yell as they walked out of the shallow water and a sickening crunch. The feeling of wrong overtook all of Izuku's senses, and his vision tunneled to see the crumpled and broken form of Aizawa on the ground. Geez, Eraserhead. It took 2 whole hits from the Namu to keep you down. That's pretty good for a rogue, especially since his strength is meant to beat All Might. Where is he, again? Sue tugged him down lightly as blood pounded in his ears, but he could still hear the villains. Shigaraki Tamura, Kurajiri, is 13 dead. Izuku jolted to look at the young man, covered in hands, smelling like dust, and eyes burning red. His stringy blue hair hung in his face, covering what the hand did not, and Izuku could feel his lips start to curl. This was what had attacked them. This was the stupid human in charge who dared lay a hand on Gaki, on their teacher. The scale, Yabu. Izuku automatically dug out the bluish-green scale and stared at it. It would call Gamakichi, that was the wording. He turned back to the artificial lake, eyes flashing with the image of his broken and bloody teacher. He flicked it into the drink. Where it landed, it fizzed and bubbled, until a sputtering kappa rose. Susanoo, green, what is this chemical filled? Sue sucked in a breath at the sudden appearance and Gama immediately stopped talking, sharp eyes taking in the scene and slamming on a metal cap. What the hell, green? Kairu, he growled. Gaki is hurt and that thing is wrong. We're going to destroy it in the blue one. Gama looked over him with narrowed eyes. Both of you calm down. You're running on instincts and it's going to make you stupid. Now, where is your Gaki and how hurt are they? Sue wordlessly pointed to where the Namu was still hovering over their teacher, pushing him into the ground, and Gama hissed. That's going to be hard, but I see what you mean by wrong. I need you to get that thing away from him if you want him healed. Be smart, because I don't think I'll have enough to heal you too if you decide to get yourself killed. The Kappa turned to the wide-eyed girl. Kin, you'll be helping. Hero, a few generations off, for sure, but I'll take anything. Go get him, kid. And don't get killed or Shiko will have my ass. They flexed their claws, energy burning, and jumped out from cover. The blue one looked amused. Oh, a hero brat. Tell me, Eraserhead, do you think All Might will come if I kill some kids? Izuku didn't even wait for the gargled shout from the teacher before he threw 3 senbon, aiming for the shoulders to immobilize the arms. The hulking black mass was in the way, faster than humanly possible, and they snarled. Blue chuckled. How feral. Are you sure you're a hero? Or maybe you're just raging because I hurt your precious sensei. Namu, go play. Make it hurt. Only carefully trained instincts from games of high-intensity hide-and-seek let him dodge the massive fist. He swept with a kunai as he passed, landing a solid hit, and he kept his eyes on the monster, ears forward and straining. He could sense more than see Gama and Tsu dragging Eraserhead away and dousing him in water chakra, Gamakichi's own version of healing, and he relaxed marginally, focusing his entire attention on the beast that was already coming at him again. You look like a ninja fox. Why is that? Neither of them felt inclined to answer, but the words distracted them and Izuku could feel his shoulder ripping out of place as he got hit with a glancing blow. He screeched and grabbed at it, hovering over the wound that he knew would hurt more if he actually touched it. Tobai washed chakra over it, wasting some in a quick and messy heal, and his bones and joints slotted back into place. The front of the USJ exploded with a cry of I am here. All Might wasn't smiling, but he was glowing like the sun. Izuku could feel energy, spiritual energy pouring off of him in waves, some of it pouring into his side for some reason. Izuku knew if he went into sensing mode, All Might would be as bright as, if not brighter than, the sun. He jumped backwards as Blue chuckled. Finally, the main boss. Namu, kill All Might. Everything was numb. People spoke around him. Paramedics and teachers checking all the students over and leading the cuffed criminals to the waiting police vehicles. But Yabu sat on the ground, still poised for battle despite the threat having been gone away and dealt with hours ago. Tobai was alert, and their ears were swiveling back and forth, picking up sounds for any signs of attack. But Izuku was just staring at the ground, tensed in a squat and muscles straining from exertion. He was not planning on moving from here, where he could see Tsu, Kuro, Kashi, No, Shaoji, Kuda, Kairu. Gamakichi, that is, Midoriya. His ears swiveled forward and he had to restrain himself from launching senbon at the person who spoke. They had said his name, the family name that he shared with his mother, unless they were calling for her, but they would have realized if Masuno had arrived, for sure, meaning he was asking for them. He wordlessly slid the senbon back into the holder and turned empty eyes to the one who had spoken. He was a plain-looking man in a white button-down and dark slacks. Can you give your statement? Ah, with the police then. Izuku flicked his right ear in affirmation, then remembered that humans didn't read body language as well. Yes, the man nodded awkwardly. Would you like to do that here, or would you like to go to a more private location? His ears swiveled, noting there were very few people in the area he did not trust intimately on some level, aside from this man who was going to be questioning him. In addition, everyone he had to make sure was safe and alive was right here, in their line of vision. Here, the man nodded and sat on the ground, to be more level with them, he assumed, but he did not relax. The man took out a slim recording device. I will be recording this conversation for ease, is that all right? He nodded sharply. The device clicked on. This is Tsukachi Naomasa, detective, with Midoriya Izuku of Class 1 on the USJ incident. The time is 5:34 p.m. Midoriya, can you describe the events from the moment the villains arrived, from your perspective? Felt wrong. The Namu, it was called. It was wrong. It was an affront to nature and the order of both spirit and man. He could feel a snarl overtaking his lips and the hint of a growl encroached on his voice, and it should not exist. So, you felt the wrongness of the Namu and then, too focused, and then. The Cloud One, the Mist, Kurogiri, he split up the class. Sue told me after, when we fell from the sky into the flood zone. We jumped onto the boat so the villains could not kill us. Sue is a Suitsuyu, correct? Yes, Kairu-kin. We jumped from the boat and cast spirit fire to stall the villains and escaped to the main plaza. Then, what happened when you got to the main plaza? We saw the teacher, the Gaki, get slammed into the ground by the Namu. Blue. No, Shigaraki Tamura, Kurogiri called him that. He controlled the Namu. Did you see the quirks used by the main three villains? Kurogiri was mist and could move people through space. Yin, Shigaraki could touch things and they would turn to dust. Earth, wind, and fire. The Namu. It was wrong. Too many opposing natures and everything mixed up, like it was. Like it was many into one. The forced bond. Could you elaborate on how you knew that? Izuku glanced around again, assessing his surroundings. Sensed it. Tried to fight them. Namu could block the Senbin very fast. Got hit, had to do a patch job, and then the sun arrived. The sun, he blinked. All might. He shone like the sun. We didn't try and sense him for fear we would go blind. Okay, and what happened after All Might arrived? He tilted his head, considering. He fought Blue and the Namu. The wrongness was much, but it could not beat the sheer power of him. The Namu got sent far away, and I hope the many were laid to rest. After it was sent away, Blue got agitated and tried to attack, but the other teachers showed up in time and they were forced to retreat. Did you sense anything about where they went? Izuku bit his lip. There was more wrongness there, but it was too short for it to fully register. Tsukachi nodded. Thank you for your cooperation, Midoriya. He nodded sharply and stood up, stalking over to Tsu and Gama. Gamakichi raised an eyebrow, unimpressed. You're both still far too agitated. Your emotions are feeding off of each other and becoming muddled, separate before you go feral with nerves. He clenched and unclenched his hands, the press of the claws into his toughened palms bringing reassurance with them. But Gama just rolled his eyes and hit him on the chest. Izuku was sent reeling, senses dulled and emotions going haywire before settling. Kairu. He whirled around at the growl and reached for Tobai instantly, but a webbed hand pulled him back with a sigh of exasperation. Calm down, he snarked at the agitated fox. You need to stop being on high alert. The danger has passed and everyone is fine. Tobai's pupils narrowed. What about Gaki? Gama snorted. Your teacher is fine. The girlie was a good help and a quick study. He turned to Tsu. If you want a future in healing, or even just more practice, talk to Green. He knows how to find me. Speaking of, he worked another scale off his shoulder. You need another one of these. Try not to summon me in chemical-filled water again or you'll owe me twice the cucumbers. How? Izuku swallowed and blinked. Roiling emotions settling slightly now that he was the only one in his head. How did you separate us? I disrupted your chakra flows. Helps that fire is weak to water. I'll teach you how to do it in case you ever come across someone that's possessed. Speaking of, birds. Dark shadow peeked out from where Fumi was sitting, having done his interview already. Oh, Kairu, hi. The Kappa huffed. Can't believe he went with the kids' names, he muttered. Ridiculous. Anyway, Tobai still needs some calming down. Feel free to smother him if he gets to be too much. Dark saluted and scooped up the fox in question, cuddling him despite protests and squirming. And Green, Izuku looked at the Kappa, blinking. Go visit the Boiler Man. In fact, bring all your friends. I'm sure Shiko has noticed my disappearing act by now, since it's been literal hours, and no doubt has raised an army in our defense, but go reassure the old man you're not dead. He can pass the message on to Shiko, since none of you should be going near the forest right now. Izuku cocked his head. Is there something going on? Shikamaori said he would have come with me today but he couldn't, which means he had to stay in the forest. What's going on? Nothing you need to worry about, kiddo. Spirit stuff, and only spirit stuff. You haven't had enough training to deal with this, and I don't mean the training from Shiko, I mean the training from me. Culture stuff. Izuku bit his lip. If you say so. Gamakichi stretched, bones popping, and he released a satisfied sigh. Right, off you go then. No possession until Tobai has calmed down enough that the bird spirit releases him. Do give the boiler man my greetings. He waved goodbye and sniffed the air before setting off unerringly in the direction of the forest, metal caps sloshing with the water concealed within. Sue laced her hands together. I will likely take him up on his offer. It was enlightening. Also, I can see how healing would be useful, Kiro. Izuku nodded absent-mindedly. Yeah, Fumi, did you and Shadow hear that? Fumi nodded. The boiler man. It has been a while since we have visited. Will Tsu be joining us? If she wants to. And Shaoji and Kuda if they want to come too. I know a lot of people want to go home after something like this and be with their families, so I totally get it if they don't want to come. Shaoji appeared out of nowhere. I'm willing to go. I live alone anyway, and that's not going to be good right now. Izuku turned to look at Kuda, who waved nervously. He walked over with slight trepidation and asked if the tall boy wanted to come with them into a spirit shop. He nodded, and they set off once they were all released by the police. Izuku and Fumi had to grab the hands of the others, Izuku grabbing Tsu and Kuda, Fumi getting Shaoji, with Shadow holding a sulking Tobai, cooing over the two-tailed fox. Kamaji. Izuku, I told you not to call me that. Fumi rolled his eyes and Izuku giggled. Sorry, but I brought some friends, and we are in desperate need of tea. A bottle-brush mustached face peeked out from the back room, his eyes raised in surprise. Well, I'll be. You haven't brought anyone here since Fumi and Shadow. I am Kamaji, owner of Kamaji's urban tea shop, where you are now standing. Welcome. And I'm sure Izuku has told you the rules, but no full names please. Lin, he yelled into the back. Izuku brought friends. Do you have any of that one biscuit recipe you were trying? A roasted newt one or the lemon one? These are humans, Lin. Not everyone likes roasted newt. Sue blinked and tentatively raised a hand. I would be willing to try it. His head leaned in and he adjusted his glasses, looking her up and down with a hum. Kappa-kin. She glanced at Izuku and nodded hesitantly. So I am told, Kiro. He hummed again, then ducked his head through the back door again. Bring a few roasted newt ones to try, but still mostly the lemon ones. Stuff it, old man. It's for Izuku's friends. There was an unintelligible grumble and he turned back to them with a grin. Well, sit down, I'll get you all some tea. Boy, tell me, Shikamaori sent out messengers earlier in a tizzy about a prediction and Gamakichi being summoned away. Care to explain? Villains attacked our school trip and I had to summon Gama to stop my teacher from dying. Sue helped. She waved. 3 hands were gathering and grinding tea ingredients, a 4th setting 2 kettles full of water on the hot stove. Yes, Sue, nice to meet you. And the rest? I am called Shaoji, and he is called Kuda. He talks mostly in sign. Kamaji nodded, 2 hands going forward, and he signed as he spoke. Forgive me for my rudeness. Do let me know if there's anything you need. Kuda blinked in surprise, then nodded and signed something back. Kamaji hummed. Of course. Oh, good, Lin. The back door slammed open and Lin crawled through, looking rather annoyed. But the expression melted when she took in the 5 teenagers and 2 spirits seated around one of the tables. Hey there, kiddos. I'm Lin. Now, I heard someone wanted to try my roasted newt biscuits. I need a second opinion because apparently just because I like them doesn't mean they're good. Not that I make them for customers. I make them for me, but it's fine. Sue cocked her head. I will admit, I'm curious to try one. I have never had roasted newt, but it sounds interesting, at the very least. Lin gasped. Never had roasted newt. Oh, honey, you haven't lived until you've had roasted newt. Old man, is the tea done? He grumbled, but stretched a few arms, putting cups in front of all of them and pouring hot water into the cups, the herbs immediately releasing calming scents in the room. Give it a minute, and then sure. Lin rolled her eyes and set the plate she was holding on the table. The darker ones are the roasted newt flavor, the lighter ones are the lemon. Lemon isn't my favorite, but apparently humans don't like roasted newt. Whatever, poor taste, in my opinion. Zux, you want to try it? You're basically half spirit anyway. Lin, Kamaji huffed. Not all spirits like roasted newt either. It's mostly the toads. She shrugged, and Sue picked up one of the darker biscuits. She nibbled on one with a thoughtful expression, before looking blankly at Lin. I do find them rather good. She cheered. This girl has taste. Izuku, Greenie, you gotta bring her back. She's my advocate for roasted newt. He snickered and bit into a lemon cookie. I'll stick to the lemon, thanks, but I'm glad you have someone to share with. She rolled her eyes. Whatever, I'm going back to work. We open in a few hours and I don't want to have to deal with the toads more than I have to. If you kids still want to stick around after that, the back room is always open for you. Don't recommend being out past dark tonight, though. Fumi blinked. Why not? Big gathering, she shrugged, super hoity-toity. Good for business but also a pain to deal with. Worse than the wealthy customers from the bathhouse, ugh. Goes on for about a week. And these guys are like, kinda racist. Certain spirits aren't allowed to be out and they sure as hell don't like humans. Anyway, nice meeting you guys. Stay safe, kiddos. They waved goodbye as she disappeared into the back room once again, and finally their tea was cool enough to drink. Izuku took a sip and sighed, sinking into his chair as all of the day's worries washed away, flowing like sand between his fingers. Yeah, Kamaji knew what he was doing. Izuku sank into his chair and just took a moment to breathe. Izuku grabbed Fumi's arm before he could open the door to the classroom and frowned. Izu, there are people outside. A lot of them, since normally I wouldn't be able to passively sense them. The bird boy narrowed his eyes and Shadow flattened himself and peeked his head out the bottom before sliding back in. Yeah, a lot of people. Some hero students, some not. Be careful, Fumi. Tobai huffed. Just open the door. We can prank them if they're mean about it. Fumi opened it, Izuku peeking out from behind him, hiding in his shadow. A blonde sneered. Ah, the mighty one finally deigns to grace us with their presence. I hope we didn't scare you away. The villains didn't, but perhaps they weren't all that scary. I hear only your teacher went to the hospital. If our teacher, Vlad King, had been there, no one would have gotten hurt. Tobai melted into him and sounds got sharper. Yabu, are you sure? He hummed and neatly walked around Fumi. Hello there, what's your name? The blonde sneered. I am Monomanito of 1B. Oh, good, thank you for your name. I'll give it back to you, but with it you will not be able to talk down to my class or anyone in this school. You are Monomanito, and you cannot help but be polite to your fellow students. Monoma blinked and opened and closed his mouth like a fish, before he sneered again, trying to say something. No words came out of his mouth, and Tobai popped out to stand on Izuku's shoulders, smug as can be. Shadow chuckled from where he was curled around Fumi's shoulders. What did you do to me? Izuku shrugged, taking on a foxy grin despite Tobai being balanced on him instead of with him. You gave me your name. I could have taken it entirely, but I was very generous and gave it back instead, with some stipulations. Weren't you told not to give your name out so freely? Monoma's eyes widened and his mouth dropped, before he set his lips in a thin line. Izuku shrugged. My Masuno always told me that if you can't say something nice, don't say anything at all. Maybe later I'll let you speak your mind fully, Monoma turned away and pushed through the crowd, other students looking between the two of them nervously before some of them split off. Izuku breathed a sigh of relief as the crowd thinned and ducked back into Fumi's shadow. I did not believe you had enough darkness in you to honestly take someone's name, my friend. He rolled his eyes. I could only do it with Tobai, not by myself. Plus, I'm full of darkness. I'm literally yin-natured. Fumi turned to walk to lunch and paused. Can we help you? The tall boy narrowed his eyes. How did you do that? Fumi carefully angled his body so he was covering more of Izuku, which did not go unnoticed by the green-haired boy. Why do you want to know? The kid inclined his head with a grimace. You controlled him, right? To a point, yes. Do you think what you did was villainous? He immediately reached up to grab Tobai from launching himself at the boy, narrowing his eyes. No, he was being mean for no reason and picking on my class for something we did not want to have happen. An event that made us fear for our lives. Then he insulted our teacher, who risked his life to make sure none of us got hurt. 2. No ability is inherently villainous. It depends on how it's used. If I wanted to be villainous, I would have taken his name and his quirk, leaving him like that. But I didn't. I gave his name back to him. He was stupid enough to give it to me in the first place. That got a raised eyebrow. He gave you his name and you took it. Like the Fae. He giggled, scratching the slowly calming Tobai. Something like that. The boy cocked his head in mild confusion. If you can't introduce yourself, how do people know what to call you? Izuku brightened up and went to answer when Bakugo pushed him into Fumi, brushing past them all. Move it, he barked. Some of us want to go to lunch while you stand here yapping. Bakubro, wait up. More of his friends stepped out after the volatile blonde, multicolored and loud, and all three of them ducked into the shadows, out of the way. Soon, the rest of the class followed, until Xiaoji, Tsu, and Kuda stepped up beside them. Izuku smiled softly at the tall boy. Walk with us to lunch, and I can tell you about spirits. He hesitated for a moment, but seemed to come to a decision and stepped in beside them. Saki, I see you have tofu. Please, may I have it? Shinsu blinked at the kitsune and shrugged, using his chopsticks to put the tofu in front of Tobai, much to his delight. Saki, meaning both purple and good luck, was Tobai's name for the boy. As soon as he seemed like a decent person who wasn't going to call his best friend a villain, Tobai immediately gave him a nickname, as he is wont to do, before the poor boy could even get his family name out. They did eventually get it out of him, but only after everyone called him Saki about 5 times each. Shinsu didn't seem to mind. So, Izuku eagerly leaned forward, out of his shell and more likely to speak his mind now that he was around friends. You're in Gen Ed, not 1B. Why come with the 1B crowd then? Shinsu grimaced, scouting you out. I know you have an empty spot, and I want it. Fumi nodded. Discontent with the darkness of the world, you seek to be a cleansing power as well. If you mean I want to be a hero, yeah, sure. Izuku nodded solemnly. Can't help what the heart wants. Non-physical quirk, I'm guessing. Shinsu looked distinctly uncomfortable with this line of conversation, but muttered a yes before going back to pick at his food. I am often told I am blunt, Sue croaked, but I believe if you work hard, you will join our course. He blinked in surprise, shook out of his downward spiral of anger by the clear sincerity from the frog girl. Ah, Sue, speaking of working hard, Gamakichi wants to know if you're down for healing lessons. You aren't pure water chakra like he is, but you have a lot. She nodded. I will bring a cucumber. He likes those, yes. Izuku giggled. No, it's fine. He actually likes teaching people. Since I have to change my nature to heal his way, I'm a pain to teach. He's been angry about that for years. He'd teach you for free. She tilted her head. Still, I imagine he would be more amicable with his favorite food. Sure, but Masuno always makes me bring cucumbers and peanut butter crackers for Shiko anyway. You don't need to bring extra. You said that word before, Shinsu interrupted. Masuno. What does it mean? Izuku blinked. Oh, I don't know if I ever explained that. Huh. It's my mom. The word is from Tobai and it just stuck. It means a female fox. I guess he adopted her as his own mother, despite being 38. He poked Tobai, who squawked in indignation at the last words. Shaoji's eyebrows raised. I'm assuming kitsune progress at different rates. Izuku hummed. Technically, they aren't adults till age 50, so he's a teenager right now. Kama isn't looking forward to the day Tobai gets his third tail and can shapeshift. He can make so much more trouble with a human or variable form. Still older than you, Yabu. He rolled his eyes. Eat your snacks. So, since the sports festival was announced, what do we want to do to prepare? I will be training my healing, Kiro. Izuku perked up. Actually, I think all of you can probably train in the forest. I'd ask permission from Shiko first, but it seems like the perfect place for everyone to practice. I can work on my sensing. Finally, I can be the seeker in hide and seek. Kuda nodded rapidly and signed. Shinsu blinked in surprise. Oh, I did notice you don't talk much. I know sign too. Kuda beamed at the other boy and they immediately engaged in a rapid-fire sign conversation. Fumi bowed lightly. Shadow and I would enjoy working together with you in the forest, Izu and Tobai. Seeing my birdkin again is also a bonus. Shaoji shrugged. Certainly can work on movement and arm strength. I'm down. Izuku grinned. What about you, Saki? What's your plan to prepare for the festival? Yeah, you. I think you have to get pretty far to be considered for a transfer, or at least farther than any other Gen Ed student, so what's your plan? To use my quirk. Izuku blinked and looked at Shinsu's arms. Just your quirk? Yes. Izuku bit his lip. Come with us. I think I can help, at least a little. Or, well, the guardian of the forest can. Shinsu blinked and frowned. Guardian of the forest. Yeah, walk with us after school, unless you have to go home. He snorted and shook his head. No problems there. They'll be glad to be rid of me. Izuku stilled for a moment, grin never faltering. But Tobai could feel him get tense through the hand that had just been petting him. Okay, it's a plan. No, you can't train in the forest. Izuku blinked at the kappa in disbelief. But why? Gamakichi raised an unimpressed eyebrow. Already told you, the political gathering. It's going on for several more days, because of all the shit that's been going down. I felt the creature, same as you, and the whole community is angry about it. Not something for humans to be messing with. Forest is off limits until Shiko or I come get you. Izuku huffed and folded his arms. But the sports festival is in only 2 weeks, and we need to train. Where are we going to go? Gama shrugged. Not my problem. Surely humans have local training spots. Tobai geckered. Yeah, but you know Yabu loves the forest more than even the bird brain does. Tobai. Fumi nodded. It is true. You are most at home in the trees. Izuku rolled his eyes and waved goodbye to the kappa before turning back to his friends. For those of you who could only hear half that conversation, there's a big spirit gathering still going on that's taking place in the woods, so no humans are allowed in. Too dangerous. Shaoji nodded. Fair enough. You've certainly stressed the dangers. But where are we going to train, then? Sue snorted. UA is designed for training in different environments. If we have permission from a teacher, we can train on UA grounds. I do believe they have a forest. She croaked pointedly in Izuku's direction. Kuda's shoulders shook a little from silent laughter and Izuku rolled his eyes. Sure, but school let out a while ago. Who knows if someone's still there? Shinsu sighed. No time like the present. Also, anyone want to tell me why only half of us could see who Midori was talking to? Silly Saki, Dark Shadow grinned. If you hang around Izu enough, you'll be seeing spirits in no time. Fumi has a many-year advantage on you. Fumi sighed. What he means is that unless spirits put out energy, you will not be able to see them. Tobai puts it out most of the time, minimally looking like a regular fox, and more when he wishes to speak to humans. Izuku also puts off some of this energy, And if you are touching him or have been around him a lot, you can see spirits. Until then, you, like every other human, will be blind. Shinsu nodded slowly. Hidden Fae. Makes sense. Xiaoji grabbed Izuku under one arm and Fumi under the other, both boys looking rather startled, and Xiaoji not blinking. Right, back to UA. After they shook themselves out of their shock, Xiaoji set them down and allowed them to walk the rest of the way. They walked through the gates as normal, their student passes still letting them in, but the intercom buzzed at them, making them stop. Hello, might I ask what you're doing back after hours, my students? Izuku grinned. Hello, Netsu. Can I make another guess after I tell you? Of course, we're here to train, if that's all right. A fine reason. Preparations for the sports festival, I assume. Ah, and I see you've picked up a new friend. Very well. I will send a teacher to supervise and give you access to the training facility you would like to use. Best of luck. Ah, yes, and your guess. Kawaso. Ah, interesting. I would like to discuss that with you tomorrow before school, if that is all right. Izuku beamed. Does that mean I'm right? Oh, I imagine you will find out tomorrow, Ah, the teacher is arriving shortly, so best of luck again. Izuku sighed, but was still grinning as the intercom clicked off. Pretty sure that means I'm right. Tobai shrugged. Worse things for him to be than an otter. Lesser known. Still in the trickster category like Tanuki and Kitsune. Interesting that he's a wind type. Otters are mostly water or earth. Whoa, Shinsu paused. What? Are you calling our principal a fae? Spirit? But yes. Oh, power loader. The diminutive teacher sighed. Hello, I'm told you want a place to train. What do you have in mind? Izuku exchanged a glance with everyone else, but most of them shrugged. Well, he said, I'd really like a forest, ideally, but anything where we can play hide and seek will do. Powerloader visibly paused, reconsidered, then nodded. Okay, Netsu gave you permission, so I'm really not going to question this. The forest behind the school is open to you. Please don't destroy all the trees. Shinsu blinked. But it's hide and seek. How are we going to destroy the trees? Powerloader just gave a long, suffering sigh. I know. Trust me when I say that does not matter. He looked into the distance with the same 1,000-yard stare that veterans of the Quirk Wars had. He walked away, apparently not going to supervise them in person, if at all. It was Powerloader. He probably had access to the cameras. Izuku bounded off with a giggle. First step of training. Running. Catch me if you can. Fumi and Tobai did not hesitate, breaking out in a dead sprint, but the other three quickly followed. Tobai was the only one to catch him, but he was faster by default, and they all stopped at the edge of the forest. This, Shinsu wheezed out, was the worst idea I have ever agreed to. Xiaoji sighed. Midori, we have reached the forest. Please do not make us run more. Izuku grinned slyly. Since we can't be in the forest to get healing or shinobi training, we're going to do a modified version of how I used to train. Wait, shinobi. Izuku ignored Shinsu. Shikamaori told me that the first thing you need is stealth, and the second first thing you need is endurance. How can you have two first things, Kiro? I said the same thing, Izuku snickered, but you get endurance in the process of getting stealth. I dunno if I told you guys or my hero costume gave it away, but I'm planning on being an underground hero, so stealth is really important. Now, my training was I'd hide and Shiko would come find me. And if he did, I had to do a certain number of exercises, like jumping jacks, push-ups, squats, or even a few burpees. Those days were the worst, but don't worry. That's not what's happening this time. Most of them gave visible slumps of relief, bar Fumi who was far too used to this, and Izuku gave them a moment of relief before smiling wide and a little too feral for a human. Because I'm not going to be hiding, you guys are. Meaning you're the ones doing the exercises every time I catch you. Shinsu looked longingly in the direction of the main gate, no doubt debating if he had recovered enough from the sprint to effectively escape. I'd get going, Izuku giggled. I'm only generous enough to give you a minute to hide. They all took off into the forest, and Izuku let out a breath and sat on the ground to count. Tobai, he hummed, mentally keeping track of the time. I think I'll just seek as myself to start. If they get too good, we can team up, and if they get good enough for that, well, there's always sensing. I wonder what Shinsu's nature is. He leapt to his feet and Tobai cackled. Ready or not, here I come. Mezu was perched in a tree he had been able to haul himself into, every arm ending in an ear, straining to pick up sounds of Midoriya coming through the woods. He tensed minutely at a shriek from close. A cackle went up that he recognized as being Tobai. The little fox, and a flash of red strolled beneath his tree. 20 jumping jacks, then go hide again. Mezu forced himself to remain perfectly still, barely breathing, as Tobai leapt ahead. If he hadn't been watching, he wouldn't have known Midoriya walked into the clearing at all. Despite the leaves and sticks on the ground, each step was careful, each breath measured, and the green-haired boy moved like a ghost, fluid and weaving between the trees like he had grown up around them. Which, of course, he sort of had. His eyes seemed to glow as he took in the environment, examining the ground and sniffing lightly. He sighed, muttered something about Tobai, then paused. Oh, Shaoji came through here. It was only a murmur, but it was enough for the boy to pick it up, and everything in him was sending off alarm bells. How could he possibly know that? Midoriya seemed to be following a trail with his eyes before he stopped, then blinked up Mezu's tree with a beaming grin. Hello, squats for you, I think, then go hide again. Mezu sighed and dropped to the forest floor. Sue was rather grateful that part of her quirk allowed her to camouflage as long as she didn't move. Hidden mostly by a bush, and in a comfortable position, she watched Midori examine her trail a few times, but not find her. It was not an aspect of her quirk she often utilized or broadcasted, since most hero work and training was rather fast-paced. There were not many times where she actively wanted to hide, but this was one of them. He did eventually find her, and grinned widely when she explained how she could hide, but still made her do 5 burpees, the monster. Fumikage went into a dark area and let Shadow hide him, but he knew for a fact that Izuku would find him before long, and that he would have to be quick and quiet to avoid the much more experienced boy. Oh well, he had been doing this for a while. 30 jumping jacks was nothing by now. Hitoshi was certain that he was found more than anyone else, but when the sun was starting to set and they finally called for the end, Midoriya gave them their final scores. I caught Shaoji the most, then Fumi, then Saki, then Tsu, but all of you guys did really well. Tsu, I had no idea you had a camouflage aspect to your quirk. She shrugged. Some frogs can do it, Kiro, so I can as well. Helpful for hide and seek, at least, but I need to stay still for it to work, so not as much in hero work. Hitoshi blinked. His arms, legs, and lungs were burning, but he had only been beaten in number of discoveries by the girl who could literally camouflage. That didn't seem right. Midori turned to him and grinned, bounding up and bouncing on the balls of his feet. He wasn't wearing shoes, but Hitoshi was too taken aback by the close proximity of the Fey boy to really remark on it more than a passing thought. You have a natural talent for sneaking. Do you mind if I take a look at your nature? It doesn't always have something to do with it, but I'm really curious. Hitoshi honestly had no idea what that really meant, but he nodded anyway, other than physical activity. He hadn't done anything too bad to him. The tiny kid closed his eyes for a moment, then opened them even wider, grinning all the while. Wow, yin, like me, plus a little lightning. It looks really cool, with the crackle of a hint of light. Your quirk must be really non-physical, because the only other people with yin chakra other than me, Spirit Maji, is Aizawa-sensei, who can erase your quirk by looking at you, and Haku, who Tobai has already adopted because he's the only one who could see her. She is wreathed in spiritual energy that means humans can't see her, just like if she was a spirit. I can't even see her unless Tobai is possessing me. Your quirk must connect deeply to a person's mind and soul, so that's really cool. Hitoshi blinked and could feel dread pulling in his gut. This is where they'd ask about his quirk, and realize he was a terrible person and, wait, your teacher can erase quirks. Yep, it was kind of bad for me for various reasons, but he's a good hero. Your teacher is Eraserhead. Midori grinned at him. Yep, I'm surprised you've heard of him, actually. Hitoshi could feel his face getting hotter, but he nodded. He's my favorite hero. He also got into the hero course through the sports festival, and he doesn't have a physical quirk either. Midori nodded. You want to go underground too? Well, then you'll need to come to more of these practices, because your physical fitness is, well, sit. Hitoshi wanted to feel offended, but he had seen how Midori had moved and he wanted that. He nodded slowly. Sure, if you'll have me. Midori beamed. Of course, maybe we'll get to go into the actual forest and I can get Shikamaori to help out too. He taught me everything I know. Hitoshi nodded again and then waved, walking away. Well, see you guys tomorrow then. The folks are gonna notice if I'm not back at the house. They wouldn't, but these guys didn't need to know that. There was a tug on his pants and he looked down to see Tobai, the relatively normal-looking fox who could talk, with his needle-sharp teeth in Hitoshi's pants leg. Ah, yeah, the fae that followed around and sometimes possessed Midori. Can I help you? Tobai released his pants with a huff and sat back on his haunches. Yes, you can. What's your favorite food? He blinked. Why? Masuno will want to know what to cook you for next time. Next time? You really don't have to, he winced, ignoring how the thought of food made his stomach start to rumble. It was silent through long years of practice, but he could still feel it. Tobai's pupils narrowed. Please, you need to eat, and you gave up your tofu at lunch, so we need to pay you back. Those are the rules. Izuku grinned quietly to himself. They absolutely were not the rules, but Shinsu did need to eat, and it looked like he couldn't refuse the spirit that started nudging him. Izuku waved to the others as he walked Shinsu to his house, texting his mom as he went. It looked like they'd have a visitor for dinner. Tobai and he had both heard Shinsu's stomach rumbling. No matter how quiet, and no Midoriya was going to let that stand, even an adopted one. Come on, Saki, Masuno is making Mappo tonight. Shinsu sighed, letting himself be led. Do you eat anything other than tofu? What? Yes, I eat adzuki beans, and anything Masuno cooks, but those are my favorite. Bakugo gave a terrible speech, honestly. but everyone in Class 1 was rather resigned. Izuku heard Monoma comment about a wonderful speech that really captures the One spirit and figured the boy was starting down the path of backhanded compliments, since he couldn't outright insult anyone. Good for him. Midnight strolled onto stage, hyped up the crowd, and spun the wheel for the first event. He didn't have time to read the highlighted wheel section before the words blew up on the big screen. Hide and seek tag. Midnight grinned. All the contestants will be getting a badge to put on their chest. The first 2 seekers will be me and Cementos, and as soon as 2 students are tagged, we will be off the field. Everyone will have 5 minutes to hide in the concrete jungle Cementos will be making for us while we pass out the badges, and then the seekers will swarm. When you are found and tagged, you will join the team of seekers. We will go until everyone has been tagged or half an hour passes, whichever comes first. The top 40 students will advance to the next round. Contestants, clear the field and come get your badges. Izuku numbly went over, mind whirling. But Tsu, Shaoji, Kuda, Fumi, and even Shinsu came and formed ranks around him while they moved up in the line to get their badges. So, did you know? Izuku looked at Shinsu, scandalized. Of course not. I gave you all the same training I had been getting for years. Fumi, back me up. Fumi nodded. While it does seem like he might have used his connections to the principal to rig and pre-plan for the sports festival, I can assure you that is not the case. He would not waste his favor on this. Izuku spared a moment to look offended before sticking the blue badge on his chest, as instructed. Tsu croaked in amusement, affixing her own badge with a smile. I do believe the phrase is "do not look a gift horse in the mouth," so perhaps we would best abide by that. It is far more likely that Netsu saw our training, Kiro, and was amused by the idea. Yeah, actually that seemed likely. Izuku grinned as Tobai melted into him with barely a glance and shook out his tails. Don't get caught too early, guys. Anyone who doesn't make it to the second round will get special remedial training. They mostly looked resigned to that, if Izuku was being honest, but Tobai thought it was really funny, and Izuku very much agreed with him, his snickers sounding far more like geckers as the concrete jungle rose behind them on the main field. Cementos gave them multiple stories, and some looked like trees or webs or meshes, and others looked like buildings or towers or barns. The diversity made it so that the entire space was complicated, like a McDonald's play place, putting a lot of ground in such a small space. There were about 120 kids in the year once the business students were cleared to leave for their respective tasks, but it wouldn't feel small. They only had half an hour, anyway. It was really a game of hide until you're seen, and then it's a game of keep away. Izuku and Tobai were great at keep away. The signal for them to go into the jungle was sent off, and Izuku wasted no time in bolting, already eyeing the higher, harder-to-reach structures and calling on all his stealth training to disappear in plain sight. He had no illusions that they were not going to be sending camera drones everywhere to look for the fights and confrontations. A quick glance to the board showed the timer counting down, and Izuku breathed deep as he settled into a stance that he could perch in for hours if he needed to, stretching his chakra sensing to its limit so he could have an early warning for anyone finding him. This would be fun. Hitoshi was almost grateful for the ruthless training Midori had given them, because he didn't think he'd have been able to run as long or as far as he did before that, and he was only mildly winded when he found a place to hide. He was still pretty sure this was rigged in some way, but if it was rigged in his favor. Unless Izuku got tagged, it would probably be difficult for anyone to find him, or Kuda, or Shaoji, or probably Tsu. Actually, not Tokoyami, but he'd be hard to tag, seeing as Dark Shadow probably counted as his own entity. No way Netsu was going to call the Fae not a whole person, because Netsu was biased. In a good way, though. Anyway, Hitoshi ducked into a place with a decent escape route, visuals on the only entrance, and a higher place to reach. Climbing the concrete branches of the tower was way easier than the wood branches of the tree in Yue, especially the branches closer to the top that were on the bad side of flimsy, so he was feeling confident. People might look up more than usual because of the height differences in their surroundings, but every few people looked up most of the time. So for now, Hitoshi was going to count on that good luck that Tobai said he had, and try to outlast the timer. He could do this. Kuji felt really safe, actually. The UA wildlife, birds especially, were used to playing hide and seek with him, so it was easy to remind them of the rules and ask for help. They liked the game, and were more than happy to let him know, shrilly, if anyone came near. Since none of the other people smelled like fox like Izuku does, he was certain he could also have them dive-bomb his assailants so he could get away and find another hiding spot. He was not doing Izuku's remedial training. Thank you very much. Mezu had ears trained on his surroundings. He knew for a fact he was not the best at hide and seek in their group, but that didn't mean he was bad at it either. He spotted Jiru at one point, but her badge was still blue, so he just nodded at her when their eyes met and they both continued sneaking around, listening for people coming close or sounds of fighting. He would also nod at birds. He knew they were kudas. 10 minutes left and 57 hiders are still out there, for all you seekers. Oop, 56, Shinji Kankuro from 1D is out. Sue was very calm, with steady breathing. She was invisible, she knew that, she could see that, so she wasn't worried at all. She was crouched on the wall, the badge hidden by the fact that her back was facing out. OMG, Sue. Girl, you are totally blending in. I didn't know you could do that. She startled for half a moment before turning slowly to where the hiss came from. Hagakure. Yep. Geez, you can camouflage? Huh. Neat. We should work together sometimes. Maybe it'll help me turn it off so more than Tobai can see me. Sue blinked slowly. A conversation for later, Kiro. Best of luck. You too. It was interesting to Sue that Tobai could see the invisible girl. She would have to ask him about that later. For now, she had a competition to win. With Hamura Ido out, we are down to 17 people, picking up the pace in these last 7 minutes as the seeker numbers overwhelm the hider numbers. Be careful, those still left, lest you get overwhelmed. Yabu, I'm so bored, please let us go cause problems. Izuku cocked his head. I mean, sure, we're in the top 10 right now, with only 5 minutes left. I don't think any of the gang has gotten caught yet. Think we can find them and distract the horde from them. Through sensing, you mean? I mean, sure, you might be able to. I imagine a lot of them went for height, but there's a lot of kids. Just get a good vantage point and use our regular senses. Fair enough. He stretched, silent as the breeze, and cast his eyes over the jungle below him. He had purposefully chosen one of the higher vantage points, ducking behind a wall to not be visible from the ground. Anyone with short of the ability to fly would not be able to get up there. Oh, there were explosions that immediately drew him in. Tofu boy. Bakugo, he meant. It looked like his badge was still blue, since he was just exploding anyone who got close. Kirishima and a boy made of metal were trying to power through the explosions. But then Bakugo would also just use his explosions to maneuver in the air. It looked like a girl with a jetpack, cackling all the way, was also using the air to maneuver away from her pursuers. There was the dome of ice that was probably Todoroki. There was a friend. He smiled to himself. Time to play distraction. He opened his mouth as he leapt and released a fox scream that quickly devolved into cackles, drawing the eye of every seeker out there. He nimbly landed on top of a spire that wasn't too far off the ground, in full view of everyone, and grinned, all teeth. Well, he chirped. What's a little fox to do, surrounded by all these vicious hounds? He made eye contact with Xiaoji and winked. Hope you don't catch me by the hairs of my chinny chin. He blinked and frowned. No, wait, that's for the story of the wolf and the 3 pigs. Never mind, ignore that. He was cut off by people running at him and he cackled and laughed, expecting that entirely. A quick glance showed he had just over 4 minutes to kill. He grinned and let himself slow down enough to make them think they had a chance before dashing just out of reach. Their cries of frustration were music to his pointed ears, and Tobai was cackling in his head at their indignation. By the time they realized Xiaoji was gone, there was a minute left, and Izuku was the only one anyone could see. Everyone else had hidden again, even Bakugo. In a daring move, Midoriya Izuku has drawn off all 119 seekers. Oh, his estimate was off. They must have more support students than he thought to try and take him out. But it's looking like he is too fast, dancing out of the way of his proclaimed hounds. Will they continue to pursue the fox, or will they try to find other prey? Izuku waved at the booth, completely not needing to see his pursuers to avoid them, and he could tell that made some of them mad. He slowed minutely, and a hand reached for him, hitting him barely a second after the buzzer went off. He had timed it perfectly. He grinned and waved at Monoma, the one who had touched him. Monoma tried to speak, grimaced, then corrected himself, tasting the words like they were a particularly peculiar morsel. Very clever and devious. Certainly traits for a hero to be cultivating, I'm sure. Izuku grinned. Thanks. I know the implications, but I'm going to ignore them, so thanks. Monoma scowled and walked away. Izuku was relatively certain he had gotten in the top 40, so he shouldn't be all that mad. The scoreboard flashed with the 40 students moving on, and Midnight cracked her whip. Please clear out so we can lower the arena to regular mode and start the setup for round 2. If your name is on the screen, you are moving on. Congratulations to the following for making it all the way to the end. Hagakure Toru, Shinsu Itoshi, Asui Tsuyu, Xiaoji Mezu, Hatsume, Midoriya Izuku, Todoroki Shoto. And oh, no, I'm told Bakugo Katsuki was caught in the last 10 seconds. Tough luck, sweetheart. Izuku suppressed a grin as the boy exploded and screeched. Now, Midnight purred, we move on to round 2. You'll need to find a team of 4 for a game we like to call the crown game. She twirled a metal crown on her finger with a sultry grin. Let's explain the rules, shall we? The rules of the crown game are simple. You might notice both my crown and the raised platform in the center. That is the throne. The crown must stay on the throne. There will be 5 rounds and 10 teams. Up to 5 teams can choose to participate in each round. And if there are too many, the teams that have participated the most in the past will enter. When someone claims the crown, they must sit on the throne. If they leave the throne or attack anyone outside the throne, their team loses the crown and is out of the round. The team who holds the crown at the end of each 10-minute round is automatically in the next round. Usually, the team with the crown at the end of the 5th round is the winner, and this is still true, but the 3 other teams that hold the crown for the longest amount of time will advance to the final round. Everyone clear? Simple, she said. You have 5 minutes to form your teams of 4. Oh, great, awesome. That was plenty of time. Izuku immediately latched onto Fumi, knowing he did not want to do this without his spirit buddies. Yabu, I require Haku. I'm the only one who can see her, so fighting against us is pointless for her but gives us an advantage. Izuku considered for a moment before nodding and cupping his hands around his mouth. Haku, on my way. He looked to Fumi for the 4th member, but the bird boy shrugged. I am not one for plans. I am assuming shadow attacking people if I am sitting on the throne does not violate the rules. And we have you as a sneaky heavy hitter? Then Hagakure as a pure stealth operative. We might benefit from more defense, or a way to keep people away from the throne. Or, perhaps, someone to sit on it, if you would like me to play defense. Izuku bit his lip and nodded slowly, looking over who had already formed a team. It looked like Todoroki had teamed up with Ida, Yaoyorozu, and Jiru, so they had versatility, speed, firepower, and sensing. They could be an issue. Shaoji and Kudo were soon joined by Tsu, who dragged over Uraraka, also potentially dangerous. Bakugo had been accosted by the pink-haired girl with the jetpack, and she had latched on to Kaminari, who was followed by an amused-looking Siro. The only other 2 Wana students who had made it into the top 40 were Ashido and Ajiro, and it looked like they were teaming up with 2 of the 1B kids. There looked to be 12 total of said 1B kids, a girl and boy with a funny yellow head joining up with what looked to be a pair of support students, if their gear was anything to go by. And the other 8 were split amongst themselves, including Monoma with a ginger, a green-haired girl with a toothy grin, and a light brown-haired boy. Izuku had no idea what any of their quirks were, so he'd have to be cautious. There were a total of 9 general education students who had made it to this round, and it looked like they were forming teams of 4 amongst themselves, but everyone seemed to be avoiding Shinsu. Izuku blinked. Oh, Saki. The purple-headed boy's head shot up almost incredulously, but there was also naked relief there. He schooled his expression and pointed to himself with a raised eyebrow. Tobai geckered. Is there another Saki? Get over here, good luck charm. Shinsu grimaced and avoided the jeering from the other Gen Ed groups and walked over, hands in his pockets. Yeah, Fumi hummed. We wish to have you join our team for the crown game, should you choose to accept. At least, I assumed that was the plan. Izuku nodded. Us 3 in Hagakure. Well, you don't know her, we can just stick with Haku. She's invisible. Well, to humans. Anyway, us 4, you in. Shinsu was carefully blank. You don't even know my quirk. The only thing you know about me is my lackluster physical ability and unnatural talent at hide and seek. This is a game full of direct combat. Why would you want me? Shadow giggled. We also know your sparkling personality. Plus, you're our friend. Shinsu slowly nodded. If you'll have me, then. Izuku beamed. The floating gym uniform bounded over. Okay, I'm here. Team time. Oh, you're new. Hi there. You can call me Haku. Lord knows Tobai won't call me anything else. It means clear. Shinsu raised an eyebrow. A little on the nose. Tobai calls me Saki. And everyone else kind of does too. She giggled. Purple, huh? Yeah, Tobai has a talent for those on the nose nicknames. You can also call me Hagakure if you want. You can call me Shinsu as well. She bounced. Great. I probably will stick to Saki. But it's nice to meet you. So, Tobai, Yabu, Kuro, and Cage. Plan? Izuku nodded sharply. Think like a fox. We don't have a heavy-hitting team, quirks notwithstanding. All we have to do is game the system. Fumi, remind me of the win conditions. He raised an eyebrow, visible by the displacement of his feathers. There are 2 ways. 1. The team who has the crown at the end of the 5th round automatically wins. 2. The teams with the most time with the crown advance as well. He beamed. Yep. So, we either take the crown for the most time, or we sweep in at the last minute, Shinsu finished, and get the win without doing most of the work. And, Izuku giggled, less exposure to our quirks and abilities. Important for underground heroes. Can't give out every trick. But I wouldn't say we're going to do no work. Haku hummed. But isn't there a restriction on the number of teams who can participate in a given round? I think everyone is going to want to compete in the last round. It's their final shot. Izuku nodded solemnly. Midnight said that if too many teams want to join, they'll be given priority if they've been in more rounds in the past, so we'll need to join at least 1, if not 2 of the rounds before the final round. Shinsu narrowed his eyes. Then the question becomes which rounds. Fumi crossed his arms. Not the first. Let people exhaust themselves and reveal to us their powers. Then we shall swoop in when they are weakened, and we shall steal the fruits of their labors for our own. A most devious plan. Tobai geckered. A plan fit for a fox. Good one, Yabu. Izuku grinned. So, we're all in for it. Shinsu shrugged and Hagakure cheered, jumping up and down in excitement. And that concludes the 5 minutes. Teams, come forth. Mike, please don't be so dramatic. But Eraser, they're fighting over the crown, over who gets to be king or queen. What's there not to be dramatic about? Disclaimer to the students. None of you are becoming royalty after this. I don't think we have the power for that. I dunno. I'm sure Nedzu has a contact somewhere. Mike, stop promising the students things you can't deliver on. Anyway, the teams are all registered by now. We have a fine mix of students, with a total of 28 hero course, 16 from 1A and 12 from 1B, 9 from our general studies course, and 3 from our support course. Let's give it up for teams. Midoriya, Bakugo, Todoroki, Asui, Ashido, Kendo, Shizaki, Kodai, Amura, Aibo. Midnight cracked her whip with a grin. On the count of 3, teams that wish to participate in round 1 will raise a hand. Any hand. Late volunteers are not accepted, so make a commitment and stick with it, folks. 3, 2, 1. 3 hands shot up. She grinned. Very well, she purred. Step up to the arena and let the first round of the crown game begin. Izuku was not surprised to see both Bakugo and Todoroki raising their hands, putting their groups in the running. But he was mildly surprised to see one of the 2 Gen Ed teams volunteering and no one else. Teams Bakugo, Todoroki, and Hamura, please take to the ring. Midnight, count them down. Midnight grinned and cracked her whip. All right, boys and girls, welcome to round 1. Remember, if you touch the crown you wear it, and then you can't move until someone else takes the crown. And, go. All 12 people dashed for the crown, but Todoroki's team was the quickest. Ida carried Jiru to the throne and placed her on it, letting her take the crown and place it on her head. Todoroki then encased the entire thing in ice, and the 3 other members of the team focused purely on Bakugo's team. Kind of rude, to be honest, ignoring the Gen Ed kids like that. In a display of speed and power, Team Todoroki secures the crown. You can note the team possession timers on the board so you can keep track of the scores. It looks like Team Bakugo is fighting to break past the defense, but the combination of 1A's elite is knocking them back. Team Hamura has members Fusu Kazuna and Ryuru Hanto trying to escape notice and find weakness in the ice dome. Boy, I hope Jiru Kayuka, current holder of the crown, is dressed warmly. I recall that Yaoyorozu slipped her a coat before the ice sealed. Excellent. Recovery Girl would kill us if we gave a student hypothermia in round 2. Hatsume of Team Bakugo is giving Idatenya of Team Todoroki a run for his money. Yes, that pun was intentional. Thank you. She is running circles around that boy, while the team namesakes are engaged in combat of their own. If Bakugo Katsuki can get to the ice dome, he can break it. Izuku took the time to ignore Mike and his classmates to look at the 4 Gen Ed kids. The 2 Mike had called out, Fusu Kazuna and Ryuru Hanto, were kind of hard to see. Ryuru looked translucent, like a less powerful version of Haku. Fusu, on the other hand, Izuku's eyes almost slid off of him, keeping him in the edges of his focus. Fumi, he muttered. Fusu. Thoughts? The bird boy hummed. It reminds me of meeting Tobai for the first time. My brain does not want to see him, despite knowing something is there. My attention would slip if I was not well versed in spirits. He hummed back. Saki. Know anything about any of the Gen Ed kids? Fusu's quirk is notice me not, so spot on there. Hamura has a viper mutation. Not sure if he has venom, but he has a heat sense and an interesting sense of smell. Shinsu narrowed his eyes at the other 2. Tamadachi is an empath. Ryuru's quirk is ghost, makes him mostly see-through and quiet. The only one I know from the other team is Abo. He can sense quirks. Haku grumbled. So that's at least 3 people that can tell where I am at all times. Awesome. Izuku cocked his head. It seems like the other hero kids aren't focusing on them at all. If we can knock them out of the competition, that's less people who can find us when we make the push for the crown in round 5. Let them wear each other down, and we just incapacitate the ones dangerous to us. Dark Shadow peeked out and stared at the 4 Gen Ed kids watching the current battle with narrowed eyes. They look like they want to go in next round. Then we won't. Round 3 and 4 if we need it, then 5. Izuku watched as Kaminari tried to help Hatsume with Ida, trying to electrocute the fast boy. But then Yaoyorozu swooped in and wrapped the electric boy in a blanket and the sparks never made it past. An insulator? Kaminari seemed to notice it before he could release his full charge and ran out of the blanket no worse for wear, but certainly more cautious. Zero tried to swipe the blanket from her, but she and Edo were too fast, even for the 3 of them. 2 minutes on the clock. Team Todoroki still has the crown. Bakugo managed to slip past Todoroki and break the ice dome just as the timer ran out, causing him to scream in rage. Midnight grinned. Team Todoroki is automatically in the next round, since they currently have possession of the crown. Teams Hamura and Bakugo, please clear off the field. The 8 students walked off to stand at the side with the other 7 teams, and Midnight cracked her whip. I hope to see more than just 3 teams this time, she demurred, so on the count of 3, hands up. 3, 2, 1, 5 hands went up and she giggled. She cracked her whip. Teams Ashido, Shizaki, Asui, and Abo, please take to the field. Bakugo yelled something about his team being traitors, but Kaminari and Siro were holding his arms down while Hatsune tinkered with her machines, preventing their team from being in again. And we get right into round 2. Todoroki looks like he's going to reform the ice dome, securing his queen, but oh, what's this? Team Asui has leapt into the fray with some combination quirks, all 4 of them taking to the sky. A tongue from Asui has the crown snatched right off of Jiru's head, delivered safely to Kudakuji. There goes Uraraka Ochako, releasing the hold she had on her team's gravity, and Team Asui has the crown. What an upset. Shaoji Mezu, Asui Tsuyu, and Uraraka Ochako are on protection duty. Can they sustain the combined assault of the other 4 teams? Todoroki looked upset, but his ice to capture the members of Team Asui was cut off by roiling vines trying to do the same, and the 2 groups clashed. The other members of Team Shizaki were a boy that was all black with white hair, a girl with silver hair and a tired expression, and a boy with dark green hair pulled back in a braid. Yaoyorozu made a large machete to combat the vines, but the boy shot scales out of his arms to knock her off course. The silver-haired girl engaged with it, arms going rigid, and then Ada was picked up into the air slightly, making it impossible for him to move no matter how much he struggled. Yanagi Ryuko of Team Shizaki has effectively incapacitated Ada. How long can she keep it up? On the other side of the dome, Ashido, Ajiru, and the 2 1B kids they had teamed up with were trying to both break into the ice and stop Team Abo from profiting off their labor. Shaoji was not making it easy for them either, tag teaming with Tsu to keep them away. One kid suddenly rippled and was almost completely invisible, camouflaged into the environment, but Tsu merely wrapped her tongue around them and flung them into their other teammate who had been creeping up silently behind Shaoji. With a combination from Ashido Mina and Honuki Juzo, the ground around the throne has become unstable and soft. It seems this is both a hindrance and a help to their team, as Ajiru Mashiro, currently engaging in physical combat with Shaoji Mezu, is stumbling a little. Can the members of Team Abo make use of this distraction? Kuika Shaoku and Ashinto Narazu, previously thrown into each other, are just now getting up on the unstable ground. Oh my, Team Ashido has leapt back from the fight, causing Team Asui to follow suit. But Team Abo is not quick enough on the draw as Honuki reverses his quirk and solidifies the ground around their feet. Unless Team Abo can find a way out, they might be out. Seeing an opportunity to take a team completely out of the running, Shaoji, Ajiru, and Tsu descended on the poor Gen Ed kids and knocked all 4 of them out. They won't be getting up anytime soon. It looks like we have our first team totally eliminated in Myaku Jaki, Kuiki Shauka, Ashinto Narazu, and Abo Akiro. They will be missed. Oh, looking at the other side of the field, it seems Team Todoroki has managed to fight off Team Shizaki and has, oh my god, they took back the crown. Uraraka proving to not be enough defense. Team Asui held it for 4 minutes 42 seconds. There are 4 minutes left, folks. Can the other teams correct this upset and claim the crown for themselves? They all breathed out a sigh, partially relieved. It was a shame that Team Asui had been forced to give up the crown. But on the other hand, that was one whole team they didn't have to worry about anymore, with sensing abilities besides. If they could get Team Himura out next time. That was 2 teams of sensors gone, giving them the advantage. Still 7 other teams to deal with. But maybe Team Bakugo could get rid of Team Todoroki, or they could get rid of each other. It would certainly make things that much easier. Soon enough, round 2 was over, most of the contestants looking exhausted. But Team Todoroki had put Jiru back on the throne, securing their spot and making their time currently sit at over 13 minutes of time holding the crown. Team Todoroki is in the next round by default. Teams Asui, Shizaki, and Ashido, please clear the stage. Team Abo is eliminated. Medbots escorted the 4 unconscious students off the field and Midnight cracked her whip with a grin. I hope to see the last teams that haven't gone yet on the stage this time. On the count of 3, raise your hand to participate in round 3. 1, 2, Izuku was ready. 3, 5 hands shot up and Izuku gulped nervously. Due to the rules, Midnight purred. The first teams allowed in are Teams Bakugo and Himura. As for the other 3, Izuku glanced at the other teams Kendo and Kodai, and how none of the 3 of them had been in any of the previous rounds. What to do, she hummed. Well, since Team Midoriya has 3 people who completely beat round 1, they get a spot. Teams Kendo and Kodai, rock, paper, scissors for the spot. Both 1B girls walked forward and did the game, Kendo coming out on top. Well then, Teams Bakugo, Himura, Midoriya, and Kendo take the field. Remember, Izuku murmured, we're looking to knock out Team Himura. The others can fight all they want. We don't need to draw attention to ourselves. Tobai melted into him and he saw the haze that was Hagakure to Tobai, apparently nod with the other three. And start. Right off the bat, Team Bakugo is going hard for Team Todoroki, an almost perfect deja vu of round 1. They are now joined by half of Team Kendo, Monoma Nito and Tsuburaba Kosai. The other half, Kendo Itsuka and Satsuna Takagi, and looking for ways to break down the fully reformed ice dome, thicker than it was last time. Izuku grinned, glad Mike wasn't focused on them so that Team Himura wouldn't get any hints for what was to come. He and Fumi swept up behind Tomodachi and Himura. Izuku wasted no time leaping onto the empath and putting him in a sleeper hold. The boy looked around, panicked, but as Himura tried to come to his aid, hissing, Fumi and Shadow wrapped around him and raised him in the air, slowly also depriving him of air. Haku was tripping up Ryuru, her weaker variant, until the poor kid looked black and blue from all the times they'd fallen onto the ground. With a bop on the head, they were out. Fumi handled Fusu, having plenty of experience with avoidant spirits, and soon all 4 of the Gen Ed team were down. Incoming Team Kendo, Shinsu called, on lookout duty to ensure no one tried to take advantage of them while they took out the other team. And wait, what's this? Team Himura is completely unconscious. When did this happen? When you were too caught up in the Team Todoroki and Bakugo fight. Team Midoriya had calculated strikes to eliminate them without getting noticed. But it seems like Team Kendo has caught on to the other team in this round, as half their members are their attempts to break into the dome. I would like to make a deal, Kendo called from a safe distance, that I think will benefit us both. And why would we do that? Haku retorted. Satsuna grinned. We know your game. If you can break us into the dome, we'll take the crown for the rest of this round and then never participate again. That way, we get the time we need, since it doesn't look like Team Todoroki will be giving up the crown anytime soon. And you get one less competitor when you snatch it at the last minute. You protect us, we help you. Sound good? Izuku cocked his head. How do you know that another team won't get more time than you? We don't, Monoma acquiesced. Coming around the dome, but 7 minutes is hard to beat out entirely. Do we have a deal? They exchanged glances and shrugged. Fumi stepped forward and dark shadow ripped into the ice dome, revealing a spooked Jiru, and Tsuburaba came out of nowhere, the 2 girls pushing Jiru out and letting the boy sit on the throne with the crown. He immediately sucked in air and then expelled it, forming what sensing revealed to be invisible wind barriers. Not a bad strategy, since it wasn't attacking anyone outside the throne, so it was legal. With just under 7 minutes left on the clock, there's a team up between Teams Midoriya and Kendo to put Team Kendo on the throne. What possible motivation could Team Midoriya have for helping an enemy team get on the throne? Bakugo screamed from the other side of the dome in indignation. The rest of the round consisted of mostly Bakugo and Todoroki's teams fighting over who would get to fight for the crown, with the occasional defense from the 7 people who were now guarding it. But in the last 15 seconds, Ida sped Jiru to the throne and kicked the wind barriers apart, putting Team Todoroki back in control. In a surprise twist, Team Todoroki is back on the throne, meaning they have held it at the end of all 3 rounds. Team Kendo sits with 6 minutes and 53 seconds on the clock, putting them in a current second place, with Team Asui being the only other one to ever hold the crown for 4 minutes, 42 seconds. We again clear the field to prep for round 4. Midnight grinned at them, cooing. Such displays of youth. That's 2 teams completely eliminated. And only 8 teams left to compete. Only half of you will move on, you know. Well, anyway, you know the drill. On 3. 1, 2, 3. This time, only 4 hands went up. Izuku nodding at Kendo, and those teams took to the center. Teams Bakugo, Kodai, Ashido, Shizaki, and, of course, Todoroki. There are now 3 support students on the stage, with the 2 from Kodai's team and Hatsum on Bakugo's. And there are more 1B students than 1A, due to the team distributions, 8 to their 7, so Izuku was honestly curious how this would go. The first thing Bakugo did was pick up Kaminari and throw him directly at Todoroki. The blonde boy screamed and discharged, shocking most of Team Todoroki and all of Team Shizaki. In a shocking turn of events, try again for my sanity before I kill you in cold blood. In an exciting turn of events, Kaminari Denki has taken out both himself and all of Team Shizaki. It looks like Yaoyorozu is in the process of reviving her team with her incredibly versatile quirk, but not before Bakugo has taken over the crown, putting Shiro Hanta on the throne. If not for the rule that you can't attack anyone while being on the throne, I would say that he would want to be there himself. But can he defend it with only 2 teammates to his name? Yubagain Chichai and Ikiji Jisaku of Team Kodai look to be tackling their coursemate, Hatsume. But Kodai Yui and Bondo Kanjuru are busy dealing with their own classmates and their team, fighting off Team Ashido for the illustrious privilege of vying for the crown. Izuku leaned forward in interest, ears and eyes flicking to all the parts of the battle. All of Team Shizaki was disoriented, But Ajaru took a page out of their book and knocked all 4 of them out, making Midnight declare them out of the entire thing. Kaminari was in a similar state, and all 5 of them were dragged off the field to a no-doubt irate recovery girl. He turned back to his team, content to ignore the fight. We all know the plan. Dark Shadow saluted. Yabu breaks into the dome. Haku sneaks in as the secret defender, Saki on the throne, Yabu and Fumi on defense. Izuku grinned. Yep, you all ready? Shinsu smirked wryly. Yeah, I guess we are. Time to crown a king. In a few minutes, Team Todoroki has recovered enough to take out Shiro Hanta, encasing him up to his neck in ice. It seems Todoroki Shadow is done playing around, putting himself on the throne and building up a glacier around himself. Down to 2 members, Team Bakugo is regrouping. Team Ishido and Kodai are taking a page out of Team Midoriya and Kendo's books by teaming up, it looks like, to get through the glacier. Can they break through in time to get the crown from Team Todoroki, who really doesn't need it at this point? The answer, it turned out, was no. Bakugo launched explosions at it. Ishido tried melting it, and Honuki softened it a good bit, but the timer ran out before they could really and truly break in, ending the 4th round with Todoroki holding the crown. Midnight cracked her whip. Team Todoroki is automatically in the final round. Now, we didn't want to tell you this, but the most and first in rule is being done away with for this final round. To make things more exciting, every team can participate in this last round, and I encourage you to do so. Mike, give us the current standings. In current first place with way too much time to surpass is Team Todoroki. In second place is Team Kendo, with just under 7 minutes. In third place is Team Bakugo, with just under 5 minutes. And in fourth place is Team Asui with just under that. Close. This final round will be incredibly interesting, so, competitors, take to the field. This doesn't change anything. Izuku grinned, flexing his claws. Just keep careful watch on the time. We move in the last minute. Team Kendo should still be helping us, since they're guaranteed to move on at this rate. Let's do this. 3. They all tensed as the 26 contestants took the field. 2. Izuku caught Sue's eye and waved cheekily. No doubt they had figured out their plan. 1. They let everyone else dash forward while they split up, starting to lay the groundwork that would come into play in 9 minutes. Izuku took a deep breath and let the sounds of the fighting slip away. He knew everyone was in place, and the struggle for the crown was coming to its peak, Teams Ishido and Kodai briefly having it due to their team-ups, but with half his team down, Bakugo was struggling. Sue's team was relatively decent, but they simply didn't have the firepower to beat Team Todoroki, fully recovered from the tasing. They were, like Izuku's own team, built for more sneaking around, which is what saved them so much in round 1. Izuku let out his breath, eyeing the clock. 3.5 minutes left. Saki came up behind him. Hey there, chiefs. Reporting for duty. He grinned. Welcome, Saki, he murmured. Are you sure about that? I can't imagine it'll be super comfortable. Shinsu rolled his eyes. I want to win, Yabu. If I get some bruises, it's worth it. Izuku began singing softly. Welcome to the world. He picked up the taller, lankier boy in a princess carry, bracing them both and preparing to jump. There's blood on the crown. Go and take it. He grinned at the purple boy. You get one shot to make it out alive. He went back to humming the song instead of singing it quietly. It fit, for this game. He would make sure that everyone remembered them. Shinsu whistled loudly and Dark Shadow picked up Ishido's team and hurled them at where Bakugo was fighting the rest of Team Todoroki, effectively putting all 3 teams at odds, and Izuku dashed forward. 2 minutes remained. With their own job done, Dark Shadow and Fumi took Shinsu from Izuku's arms, letting him exhale forcefully and swiping a hand over the ice, leaving trails of blue fire in his wake that ate through the ice like a hot knife through butter. He could hear Mike yelling distantly, but he was focused on running a circle around the dome, letting the ice crack with the strain the top-heavy structure was now putting out and the lack of support for the weight. With a hefty and ear-shattering crack, it came down directly on Team Kodai. Todoroki shot to his feet, ice burning in a blue ring around him, and he shivered. In cold or anger, Izuku didn't care to tell. He waved, grinning cheekily, and tackled Todoroki off the throne, sending the crown flying. Shinsu grabbed it and stood on the throne, turning slowly in a circle to watch the competition. 1 minute. Team Kendo closed ranks around them, knowing that Team Midoriya would have the least time, but if they could swing this, they would both go through. They had made a deal, after all. Izuku kept humming, waiting till Fumi and Shadow were clear before exhaling once more, making the blue flames spike, completely shielding the throne. 30 seconds. Todoroki broke past the vanguard and made an arch of ice over the fire. But Izuku fed more energy into them and it started to creak and melt. Hand me the crown, the boy demanded. Shinsu raised an eyebrow. Or what? I'll. Todoroki's face went blank and Shinsu pursed his lips. Go away. 3, 2. Can Team Midoriya keep the crown? 1. Yes, they can. With a last-minute sweep, Team Midoriya has secured the crown. What? And, upset. With 1 minute of being king, Shinsu Itoshi and his team will be advancing to the next round. Midnight, let's look at those final scores. She doubled over laughing. That was quite a show, kiddies. As President Mike said, Team Midoriya will be advancing as they were the last team with the crown. Also advancing is, of course, Team Todoroki, who held the crown for essentially 4 full rounds. Next, Team Kendo, and finally Team Bakugo. Since Team Bakugo only has 2 members that can compete, Team Asui will be sending 2 of their own members to the finals. Sue nodded and turned to Shoji, Kuta, and Uraraka, clearly in debate on the 2 they would send. Finally, Sue and Uraraka stepped forward. Midnight cracked her whip. Excellent. Then, those 16 will be participating in the tournament in an hour. Mike, can we get the board up? The digital board displaying the scores flashed to reveal a bracket, and Izuku eagerly leaned forward to see the matchups. Uraraka Achako vs Hagakure Toru. Kendo Itsuka vs Asui Tsuyu. Yaoyorozu Momo vs Monoma Nito. Jiro Kaiuka vs Shinsu Hitoshi. Midoriya Izuku vs Tsuburaba Kosai. Todoroki Shadow vs Tokoyami Fumikage. Hatsume vs Bakugo Katsuki. Ada Tenya vs Takage Satsuna. None of their friend group was fighting each other round 1. Izuku felt Tobai melt out of him, perched around his shoulders. Yabu, lunchtime. Izuku snorted and grabbed the hands of Shinsu and Fumi, tugging them along. You heard him, we have to eat lunch. Haku, oh, and Sue. Bring your group over. Izuku ignored the stares coming from Shinsu as he dragged everyone over to the cafeteria. He released his 2 friends, grinning and waving at the others as they trailed in. I'll grab us a table after I get my food. He dashed off, ducking to be one of the first ones in line, and got something filling for both him and Tobai before sliding to a table fit for 8 as everyone else trickled in around him, including a fidgeting Shinsu. Saki, Tobai put his paws on the table. I see you have tofu again. I have been told demanding tribute is wrong, so I am not demanding, I am asking. Can I have some of your tofu? Shinsu blinked and slowly brandished a cube of tofu from his miso soup to the fox. Tobai snapped it up and sighed, sitting back on the bench to beg Izuku to feed him more, despite the fact that he didn't actually need food. Chatter continued as normal, subdued slightly since they were a more quiet group, when Shinsu spoke up. Okay, is no one going to talk about it? Izuku blinked and tilted his head. Talk about what? My quirk. He wasn't looking at them, shoulders hunched and bracing. I didn't tell you guys anything, and now you know. Sorry I wasted all of your time by lying to you. Shadow poked him. How did you lie? I don't get it. I didn't tell you what I was going in. Haku snickered. So, I think your quirk is rad. It might even be the only reason we got into the last round at all. Sue croaked. I will admit, I did not see what happened, but I can't imagine this group disliking you due to your quirk. Izuku slid his hand forward. I think it's neat. You didn't have to tell us your quirk before. It's not like a requirement or anything. You're still our friend. Now it's just easier to plan strategies around you. Tobai huffed. I don't know why humans care about quirks so much. I mean, it's basically just spirit powers but less cool. It's not like you're a scary Oni or a ghost come to kill us. Who cares? Shinsu looked at them incredulously. Everyone. I've been told I'm a villain my entire life. Shoji raised an eyebrow, looking taken aback. That's dumb. You aren't a villain for your quirk or lack of one. You're only a villain if you do villainous things. I was called a demon boy. Izuku mused. Once they stopped calling me quirkless, that is. I mean, I get it. It's hard to prove you really have a quirk when you're the only one who can see things, but even once I proved it. Well, I get it. I'm just glad I had Tobai. Plus I would go see Shiko and Gama and Fumi after school, so it wasn't as bad. I think they still call me a demon boy, but only when they think Tobai isn't there, so he doesn't fight them. Tobai huffed. Demons and spirits aren't even the same thing. Demons are powerful, corrupt spirits, almost gods. Yabu is just. Yabu, thank you for the vote of confidence, Izuku said dryly. You really don't mind. Izuku shrugged and speared a sliced carrot. Not really. Like Shoji said, you're only a villain if you do villainous things. Personally, I think you'd make a good underground hero. Pretty much everyone at this table would, with the exception of Uraraka. She giggled. I'm a little too flashy for that, but I could try. Tobai suddenly leapt onto the table, staring Shinsu down. Saki, he grumbled, you're our good luck charm, so you better become a hero with us, okay? The boy blinked and looked away, but nodded. Yes, his voice cracked a little. Okay, I can do that. The first battle had Hane and Haku taking to the stage. Haku was quick to take off her uniform. Again, to be completely invisible to humans, but Tobai could still see her just fine. It was like she was wrapped in a spirit, so human eyes just slid off of her. Tobai was rather fond of Haku, because she looked really nice, even if the other humans couldn't see. Even Yabu couldn't see her without help. Hane tried to get a grip on Haku to make her as light as a feather and hurl her out. But Hane was still human, so she couldn't see all the times Haku would trip her and guide her to the edge where Haku could throw her out. Haku won. Next was Tsu versus the ginger girl who had made a deal with Yabu and his team. And while Tobai cheered for Tsu, and it was a mighty fine dance, with flips and jumps and tongue flicks and grabs. But sadly, the hand girl got a lucky grab and threw Tsu out of the ring. Tobai resolved to comfort Tsu later by giving her cucumbers. It always made Kairu happier, anyway. Then it was Nami versus Monomanito. Oh yes, Tobai had not forgotten his name. Yabu might have given it back, but Tobai does not forget. Against Nami, he was sure to fall. And she was way too fast for him. She made a... Well, Tobai didn't know, but she beat him out of the ring in no time at all, and Tobai cheered for her. Tobai, we have to go. After Shinsu and Jiru, it's us. Oh yeah, Saki was fighting Yuri. Tobai liked Yuri, but he liked Saki more, so he really hoped Saki won. He could do the name thing too, and even if he called Tobai Fei, which was kind of really wrong, he was their good luck charm, and Tobai needed him to win so that everyone else could see how cool he was. Tobai knew that Saki wasn't well liked by many humans, based on how he acted around Yabu and Kuro and Kashi. Well, everyone, but Tobai liked him, so he was going to keep him. Now, who were they fighting? Subu, Raba, oh, him, from Ginger Hand's team. Xiaoga, that was her name now. He would have to get her a ginger root as thanks for her help in that last round. Yabu, it's the wind barrier boy. Yabu did the human gecker. I know. Can spirit fire break them, you think? Or can we just pounce on them? I want to pounce. He leapt around Yabu, far too excited for this. It wasn't often they got to fight with someone, one-on-one. Well, two-on-one, but when he was possessing Yabu they were basically the same person anyway. It's fine. Tobai looked up at his human brother, eyes far away and mouth running a mile a minute under his breath. With just a flick of his ears, Tobai would be able to hear the muttering, but he just kept jumping at invisible chipmunks, content to let Yabu plan. He figured that they could just pounce until it worked. No need for a vigorous plan. Shinsu Hitoshi has won as Jiru Kyoika walked off the field. Tobai stretched before leaping daintily onto Yabu's shoulders. Oof, the boy staggered exaggeratedly. You've been eating too much tofu. You're heavy, Tobai. He gave the boy a light nip on the ear in return for that grossly untrue statement, ignoring the pained hiss. Yabu stepped out onto the field to see the boy with light brown hair doing the same, and Tobai yawned, melting into Yabu and sharing his mind space. Yabu flexed their claws and toes and his stance shifted, perfectly balanced on the tips of his feet with his tails flaring out behind him. The sweet-smelling lady cracked her whip and they were off like a shot. Tobai was so upset that they had missed Cage and Kuro's match. Yuki had just encased them in a glacier. That wouldn't usually get them down. They could just break out, but then he used his ice to push them out before they could fully recover from how cold it was. Did Yuki just have an endless supply of ice? He used a lot during the crown game too, but maybe he just didn't feel cold. Ugh, whatever, Tobai was mad, but he and Yabu could beat Yuki for Kuro and Cage. He wouldn't take both sets of partners down. Then it was Tofu Boy versus the crazy pink one. Now Nekio for how much enthusiasm she had. If this wasn't a battle to see who was the best, then Tobai felt like he would get along with her quite well. She danced circles around Tofu Boy with her machines, neutralizing or avoiding all of his attacks before she gracefully stepped out the ring. Oh, Tofu Boy screamed at the win. He really did not like that. And Tobai was rolling on the floor, shrieking with laughter. The last match was another person from Xiaoga's team, the Green Lizard Girl versus Chonguru. She could split up her entire body into blobs, which felt like it could go horribly wrong, but she used it to bait Chonguru into running himself out of the ring, securing herself the win. That was half of Xiaoga's team passing. That was pretty good. Then it was Haku and Xiaoga. And of course Haku won. Xiaoga got close with her big hands a few times. But Haku was really clever, a real fox, and pushed the girl out of the ring just like she did with Hane in the last round, letting her move on. And then Yabu wouldn't let him watch Saki's match again. Tobai, he huffed, we have to go prepare for our own match against Todoroki. But it's Nami and Saki. I want to cheer for them. If we hurry, I think the prep room has a TV. And you can watch. Tobai was off like a shot, ricocheting around corners, and he could hear Yabu chuffing behind him as he struggled to keep up. But they got to the prep room just in time to see Nami get caught by Saki's power. It looked like she had held off for a while, probably because Yuri told her what Saki could do, but Saki was full of good luck. No way to lose. Of course he was the victor. Then it was their turn, and they walked out, only for Tobai's hackles to raise. In front of them was a giant ball of fire. Oh, no, that was a person. Endeavor sneered down at him, and Izuku carefully repositioned himself so he was between the number 2 hero and Tobai. Who knew if the kitsune was visible right now or not, or even if regular human fire could hurt the fire-based spirit, but Izuku did not really want to risk it. Excuse me, he said politely, but I have a match to get to. With your son, I believe. You will be a good stepping stone for Shoto. Endeavor walked away, and Tobai muttered something unkind under his breath, but Izuku just turned and ran back out to the field, trying to ignore the unsettling feeling in his gut. He sensed more than felt Tobai melt into him as everything got sharper, including the boy across from him. Izuku didn't know what to think of Todoroki. He was stoic, reserved, and had a powerful ice quirk. His father was the flame hero, Endeavor, and that was it. That was all he knew. He hadn't paid much attention to the boy, but in the light of the sun, Izuku finally got a good look. He was objectively good-looking with split hair and heterochromia, and he had that sort of princely vibe to him that no doubt was accentuated by his rich upbringing. But he also looked empty. His eyes had no emotion in them, dark. He didn't look excited to be here or determined to succeed. It looked like it could have been any random Tuesday for him. He looked tired. He looked cold. Midnight called for the start, and Izuku flung himself to the side, the back of his neck prickling with the cold of the ice that was now spiking up from where he had been standing. And Izuku doubled back to climb it, claws digging into the ice that was just starting to get slick from the heat of the sun beating down on them. It was late spring, and it was an unusually hot day for the time of year, and it made the ice melt slightly faster, making him have to dig his claws into it. Another wave of ice came, and Izuku exhaled as he flung out his hand, carving a curl of blue spirit fire that no ice could pass, giving him a little time to breathe. He was about to leap over the fire and tackle Todoroki when he paused. Todoroki was shivering. More than that, his right side was covered in a layer of frost. Despite the spirit fire being able to melt the ice, that was merely its magic, not any form of heat. Spirit fire was cold, achingly cold, and between that and the ice, Todoroki was freezing. Surely his quirk couldn't hurt him this much. Surely, if he was an ice user, he was built for the ice. Unless, of course, Izuku thought back to his father, the roiling inferno that Endeavor had. Todoroki was not simply an ice user. Izuku risked a quick scan and recoiled, sucking in a breath that slightly dampened the crisp half-circle of fire. Izuku couldn't help but stare. Todoroki, you're literally killing yourself. The boy froze and narrowed his eyes, but paused in his assault. Explain. Izuku ran a clawed hand through his hair, trying to find the words. Most people have one chakra nature. Uncommon people have one and then a minor affinity for another. Exceptional people have two, perfectly balanced. But you have three. Todoroki frowned. I don't understand. I have fire and ice. Izuku nodded. Fire is a base element. Ice is a combination of water and wind. If I'm right, you could combine either of those with fire for something new, but that's not the point. The point is, you're purposefully putting your system out of balance. Most people use all of their quirk and utilize all of their chakra. You're only using water and wind, letting the fire consume you. He looked at the other boy, stricken. You're literally burning out. Todoroki sniffed, flexing his right arm. I don't need his fire to beat you. Even if it kills me, that will only be after I've beaten that man and become number one without his power. Izuku felt his irritation and worry spike. But Tobai held onto it for now, helping him keep a clear head. Todoroki, this isn't something that's going to happen in a few years, it's happening now. You're dying, actively, right now. It's still reversible, but you have to use every single part of you. Todoroki scowled. Haven't you been listening? I won't use his power. Where is he, right now? The boy blinked. Up, in the stands. Why? Because I see fire. But if it's his, he must be here, right? Funny, I don't see him, so whose fire could this be? It's certainly not Tobai's, since we're one and the same right now, so where the hell is that fire coming from? Todoroki. Todoroki looked taken aback by the snapping tone, but Izuku wasn't done. He's not here, Todoroki, but you are. So stop killing yourself and let yourself be whole. Your chakra nature has nothing to do with him, and you don't either. He could feel the fire still curling around the much smaller portions of wind and water, but all of a sudden they flared and the fire retreated, balancing him out, and Izuku sighed in relief. Fire curled in his left palm, lazy and bright. And so warm in the chill of the ice-covered field. The glint of the fire reflected in the boy's eyes, making their warmth known and giving him an aura of peace like Izuku had never seen, even when he was unconscious. You're very odd, Midoriya. Izuku snorted. I see spirits and am currently possessed by one. I'd say I'm odd, yeah. Without warning, he flung more spirit fire at the boy. But just because I'm odd, he grinned, leaping over the flames to slash at him, does not mean I'm about to just let you win. You'd better figure out your fire fast, Yuki, because we're not here to mess around. The corner of Todoroki's mouth quirked up. Good. And then the fight began in earnest. In the end, Todoroki was too frostbitten to make for a good close combat fighter. But he gave out plenty of pain before he went down, and Izuku knew that between him and Tobai, they had maybe half their reserves left. With 2 potential battles left, they would have to be careful. Bakugo destroyed Setsuna completely. And then there were 4. The first match was interesting to watch, because Haku knew Shinsu's power, and he could almost sort of see her, having gotten used to being around her for the past 2 weeks, so it became a game. After showing off some of her skills, Haku made either a purposeful slip-up or a careless mistake and responded to something Shinsu said and walked out of the ring, tapping Midnight so that everything was perfectly clear. Then came their match, against Bakugo. Tobai butted against his leg, making him stagger slightly as he wasn't expecting it. He looked down and blinked at the mischievous expression on the fox's face. "You just focus on dodging," Tobai purred, "and I'll handle Tofu Boy." Ominous. They walked onto the field and Bakugo scoffed. "Or the Sitty creature, Deku." Izuku smiled and shrugged. Izuku dodged the first several explosions before Bakugo stumbled, blinking rapidly as if to clear his vision. He wobbled on his feet, catching himself a few times before he dropped like a stone. Izuku blinked at Tobai, who leapt up onto Bakugo's back and yawned and winked. Midoriya Izuku wins, advancing to the final. The medbots dragged off a fully asleep Bakugo and Izuku blinked at Tobai incredulously. What did you do?" "Illusions, basically, but I made him fall asleep." The next round was held immediately, and Shinsu walked out onto the field. Shinsu raised an eyebrow at Tobai, laying off to the side, just watching. "Not going to have your little friend help you out?" Izuku smiled and shook his head. Tobai was tired from doing the illusion, and besides, he didn't particularly care about this match, but he had his own training without Tobai. He was still Yabu, ninja in training by one of the legendary ninja trainers. He took a stance suited for high mobility and dashed forward as midnight called the start. Shinsu ducked back. If Izuku had claws or weapons, he would have nicked the other boy for sure. But his own nails were kept rather short and he simply didn't have the reach. "Yeesh, I forgot you're kind of crazy and trained by a forest spirit to literally destroy me. Maybe go a tad easy on me." Izuku looked at Shinsu with a knowing smile. "Yeah, you're right," he sighed. "That wouldn't feel as good as when I really beat you for real." Big words, Izuku thought, for someone who had barely been dodging. "Hey, you think that meeting thing in the forest that prevented us from going in is over?" Izuku blinked. "Oh, I don't." "Gotcha, easy as pie. Walk out of the ring, Fey child." Tobai huffed. "Yabu, flex your chakra." In the deep recesses of his mind, Izuku hummed to himself and did just that. He blinked. "Oh, wow, that gives me a headache." Shinsu looked at him incredulously. "Seriously? You can break out that easily with only a headache? Oh my god, this is a nightmare." Izuku grinned. "Just give up, Saki. I have about 8 years of training, you have 2 weeks. Shinsu sighed and raised his fists, setting himself in a half-passing stance. "No, gotta impress people or something, I dunno. Fight me, no quirks. Deal." Izuku wasted no time, sprinting forward and slipping under Shinsu's guard to jab at the pressure points he knew he could hit, especially this close. Shinsu was out like a light, but Izuku caught him and gently laid him on the ground. And the winner of the first-year US Sports Festival is Midoriya Izuku. Izuku looked up and grinned, giggling quietly to himself. The medal ceremony was fine. Both Bakugo and Shinsu were awake enough to receive their medals, and even a blind man could see how Haku was jumping up and down in glee. All Might came to deliver their medals. It was so cool. Bakugo and Haku got their third-place medals first, plus a hug from All Might, then Shinsu. Izuku could hear All Might tell Saki he'd be a great hero and the boy had to bite his lip, no doubt to stop himself from tearing up, and then it was their turn. Tobai was held in Izuku's arms. He had wanted to be around his neck until Izuku explained that's where the medal would go. Then he wanted to be on his head, to which Izuku gave a firm no. He was not planning on being top-heavy, and finally, he settled with being held. It made it so All Might couldn't really hug them, but he put the medal over Izuku's head and gave each of them a pat on the head. He leaned in and Izuku blinked in curiosity. "My boy," All Might muttered, "I will need to talk to you when you return to school. I have something I need to tell you." He pulled away in the next moment, full smiles and waving to the crowd. But Izuku and Tobai just stood there, blinking. Slipping through the crowds to avoid being recognized as the winner of the first year's sports festival was pretty easy. Actually, after Tobai got annoyed, Izuku decided to just bite the bullet and employ every bit of stealth training he had so he could make it to school uninterrupted. Stalking into the classroom revealed that other people had also been noticed and recognized on the train. Kaminari and Sira were apparently told tough luck and were lamented with about Bakugo and his lack of teamwork. And they wasted no time in poking fun at the explosive boy. Izuku saw that only his own friend group had noticed him, and he smiled softly and waved. They were all sitting quietly in their own seats, ignoring the hubbub, and even Tobai curled up in Izuku's lap, just like he had done in middle school. Izuku wasted no time threading his fingers through the kitsune's fur, soft under and coarse above, letting the rhythm soothe him. He was still jittery from what All Might had said, about wanting to speak to him about something. What could it possibly be? Was there like a case or something that Izuku needed to get involved in? Had a spirit come up to him with a request? Was he in trouble? Aizawa walked into the room and sighed, running a hand down his face. "Good job all of you. I know not all of you made it past the first round, but now you know things you can work on if nothing else, which is the point of next week. Next week is the internships. You have been sent in offers based on your performance in the sports festival. Take a look." He clicked the projector on to display the offers, starting at the bottom with Jiru getting a handful, then Fumi, then Ada, then Uraraka with just over 70, then Bakugo with a few hundred, then Momo, then Shinsu, then Haku, then Todoroki, then Izuku himself with over 3,000 offers. What? Bakugo snapped, letting off a few explosions. How the hell did Ponytail and half beat me? I went further than them. Aizawa raised an unrepentant eyebrow. You also sacrificed a teammate in the crown game. Agencies tend to not look favorably on people who are willing to throw others under the bus to get ahead. Not very heroic. He walked among the desks of the people who had made it onto the board, placing Shinsu's packet on the desk behind Izuku, and gave everyone else a single sheet of paper. Of course, those of you who did not get offers, not all is lost, he drawled. There are 40 agencies that you can sign on with, covering pretty much every field. Yaoyorozu's hand shot up. Sensei, are we filling desk 19? Aizawa looked at the empty chair and blinked. Oh, yeah, I forgot. You can come in now. Shinsu sheepishly walked in, hands in his pockets. Oh, hi. Haku bounced in her seat. Saki, I knew you could do it. Welcome to hell. Hagakure, Ida chopped his hand. Please do not refer to our class as hell, or the hero course. Whichever one you were referring to, please do not. Haku just giggled. My bad. Welcome to the party, Shinsu. Shinsu nodded with a slight smirk and sat down before he blinked at the stack of papers. Is this? He looked up. Mine. Aizawa grinned into his scarf, but everyone could see the gleeful satisfaction. Yes, coming second in the sports festival netted you a substantial pool of offers. But before you can decide on where you want to go, you have to do one of the most important things in your hero career, picking your hero name. Don't be too hasty, or there will be hell to pay. Midnight slammed the door open and strolled in dramatically. Tobai snickered on his lap, but didn't move. He was rather fond of the woman, it seemed, and enjoyed her antics. She cocked her hip. While you can change your name later, more often than not, they'll stick. That's how your teacher got stuck with his hero name. The class immediately perked up. What is it? Ashido was leaning forward in anticipation. Too integral to who I am to just give away. He raised a smug eyebrow. Also, it was said at the USJ, sorry if you weren't paying attention. Half the class groaned, and the ones who had heard seemed like they were struggling to remember. The ones who knew were not telling, either. Anyway, Midnight put a stack of whiteboards on the first desk of every column. You'll need to come up with your hero name by the end of this block. The whiteboards we passed back and Izuku stared down at it. Tobai yawned and curled more into his legs, sprawling so Izuku would not be able to move. It's easy. We're Yabu and Tobai, hero pair. No need to overthink this. Sue went up first. I have had this name in mind since I was small. Kiro, Froppy, the rainy season hero. Midnight clapped and cooed. Cute, approachable, and to the point. I like it. Others were also good. Uravity, Tentacle, Chargeabolt, Red Riot, and then Fumi went. Had I not been open to the world of spirits, he rumbled, I might have gone with the name of the god of darkness. However, knowing that he is real and out there, it would feel disrespectful. Therefore, he flipped the whiteboard. Karasun, the bonded hero. Midnight blinked. Oh, I like it. Simple, to the point, and easy to say. Hagakure bounded up next. I probably also would have gone with something different originally, like a Nivisa girl, but that just feels so boring. Luckily, my buddy Tobai provided me with a perfect name. Haku, the see-through hero. Shinsu sighed and went next. I wasn't expecting this, so I'm going to take a page out of Haku's book. Saki. Midnight cocked her head. Written in English. Which kanji are you using? The one for Murasaki, purple, and for Saki, good luck. But Saki is no longer used for good luck. It's obsolete. Shinsu eyed Tobai. Then I'm bringing it back. Midnight thought for a minute, then shrugged and approved the name. Todoroki took the stand next. Kinsei, the balanced hero. Midnight giggled. You all are really going with a lot of traditional-sounding names. I like it. Aoyama, who had previously been shot down for I Cannot Stop Twinkling, came up next. Kurenki, the fabulous hero. He winked and Tobai, who preened at another of his nicknames being used. Glitter or Twinkle, yeah, that checks out. None, I sparkle. Midnight snorted, but let the name pass. Ida stood stiff at the front of the class. Tenya. Izuku was instantly on edge, and Midnight frowned. Your given name. Are you sure, Ida? This could stick. He nodded stiffly and sat down. Midnight looked at him. Midori. I can't get up, but I have the name. She muffled a laugh at the kitsune that was not moving any time soon, smugly using his weight to make himself known. Yabu, the yokai hero. Midnight clapped her hands together. Awa, little bush. Of course. Also lets the other side know you know their world. I like it. After all their hero names had been given, the rest of the day continued. Lunch rolled around and there was no sign of All Might, and Izuku was nervous. Aizawa-sensei, do you know where All Might is? Aizawa sighed. He got called in for something or other. He'll be back tomorrow. Why? Izuku pursed his lips. I don't know, but he said he needed to talk to me about something. It's probably nothing. The rest of the day passed easily, people looking at their internship options to figure out where they'd go. Bakugo gloated about getting an offer from the number 4 hero, best genist. Todoroki hummed, I got one from Endeavor. He's the number 2. He's also your dad, Isahan. That doesn't count for Sid. Izuku flipped through his own packet before blinking. Oh, I got an offer from Endeavor too. I wonder why. Todoroki sighed. Probably because you can use fire and you beat me. Izuku winced. Ugh, yeah, that would do it. Well, Todoroki hummed, I can turn in this form already. It's not like he'll let me go anywhere else. Izuku tensed. That sounds like a bad idea. Todoroki didn't say anything in return, but turned in his form to Aizawa. Izuku bit his lip and looked back at his internship list. Bush. Fumi think the forest is open now. We should go check it out. Izuku was jolted out of his thoughts to see most of the class had already trickled out to go home, his own group lingering. He grinned. Yeah, and I can introduce you guys to Gama and Shiko. Saki, you in? Sure, I don't have anywhere to be. Izuku beamed. Great, let's go. They chatted quietly on the train, Kuda and Shinsu through sign, until they were at the right stop, and then Izuku herded them all off. I hope the weird gathering thing is over. Izuku sighed, because that took way too long. I missed the forest. Shikamaori met them at the border. You have returned, he rumbled, after proving victorious in your fight. Well done, Green. Izuku blushed and looked away. You guys knew about the sports festival? Ugh, so embarrassing. Fumi snorted. I assume that since this is a greeting and not a warning, the forest is cleared for human entry. The Tengu nodded. While some spirits might linger in the area, the forest is no longer strictly spirit. You may enter. I see there are several new people. Greetings, I am Shikamaori, guardian of this forest, bastion of this land, and trainer of the ninja, and now, of course, Green. Welcome. I assume he told you the rules of introduction. Shinsu nodded. You can call me Saki, a name given to me by Tobai. I'm called Haku, also from Tobai. Shaoji bowed. We did not meet you last time, so it is only polite to introduce ourselves. You may call me Shaoji, and he is called Kuda. Su nodded. You may call me Tsu, Kiro. Yes, I have heard of you. Shiko mused. Gama has been griping for the gathering to end so he can finally teach someone how to heal in the traditional way. He has been insufferable. I am pleased to make your acquaintances, friends of Green. Follow me. He turned and swept into the forest, keeping to the ground for now since he didn't know most of these people and their full capability. But soon enough the bubble of the creek came within earshot and Izuku's face lit up in a grin as he ran ahead. Arg, it's the brat. He giggled. Hi, Gama. I missed you too. The capper rolled his eyes from just above the waterline. You saw me 2 weeks ago. Hello again and, oh, interesting. Did you know that girl is spirit touched? Izuku cocked his head. Haku, sort of. She's invisible to humans. Wrapped in spirit energy, she is. Not sure why, but she is. She's welcome. Gama cast an appraising eye on the rest of them. Tsuchigumo from the Scarecrow. And of course, Tsu, welcome to my creek. Shaoji jolted. Tsuchai, like Kamaji. Many versatile arms. Total of 8 limbs. Yeah, I'd say so. Gods, Green, you really know how to pick them. Who's purple? Tobai bounded over. Saki, he's my friend too. He almost always gives me tofu at lunch. Gamakichi snorted. The way to your heart sure is food, fox rat. Well, what brings you to the forest today? I'm assuming it's not simply to say hello. Izuku giggled and sat down on the bank. Well, that too. I really have missed you guys in this place. Did you think I wouldn't? I've probably spent more time here than I ever did at school before going to UA. This is my second home. Both the Tengu and the Kappa just looked at him, waiting for the other shoe to drop. But, yeah, I did also want to maybe get started on the training for these guys. It was fine when it was just us, but in a week we're going on internships so it would be nice if we were on top of our games. Plus I know you wanted to teach Tsu to heal. Gama huffed and looked away, his cheeks flushing a light blue. I suppose I could be bothered to teach her. Izuku beamed and turned to the Tengu. Can we use the woods to train? You don't have to help, but I know we could all use some more stealth training. I got them started on hide and seek, but I'm not as good as you. Kuda raised a hand and swallowed. He whispered, I would like to practice speaking in my quirk, if I can. Shiko tilted his head, eyes locked onto the boy. You have power in your voice. It is wise you do not often speak, but you could use confidence and control. What do you need? Kuda's eyes widened and he blushed, looking away and scratching the back of his neck. Animals. Shikamaori nodded. Understood. I would not stray far from here, but you have the run of the forest, should you require it. As for the rest of you, he looked down his nose with an appraising gaze at the other 5. You have 30 seconds to hide. Izuku grinned and ran off without another thought, hearing them scramble behind him. This would be fun. Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.